Let's see. Might actually be better. Other corner. And get the point across. There we go. That's beautiful. Oh, except my tripod's all at a weird angle. Hold on just a second here. Almost here. There we go. That's looking about right. All right. Hello. From Houston, Texas, and a very beautiful neighborhood. Let me turn the audio down here. You'd think they would have fixed YouTube would have fixed their studio or live stream app by now and allow me to do selfie mode. But for the past year, when I try to come on and talk to you in selfie mode, it flips the image and it's backwards. And I can see that bugs quite a few people, including myself, because then we're talking about transportation and then you see all the cars driving on the wrong side of the road, right? So my preview of how I look is over there, so I have to use this to take a look here. And actually, I probably need to step a little bit this way. So yeah, it's funny, when I push the live stream button, my poor voice kind of warbles for a second, realizing, uh-oh, I'm going to be talking for several hours straight with no break, but I brought water and everything this time. But yeah, so this is a regular neighborhood in the city of Houston, but you may notice something weird going on there in the distance. You see it through the trees? Here, we'll zoom in a little bit so you can have a look-see here. Let's see. See up there? These beautiful little two-story houses, and then that monstrosity just towering above it. Now, that's not some kind of weird anomaly that happened by accident. That is just the way Houston is, because it's the only major city in the entire country that basically has no zoning restrictions. So if you want to come into a neighborhood and build a high-rise building like that, go for it. And in probably about a dozen places all over town, there are little buildings popping up in neighborhoods like this one. Let's first check in though and see all the hellos we have here. Hello from somebody calling me Street Man Steve, close. Bike Man Bob, I caught him live. Houston, that's huge. Is that a 610 hat? Yeah, so there aren't many Interstate Shield patches I've been able to find, but one of them was 610, and I've had this sitting in the drawer ready to go. And today's the day where the 610 hat finally gets put to work. Houston, could you run a dispensary next to a middle school? Now that I don't know, because that gets into cannabis law, and frankly in Texas I don't know that. I don't think anything's legal here. You know, even Utah now you can have a marijuana card thing. I don't know. It's not my scene, so I don't know I haven't followed the laws that closely on it. Driving and cannabis don't go together, so pick one or the other. I'm going to pick driving, but Perez Plus Film says, you know, in Texas it's going to take a quick turn with the new state bill. That in simpler terms, anyone can build multifamily developments in any zoning area such as commercial, industrial. And I want to make the case today that as wacky as that is, this is a good thing. And I'll get into why in a minute, why I think that is, because in 49 other states, and in fact most of Texas, people are going to look at that and feel horrified. But it's not necessarily something like this in particular that makes it good. It's just in general some of the neat unintended side effects, or maybe intended, of no zoning that I actually think makes the city more vibrant, more resilient, more affordable. So Lawrence Frazier writes, my understanding is the lack of zoning has mostly led to more questionable methods of achieving basically the same thing, just less consistently with side effects and some good and some bad. David writes, Houston has the mall with the ice skating rink in the middle, right? Well, a lot of malls have ice skating rinks right in the middle. Howdy. Oops. Don't mind me. George writes, I think Houston still has conditional use ordinances, but I think I'm wrong. So What you may be talking about is private deed restrictions. And we'll get into this more in a moment here, but the idea being that in 49 other states and in every other city in Texas, we come in at the city hall level and declare in neighborhoods far from even where we live, thou shalt be allowed to build this and only this and use it this way. And hopefully the zoning matches the market demand of what people actually need and want. And if you stop and think about that for a minute, that's actually kind of ridiculous. It makes a city aesthetically pleasing. There's no doubt that's not aesthetically pleasing, although they kind of made it work. You know, it's not an ugly building. It just doesn't match the scale of everything around it. And I can see some people finding that very jarring. But on the other hand, market demand of zoning code that we update a little bit once every 10 years, and it's like pulling teeth to try to change it because humans are scared of new things. What's the likelihood that we're going to get what the market's demanding and the what actually is able to be built in the zoning code to align? Where in Houston, you can just build it. And so if there's market demand for a luxury high-rise in this neighborhood, there's nothing really stopping you if you can make it financially feasible, make it work, right? You know, you still got to go to a bank and get a loan. It's not Sim City where you can just plop it down, right? So, but we'll get into more than that. Okay, hey, we already have somebody right out the gate who has a super chat here. QC Suppressor. For $2 says, thank you very much. Says, explain QC road designations. Oh my. Rue, Shemin, etc. I don't know what that is. So we're going to look it up. We're going to learn this together here. So part of the challenge is if I know it, I know it. And if I don't, I don't. And there's a lot of things I don't know. There's a couple of stories I'm hoping to cover while I'm in Texas, and they're kind of falling apart, partially because the experts I was hoping to be able to corner and get them to talk on camera are not available to do so. And I know one video is just completely scrapped because if I don't know it, I don't know it. So why would I make a video about something I don't know? But since you super chatted, I'm going to find out. So QC is Quebec. Okay. So you're probably talking about the different levels of Quebec roads. So then it sounds like, so a rue is a street. I don't know French. A chemin is a road, and then the autoroute is a highway. I don't know if it is kind of a one-for-one in terms of the way engineers would look at transportation. But if you take, for instance, a street like this one here, this would just be a local neighborhood street. Now, I don't know what the French term for this would be, but it's kind of the bottom of the totem pole here. I mean, this is the sort of street that you almost don't have to put stop signs on. I mean, they generally do, because the traffic volume's so low and there's so few cars coming down this thing. You know, a bike lane, you wouldn't put a bike lane on a street like this because the traffic's going 20 miles an hour. You just ride your bike right in the middle of the road. So that's the bottom of the functional hierarchy. But eventually this road's going to connect to a slightly bigger one. Maybe it has a double yellow line on it. That would be a minor collector street. Again, I don't know what the French equivalent of that would be. And then you work your way up maybe to a major collector, something that's maybe multiple lanes in each direction. Maybe has a median down the middle, starts to, under normal zoning, have stores that connect to it, because you start to have enough traffic there that's sort of the through route. And then eventually you get to a minor or major arterial street, which is designed to connect cities or entire neighborhoods together. So the collector is just trying to grab everybody off of these small local neighborhood streets. The arterial is then connecting all the collectors together. And freeways or auto routes, as you have in Quebec, those would fall under the kind of major arterial designation. So then we get in and say, okay, well, let's look at the terms they have here. So they have a rue, which is a street. So I would say, okay, a rue, that's probably this. A chemin, I don't, again, can't speak French, is probably the collectors, you know, and then autoroute would be an arterial, although there are, I'm sure, well, of course there are major arterial streets in Quebec that aren't full-on autoroutes, right? So that's me on the fly trying to figure out an answer to a question that I don't know, because I've never been to Canada and I've never taken a moment of French. So it's all new to me. But thank you very much for your super chat. Let's see here. Annie, I love the traffic light doctor video. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. He was great. It turns out we're fans of each other. He's always wanted to maybe do something with me, and I always want to do something with him. And so with like 4 days notice or like a week's notice, very minimal notice, I said, hey, I will happen to be in your area. You want to do something like open up a traffic? So we talked on the phone for like an hour and a half about all kinds of stuff, and mostly traffic related, and some of his stories of having sketchy people come up to him and talk to him while he's at work, and and I've had, especially in parts of California, a lot of mentally ill people interfere with shots and stuff. I know downtown Minnesota, there was this old white guy, and maybe he wasn't mentally ill, but he definitely was quirky, where he walks up to me while I'm filming downtown, and he goes, I'm here to just let you know that you do not have my consent to film me. And I said, great, stay out of my shot then. Because there's no in the United States, there's no expectation of privacy. If you're out in a publicly accessible area, a sidewalk or a downtown, anybody can film anybody as long as you're not, impeding the flow of traffic. If I put a camera out in the middle of the road, yeah, that's a problem. But if I'm on the sidewalk and I'm not blocking people's path, then there's, no expectation of privacy. So, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. We went out and shot that better part of a day in Gulfport, Mississippi, all at one traffic signal, and my time crunch was so tight. It's always a little scary because I'm in my head trying to figure out how am I structuring the story. Now, the good news is a traffic light, how does a traffic light work? Well, that story's kind of structures itself, right? Because we chronologically walked through the power line, bringing the power in, and then it going through the batteries and the power supply and the what do you call it? On the house, the circuit breakers, and the detectors, the controller, so as you walk your way through all the parts, then I just have to remember to go back and get video again of all the parts we talked about. And then the stuff we're talking about, like he mentioned the railroad preemption, that when a train goes by, you can get video of the train going by, so that way I can stick that on top of where he was talking about that. Well, I didn't get nearly enough footage of that. So if you look closely in that video, it's not quite up to the quality of editing that I normally would like to have, of having a shot for every single thing. So there's the drone films in 4K. So I went and took like a wide shot of the intersection and then cropped in real tight because you could see the railroad crossing. And I'm like, well, that'll work. And so there's quite a bit of that in that video where I'm like, I didn't get footage of that. Well, that same shot I showed you earlier, well, I'll just zoom in on it, and hopefully that'll work. So, but that's the challenge of when I'm working on a story and I've got 1 day to shoot, 1 day to film, and then that night it was the New Orleans live stream. I mean, it just boom, 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 because I had just a couple of days to make it back out west for Christmas, so I was on a time crunch. Normally I would have stuck around an extra day, kind of chopped up his interview, kind of written the story out, and then, tagged what I needed to film. But yeah, he was great to work with. So if we were closer, I'm sure we'd do more things, but California to Mississippi is a bit of a haul. So, and one other story on that. Nobody teaches me what's the proper way to film an engineering video. News video is different than engineering video. And so I thought, okay, well, I'll grab my recorder and just hit record and then just follow him around as he's talking, you know, and just do it all as like one big cut. And the person's honking, but there's nobody even in front of them. They're just honking for no reason. Anyway, so we've been rolling for like 30 minutes, and then my battery fell off my camera because I buy cheap Amazon batteries and they were junk, and it corrupted the file. And so I lost everything we talked about for half an hour, and to have to go to him and say, Steve, can we do this all over again? And he was really cool about it. He's, you know, and I think the second time we were both more awake, you know, because we were shooting it, at least for me, at 9 in the morning, and it's Eastern time, so that's like 6 California time, you know, so I'm kind of groggy. But I was able to ask better questions, and he did just as good of a job the second time, you know. So and then that time I'd shoot it in little clips, so that way I knew if the file corrupted, I was only losing a little bit. So I got the footage home, and there were a few things that I'd forgotten to ask him about. And so I ended up playing with like a Reddit post about how do you take a corrupted video file and fix it. And with something called FFmpeg, and then I have to run it using a batch file in DOS, and I don't know, I got most of the file back somehow. So that's my first time of ever doing forensics on a broken video file, because, you know, 30 minutes, I probably got about 15 minutes of it recovered. So I was pretty happy about that. Oh my, well, we've got the avalanche of super chats coming in here. Donnie Ray also saying, enjoyed your recent video with the traffic light doctor. Yeah, and I still, let's walk and talk here. I still am really surprised the state of Mississippi uses what do you call it? The span wire. Yeah, the span wire traffic signals in an area that gets hurricanes. I mean, because he mentioned that, he'd go like, oh yeah, we get the big hurricane winds, it just blows the entire traffic signal down. And, you know, they can get it back up in about a day, you know. So I think that was part of it, is they are easier to fix versus if you have the traffic signals that have the big alarms, those sometimes can be back ordered. I know in my house in California, thou shalt never, ever, ever put up span wire. That is just not a thing anymore. And he was mentioning that, yeah, a lot of them are back ordered. And I found out they put a span wire up I-10 at County Line Road. And it's because the vendors that work with the Caltrans projects are back ordered for like 6 months on the metal to put up a new stoplight. So I don't know if that's true in the whole country, but at least in California, it's back ordered. And so I think what Steve is telling me is, yeah, after a hurricane, there may be a lot of orders to fix the few stoplights that did get broken. So if you can throw a span wire up, it's easier. So it's a catch-22, right? Like, the flimsier thing is also the easier thing to fix. But yeah, Donnie Ray, thank you very much. We've got Wonder Woman Nikki. Well, thank you, Wonder Woman Nikki. Says, writes, love your videos, especially when you're out with the fake traffic light explaining galloping. That was one of my favorite videos to edit, because it's such an obscure topic to be able to get in and try to figure, you know, something I don't even understand the beginnings of myself. I had to talk to someone years ago at a Utah traffic conference. Valmont came out with one of their sales reps and played a video clip of that little harmonic balancer thing that they mount on the back of the traffic signals that we talk about. And so that alone kind of felt like it warranted a video, but I just don't want to do a commercial for Valmont, right? So I reached out to Valmont and said, bigger picture, do you want to talk about what makes a stoplight bounce up and down in the wind? And the gentleman out of Nebraska, I forget his name, who I interviewed, he is great. He just smiles at the beginning of the interview, and he says, you know, well, it's galloping and harmonics of, harmonic resonance and stuff. He says it's a little weird. His wife doesn't understand it. And then he just looks right at the camera and he says, but I find it fascinating. And that's good. We need to have eggheads out there who find these kinds of things interesting, because that's a serious problem. The wind, I noticed that here in Houston that you'll have a gust of wind that's not even that fast. That was what surprised me too, is I figured the faster the wind blows, the more harmonic galloping you get on the traffic signal. It's just like a linear proportionality. And he goes, no, there's everything has a harmonic frequency, and the length of an arm coming off the stoplight, 30, 40 feet or whatever it is, it tends to want to go at, I think he said, about 15 to 20 mile an hour wind. So kind of a moderate common wind. And those happen all the time. And then when the stoplight arm starts going like this all the time, and it starts bouncing, you can wear out the joint where it connects to the vertical pole in, gosh, I think he said just a couple of years. Well, when you're spending, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars on the metal at that intersection, you want it to last. You like to have it up for 30 years, not, 3. And so the idea of one potential solution is their harmonic balancer that you put on there that dampens it. So you still get some galloping going on, but it tries to fight it, One of the ways they tested it, he was saying, is they come out in a bucket truck and then go up high, and then an employee just grabs on the arm, goes down like this, and then lets it go, and then lets it bounce, bounce, bounce. I think they have a certain distance they pull on it to keep it the same. And then they'll measure it. They call that a pluck test, like you're plucking a violin string, So they pull down on this thing, boing, boing, and it just bounces and bounces for like 2 or 3 minutes till it settles down. And then they'll go put the balancer on it, and then they'll do the pluck test. And I think it'll squash it down in like 20 or 30 seconds. And so that's a lot fewer ups and downs that are going on that joint, and so then metal lasts longer. So yeah, that was a real fun story. And I got a buddy of mine to dress up. He's like, I've got a gorilla suit. And I'm like, well, what on earth are we going to use a gorilla suit for in a story about? But yeah. Another thing you'll notice too on that video, Nikki, is the stoplight I made myself. I made it out of electrical conduit from Home Depot. But I'm not a structural engineer or anything, so I just got parts that looked good and mounted them all together. And I figured it would hold itself out, and it didn't. The minute you let go of that signal, that conduit's so weak, it drops, it bends halfway down to the ground, and looked really bad. And I hadn't tested it till I'm out trying to shoot it, and I'm going, well, this isn't going to work. And so there was is Bakersfield where I was filming, and there was an abandoned shopping cart. So I'm like, oh, well, let's just shove that abandoned shopping cart in the shot. And so for no reason, there's the abandoned shopping cart holding the signal arm up, so I can have something. But that was fun. Those are the kinds of. So this is the challenge I run into, is there are huge mega projects like had a viewer tell me last year I should go up to Michigan and film the new international bridge from Detroit into Canada. I would have loved to have covered that story. But sometimes I think a project or a transportation department can get so big that, in my opinion, I'll never know, but it seems like they get a little scared. I'm new media. New media is the Wild West. There's a lot of people to vet. They're afraid that, it's a YouTuber. They may be secretly trying to come in and do some kind of hatchet job on them or something. And so they'll be a little more risk averse. And even though I might look good on paper, they'll turn me down. And so I got ghosted after some back and forth with the Michigan Bridge project. And I could have kept calling them and pushing on them, but I just also got a reject from GDOT. And so I thought, well, maybe it's just not worth the battle. It's a story that's well documented, so why cover it? But Velmont, this gentleman, how often does he get somebody calling and saying, hey, I have engineering videos about transportation, and I want to talk about signal harmonics, traffic signal arm harmonics. And so he was very enthusiastic. And so I've said it over and over again. I get a lot of emails of people pitching great topic ideas. You should go cover this or that story. But what I always try to tell people is, I very rarely, the times where I start with a topic and then try to hurry and find an expert to plug the hole, I hit a lot of brick walls. What works really well is when I have an expert who's like really excited to want to talk about something, and then we pull the topic from there. And so, like I say, in Texas, that's been some of the challenge I've had too, is I kind of had like 2 really good topic ideas, and I tried to reach out to sources that I thought would be available and capable to do a really good job teaching us, as a viewership base and myself, how it worked, and then they just either weren't available or, just didn't feel comfortable talking to me or whatever the reason. And that's fine, but yeah, what a fun story, the fake traffic signal. Thanks again for your super chat, Nikki. Laser92, the big super chat there. Thank you very much, and good to see you again, right? Coming from California, I noticed that cabin noise while I'm driving on the highways is more pronounced when I'm in another state. Apparently it has to do with many states having concrete versus asphalt versus composite pavement, if both. I don't know, man, it depends where you drive, because I know the Mojave Desert isn't exactly all that quiet. A lot of that pavement's old and rough, and it seems like when I hit Nevada and I hit their asphalt, it seemed like it, maybe I'm mistaken, but it seemed like it got quieter. But pavement is an entire world I'm not qualified to talk on yet, because I really haven't done videos on that. But that's an entire world we can explore in the future, because I know already you have concrete versus asphalt, but it's not that simple. There's different kinds of concrete, there's different kinds of asphalt. I was just at partly why I'm in Houston is they had the big American Traffic Safety Association, I'm missing a letter, ATSSA. But anyway, highway safety conference. And one of the vendors there showing off his product is a guy who's trying to mount LED lights into the pavement in cold weather states, because in the rain you can't see the pavement markings because the road gets wet. Your headlights bounce off the water instead of the white line on the freeway. So you can't see it, you just see a reflection of your headlights bouncing off the water, so the lines disappear. If you live in a northern state, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Southern states, well, they have the privilege here of mounting those plastic reflectors that sit up about that high off the ground. And so the water's down here and the reflector's up here. So maybe the lines disappear, but your headlights hit that reflector and return light to you. So his thought is, well, don't even use a reflector because it's going to get wet. Mount an solar-powered LED, and then that cut in the dark cuts through the, I mean, even when it's dry, it'll help you see the pavement, but especially when it's wet, it'll cut through. The challenge he was telling me that they run into is that they were wanting to play with Colorado and Utah, and I know Utah has a lot of interest in wanting to fix this problem. It's like the #1 complaint Utahns have. It used to be at Salt Lake City, there was an expressway called the Bangor Highway, and for the last 30 years the complaint was, how come the Bangor Highway has stoplights instead of bridges and exits? Well, they fixed that. So now Utahns have moved on to complaining, how come when it rains I can't see the lines on the freeway? And so UDOT's working hard to fix that. But the snowplow comes along and it's scraping the pavement, and so you can't put the raised reflectors on there because they just get scraped off. You can't put a raised LED on there because they get scraped off. So you got to dig it down. So you take the existing concrete of the road and you take this big saw blade that's, I think, the same kind of technology they use for like gas and oil drilling, like a diamond blade, and you cut into this concrete and you dig out a little, like, he described it as a banana-shaped cut, and then his device glues in there, and then it sits flush with the road. Okay, well, the problem is there's different kinds of concrete. Some concrete is soft, other concrete is really hard. I think it has something to do with there's 3 parts to concrete. There's the glue that holds it all together, there's the water, and then there's the bulk of it, the sand and the gravel, and something about Utah uses sand and gravel that's really hard. And so when you mix the water and the glue together, it's really hard to cut. And so trying to dig that in is going to be a problem. So they're still trying to figure that out. Now, what was your question? I'm a little bit ADHD, and so not diagnosed, but just I suspected. Cabin noise on the highways. Oh, yes. So even in talking about concrete, there's hard concrete and soft concrete, and then there's different finishes they put on it. Like this looks like a pretty smooth finish that they've got here. Here, let me take you loose here for a second. I bought one of those gimbal things, and it's supposed to come onto an Amazon a lot today, and it didn't show up. So maybe we'll take a field trip if it does. But see, this finish is like really smooth, you know. And for a neighborhood where people are going 20 miles an hour, that's probably fine. But when you have a freeway, you don't want to put that kind of finish on a freeway because you're going to end up having people, you know, rainstorm and people slide around. I know when I talked to Caltrans on the Bakersfield Bridge project, they gave me sort of a little 101 on how the concrete texturing works for them, and they were saying that almost, it's not quite like a paintbrush, but it's like little fingers, and they finish it pulling down the wet concrete in the same direction as the traffic goes. So the idea is if you're going where you're supposed to be going forward, you're riding with the grooves, kind of like a grain, you know. But if you're starting to skid sideways, well, now you're hitting all these little grooves that are maybe about that deep. And so that, sorry, I got to sneeze here, or cough or something. So you have side-to-side friction, but you don't have, well, those grooves are going to be noisy. And so maybe that's partly what you notice with, oh, you were saying California was quieter. I don't know what the answer is. but you know, there may be safety improvements or durability improvements that they put into the pavement that make it louder versus a pavement like this might be really quiet. I don't know. I haven't gone 60 miles an hour on it to try it. But if it gets wet, maybe it's not safe because it doesn't have texture. Maybe it won't last as long as some of the noisier pavements. So that's concrete. Then you get into asphalt, and that's a world I know nothing about. I know it's the aggregate, which is like the rocks and stuff that they put in there, which are different from the concrete rocks. I know the concrete rocks, they like to get smooth, like riverbed gravel that's like soft and round. But in asphalt, they like to take like a big giant stone and run it through this machine and turn it into little sharp squares. And then you take the tar and you mix it in. But I don't know why. Like, so, and then once you do put it down, there's probably different grades of it, different textures, that some are louder and some are quieter. So the asphalt doesn't last as long as the concrete, but asphalt's easier to fix. And then the concrete has weird issues where you see these expansion joints here. Let's go for a field trip here again. I'll take this. I wish I had that gimbal. So you're gonna have this really bumpy ride here. It's supposed to be butter smooth because I could just throw it on the gimbal and, okay. So you see that line in the pavement? That's an expansion joint. See the car go over it? Clunk, clunk. Now you need these because if you lay a giant slab of concrete continuously, it'll heat up in the summer and expand a little bit, and it might not fit anymore in the space that it has. So it'll do weird things like create its own crack and buckle up, where buckling is where like it kind of cracks in the middle and then it kind of goes uphill on both sides because it's trying to make enough room because it got hot. So they purposely put these lines in here so that it's got a little room to expand and contract. Expansion joints, I think they call those. So on a freeway, one of the problems Caltrans had is asphalt doesn't have expansion joints because it's like squishy and tar, and this is rigid. It doesn't, when it expands and contracts, it just needs more space. It won't squish into itself. So they would come along and, every, 50 feet, 100 feet, I'm not sure, they'd, like clockwork, have an expansion joint, another expansion joint, another expansion joint. But the pavement, as it would get old, some of the concrete panels would go up, some would go down, they'd tip, and so when you'd go over expansion joint, it would make a nice clunk sound. And so you'd be driving on the freeway with a nice, perfect clunk, 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 clunk as you're cruising along the freeway. And they call that, I think, washboarding, and because it's like taking your fingers on a washboard, do 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 do, you know. So somebody, a very clever engineer, figured out, oh, well, just do them at random intervals. So don't like do every 100 feet. Do like 70 feet, 110 feet, 90 feet, 30, 50 feet, you know. And by doing it at different intervals, if it does start to washboard, it's not a steady bump, 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 it's more bump, 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 you know. And see, because again, we talked about the traffic signal arm bobbing up and down when it gets at just the right frequency. Well, you don't want the springs in your car doing that, right? Where you get it, you know, at perfect intervals on the freeway, so you go a bump, and just as you're coming back down, you hit the next bump, so it gets a little bigger each time, ba-bump, 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 ba-bump. And if it's at random intervals, that next bump may hit at the wrong time, and then it kind of dampens you back down. So like real simple things, but anyway, that's literally everything I know about pavement. So from here on out, for a video, I'd have to talk to somebody who actually works in the industry. And then they could tell me, well, I misguided you on information there. But thanks again, ladies at 92. I appreciate your super chat. Boy, they're coming along, aren't they, tonight? This is great. Happy Duckman from Stuart, or Happy Duckman, thank you very much, says, check out Confusion Corner in Stuart, Florida. It's where 8 roads and a train crossing converge. Weird roundabout. It deserves the name. Stuart, Florida, huh? Let's look here and see, because sometimes a train crossing a street, a roundabout actually kind of works. There's several good examples. The first one that comes to mind for me, to use a Utah example, would be the University of Utah. The Trax Light Rail system goes right through a roundabout, and it works really well because the traffic in the roundabout's going really slow, so it's not like a normal high at-grade crossing where somebody's going 45 miles an hour and then all of a sudden a train pops out, right? If you're rolling around a roundabout at 5 or 10 miles an hour and you see a train coming, you're likely to stop. The train's not, you know, they're going to go slow through the roundabout, so if a car does what they're not supposed to. So they can work pretty good. Okay, I see Stuart. I wish I do which cross streets. Confusion Corner. Confusion Corner. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's turn on satellite and take a look at this here. So it looks like this is you'd think by now Google would have higher tech stuff than this, but this is what we got to work with. So it looks like, yeah, oh, the train doesn't go right in the middle of the roundabout. The train goes to the side of it. That's not great. Well, let's take a look at the Google Street View of it. See if we get a kind of a better picture of what's happening here. It's not. I understand the nickname. That's not great. I mean, I guess the advantage of that is you can escape. So if the railroad crossing comes on, you're not trapped waiting for the train. You could just keep turning left around the circle and come out a different way. But that might be about where the good news ends. And I don't know what the right answer to fix this would be. There's another YouTuber who must make enormous money because he posts YouTube shorts and they get millions of views each time. I'm a bit jealous. Called Streetcraft. He doesn't show his face, but he does a really good job with high quality animation tools and I guess some pretty good knowledge of highway geometry, redesigning intersections that are not functional into something that works. This would be a good case study for him to take a look at. But yeah, I think when my first glance, if I hadn't known, I would have assumed that, oh man, there's a signal just outside of it. And then there's a crosswalk. Yeah, this is an interesting Confusion Corner there. Let me see where Stuart, Florida is. I don't know if, when, or how I get down there, but that's on the East Coast side, south of Vero Beach. Okay. Someday I'll do some Florida stories. I don't know if it's probably starting to get already too hot for this time of year to do Florida. We'll see. I'm surprised at Houston. It's been lovely, as you'd expect in February, but today it was in the mid 80s and kind of muggy, so it's not quite to the it's pleasant right now. We're probably in the 70s, but so it's by no means the high 80s or low 90s like it was filming in South Carolina, because that was pretty bad. But I'm just surprised this early in the year that we'd already be dealing with such warm weather. But happy Ducky Man, thank you very much for your super chat. I have to, my Go Billy Korean, who is a personal friend, who we've both known each other before we had our YouTube channels. If you're wanting to improve your Korean, and in particular, if you're really wanting to get into like solid intermediate Korean, he's your guy you want to go to. He writes, chat's moving so fast, no one will notice that I drove 3 miles per hour over the speed limit. Three. I went faster than that through this neighborhood. Antiwac writes, your Atlanta expert, love talking to you. Yes, I was, the traffic reporters were great. And the Metropolitan Planning Organization, that guy was fantastic. He had a lot of perspective on Atlanta, on my story about like the things with Atlanta that may or may not be able to be fixed. I hadn't considered. There are a lot of good unintended side effects to Atlanta's horrible, just, no one person, just kind of topography and history and everything kind of converged to end up with a city full of a bunch of dead-end streets, large lots, long commutes, not enough taxpayers to pay for the improvements. Like it's a mess. I really think a lot of it in Atlanta just can't be fixed. But trees, because everybody has such a big lot. There's a huge amount of trees in Atlanta, and he described it as when you're coming in on the airplane. It's been so long since I flew into Atlanta, I didn't notice this, but it's almost like skyscrapers popping out of a forest. And that is pretty cool, because if you laid out Atlanta the way you laid out, say, Southern California, where everybody's on a postage stamp lot and you have a big grid and you don't care if there are hills, you just put the road right over the hill and everything, the transportation would be a lot more efficient. It would be more transit friendly. I'd argue the commutes would be better, because even though there's more people would drive a shorter distance. But the trees would be gone, right? It would look like you'd fly over Atlanta, and it wouldn't look like Atlanta, and look like Los Angeles. And so there's trade-offs. But yeah, like I say, when I come across some knowledge expert on a topic who's enthusiastic and excited to come on, that's what makes the story. You think you're tuning in for me because I can occasionally make a few jokes. I point a camera at something, and like, here's a picture of a freeway. But it's the expert. Their enthusiasm's contagious. It makes me excited about the topic, and in turn, it makes you excited about the topic, because you can tell they're excited about it. So yeah, Atlanta had a lot of things that worked out well for it. I just wish I had the right pitch, and maybe a scheduling issue too, of more flexibility to offer GDOT. In fairness, I was trying to get GDOT to help me out, like with a week's notice or something, and it's hard. People are busy. They've actually got to do their job, and to wriggle in even an hour, usually goes longer, but even an hour to give to me, it just might not be there. And so it's nothing personal, All right, where'd we leave off here? So we talked about Confusion Corner. We've got Brian Middleton with a double-digit super chat here. Well, thank you very much, Brian. Brian writes, speaking of streetcraft, he did a short about a new roundabout in, I don't know if that's a Legion, it's missing, there's no I. Allegan, Michigan. The corner was a mess before that. Roads from about 5 or 6 different directions converge on this particular corner. Yeah, you don't want an intersection to have more than 4 approaches, 2 streets, because you think about all the ways you can get hit, right? Like just this intersection here. It's really crooked. Hold on, I'll fix this. I'm gonna go play a Frogger here for a moment. Let's count all the different ways you can have an accident here. One is just walking out in the middle of the street in front of hot traffic, right? So I've got cars coming this way, cars coming this way. Well, they're probably not going to hit each other. Okay, so then the car's coming out. Well, somebody slowing down for the stop sign, that's a crash potential. And then you have the merge here where they're merging in, that's crash potential. Somebody slowing down to turn left can be a crash. Somebody crossing the oncoming traffic can be a crash. Somebody coming in there, merging with the car turning right, it's a crash. The car turning right, well, slowing down can be a crash. Merging in can be a crash. Then you have the car trying to turn out from here. Well, it could hit somebody hitting them when they slow down, somebody hitting the traffic coming this way, and then a merge crash coming in here. So you start adding them up, and I forget how many. They call those conflict points, places where there's a potential crash. But at a T intersection, it's not too bad. Now, imagine the street kept going through, right? So now you start adding in other conflict points, like the car coming straight across has 2 conflict points crossing the traffic going this way and the traffic going this way, and vice versa going this way, and the right turn conflicts and the left turn conflicts. And by the time you add up a typical intersection for the cars alone, there's 32 conflict points. Now, what they don't teach, but they do teach in school, is that you also have to add in the conflict points of the pedestrians crossing this way and this way and this way and this way. Bicycles who are going to be in the roads, additional conflict point. So there's not, I was always wondering, is there a mathematical function when you go from like 3 approaches like here to 4 approaches to 5 approaches? And I don't think anybody's ever found one. You just have to manually count them. I guess some math PhD could try to figure that out. But when you go from 4 conflict or 4 approaches, a normal intersection with 4 legs on it, is 32 conflict points. 5 approaches is over 100. It's like 112 or something. So you don't want a street with 5 conflict points. Like that's just bad, you know. And so this is a problem. I got lazy setting up my tripod legs. I said, I'll just adjust the tripod head. And then when I pivot the phone like that, it gets crooked again. So this intersection in Michigan, you mentioned Allegan or Allegan, Michigan. If it is Allegan, like I say, it's missing a vowel. Allegan, Michigan. Let's see if it's easy to spot. Oh, yeah, there's something here that's a roundabout. You see that there? That's probably the fix. See, the roundabout, if you think about what it's doing, you remember I mentioned the T intersection has far fewer conflict points than 4-legged one? Each approach into a roundabout is kind of like a little T intersection. So you're replacing all of those crisscrossing you'd have that maybe, you know, say on a 5-leg here would be over 100. You sort of end up with like 4, right? For each approach, it's like 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Well, 20 potential places to get in a crash is still fewer than 32. And you end up with, my mind's blanking me. Oh, versus a 5-leg intersection, you'd have like 112, right? So that's why this not only feels safer, mathematically, it's safer, you know? So yeah, I've warmed up to roundabouts in a big way. I'm still not real stoked about them on roads that are 45 miles an hour because there's such a speed difference to have to always shed my speed from 45 down to 10 to go safely around the roundabout, no matter what. You know, even though it's actually faster because if you have a network of roundabouts like they do in Carmel, you have consistent travel time day or night because whether the road's busy or not, your wait time at each roundabout is usually about the same or really close. Versus day or night stoplights, it's a big difference. You know, nighttime you can keep hitting greens and your travel time is really fast, but then daytime, now your travel time is really long because you're at these stoplights and they're not moving cars as efficiently as they could be, and you got the time to the big line of cars that are stopped. Light goes green, you don't just go, you got to wait for the line in front of you to get going, and that might be another 10 or 15 seconds. And so you add that all up. Emotionally, like I say, though, there's something satisfying at night of just hitting a green light and a green light and a green light at 45 miles an hour and to keep going. But in cases like this, where you're dealing with, say, 30 or 35 mile an hour streets, I think roundabouts are fantastic, because shedding your speed down from 35 to 10 or 15, and it doesn't really feel that bad, I mean, that's no different than just turning a corner, So, and if it reduces conflict points and makes the road safer, then everybody wins, right? Okay, let's see, where are we now? Let's find something good to talk about here, and then we will, we still have more. Okay, but Brian Middleton, thank you again for your super chat about Michigan there. Joshua at my AT&T, Joshua my ATT 9907 with the super chat says, what's your next video on transit systems going to be? Well, I haven't set it up yet, but I would like to do a story on when you have, say, a light rail train going down the middle of a street, and it gets its own stoplight, those weird little stoplights where they have it's like a white bar, and when it's a green light, the bar is going up and down, and when it's a red light, it's sideways, and it's a yellow light, I think the up and down bar is blinking. And I think they do that because to do anything else that would be real intuitive to understand for drivers, well, somebody like me might get confused and go, oh, that light's for me. Especially if I'm in the left turn lane and I see my transit signal and I go, oh, that must be for me. And then I go and I get in a crash. So they have the white bar system. I think in Portland they do triangles and stuff like that. But how do you, when you're trying to work really hard to configure the lights and make it something that works for everyone? This is a bad place because I'm blocking their view of the oncoming traffic. Let's go down a little ways. It's a line of cars trying to get out of that neighborhood, and the last thing I want to do is be standing there where they can't see. We still got our high-rise building here, and we'll go to another site here in a minute. It's just I'm lazy, and it's easier to just keep standing there. So I think that would be a fun video, is getting in and saying, okay, you've worked really hard to make the left turns and the straights and everything timed out just right, and then at a kind of unpredictable time, train comes through and it messes everything up, and then you kind of get everything back going again, the traffic move it again, and then 15 minutes later another train comes by. And so there's a lot of planning to plan the train into it, but you can't schedule it perfectly because the trains can be late, right? So I'd like to work on that story, and I think I've got the right expert enthusiastic to want to talk about it, but it's not on the calendar yet. So if that's the case, that'll probably tape here in the next few months and probably come out, I don't know, summertime. But yeah, so that's time for a break. No, this thing's a lifesaver. I have started having the problem. I don't know if you have this problem. Start scrolling through the YouTube shorts instead of falling asleep, and then like an hour goes by and you're like, I learned nothing. I just sat here and scrolled through. The algorithm has learned that there's a YouTuber named like Abram ENG or something who has two cats. One's an orange, one named Kurt, and then he just got a little kitty named Gary, who's a white one. And all he does, he must make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year because he gets so many views because the cats are adorable. And he spends all of his money on cat toys. He's like, I bought a new cat toy for the cats. And then, of course, I got to watch that, and then it gives me more cat videos and car videos. And so having YouTube say, hey, don't you think you should take a break it's like sometimes I go, oh shoot, yeah, I gotta go to bed. So I still think tech companies are mostly malicious, but it's nice to see them try to be a little bit responsible. Okay, but yeah, Joshua, thanks again for your super chat. So we'll see if that ends up being the next transit video or not. Tux Gaming 121, 1 penny shy of a double digit. Thank you very much. Writes, how was your trip with the traffic light doctor, and what did you think about the inside of cabinets? I think I made a joke about it being like the most expensive gaming computer you've ever seen. But if you think about it, if you've ever built a computer yourself, the inside of a computer looks really intimidating until you work on your own computer and you realize none of this is hard, right? So it's like, okay, well, the electricity comes into the power supply and knocks the voltage down to something useful because you can't, burn up all your parts. And then you have all these wires that run power everywhere, so everything has power, okay. Well, then what's next? Well, you kind of need like a big board that everything plugs into so they can all talk to each other, and that's called the motherboard. Okay, then it's power plug into it. Well, what else? You have a processor that plugs into it. You have a fan that plugs onto the processor, and you have RAM, and you have hard drives and a video card, and you're done. You're like, oh, that's it. But you guys go through. It's fine. I'm just talking with some of my friends about transportation and the high-rise building in the middle of a neighborhood, which is very Houston.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And so, once you kind of wrap your head around what all the parts do, and there's only like half a dozen or so of them, maybe 10 at the most, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. That's how a computer works, So you get into things that are like, sound scary, like an SSD or an NVMe or a regular hard disk drive that plugs in through SATA. You realize you're talking about the same thing. It's just how fancy a one do you want? How fast a one do you want? What technology to store data on your computer do you want? It's not hard. So opening up a traffic signal cabinet's the same way. It's like, okay, we have power that comes in. You got to knock it down to a useful voltage. You maybe have some batteries to be a battery backup. You have the main computer that kind of everything plugs into that does the decision making. You've got an input to know if a car has shown up. You've got the output checker to make sure that you're not giving two green lights to opposite streets. And then you have some equipment to protect the equipment. Equipment to protect the equipment. Relays and things that protect the equipment. And then you run it up the pole. And you're like, okay, that's not too bad. I get that, And so I really enjoyed it because until he opened up the cabinet for me, I knew there was a controller, but every other part in the traffic signal cabinet, I had kind of learned about independently, and I couldn't mentally tie them all together. It was like dust blowing in the wind. And now I could comprehensively be like, okay, this plugs into this plugs into this goes to there, and I go, okay, none of this is scary. And as I tell people who get intimidated working on their own cars, my dad taught me to work on cars partly because that's just how we were able to afford to have cars growing up. And later when I was a teen, that's the only way I could have a car, was take the broken car and kind of keep it going. And most stuff on the car, it may be labor intensive, but it's not nearly as intimidating as it seems. Changing a starter motor out is intimidating, but if you got the time and the patience, it's really not that bad, but it seems intimidating. And so traffic signal cabinets are the same way. I think with a little bit of coaching, you or me or anybody could, in a matter of a few months, be a pretty decent little signal technician. I think it's an industry that is looking for people. So if you're in a situation in life where you have, you're looking for some kind of a job, you might ask around, even just look up a company that does traffic signal maintenance and just call them and just say, hey, I know I don't have any experience in this, but it's really interesting to me, and I don't know if you guys are looking to hire people to train or if your competitor is, or I don't know, I might ask around. But that was kind of the impression I got, is that in a lot of places they sometimes struggle to hire capable, talented people. But it's also a small industry too. But as far as how was the trip, it was good. It was fast. earlier in the stream, I was talking about it some as well, that I gave him like 4 or 5 days notice, which is asking a lot, saying, hey, I may be out your way I hadn't left California yet, so it was also fast for me. But the way circumstances have worked out, I said, I'll happen to be in Alabama for something else. That's why there were some YouTube shorts. And would you want to film, like, I think it was on December 22nd or something. Like, it's right before Christmas. And he's like, no problem. And so he gave me a better part of a day. We met up at, traffic signal like 2 blocks from my hotel. It's interesting. Gulfport, Mississippi is not a town that traditionally thought about, well, the whole southeast of the United States hadn't really thought about people might want to walk places or might need to walk places. And so my hotel was walking distance to the intersection, but the major road there, that, US highway, it had sidewalks farther up and sidewalks on the other side, but where it meets Interstate 10, it's a cloverleaf. And so I was originally trying to figure out, how do I play chicken and walk through that intersection the morning of the shoot. I was with my sister and I loaned her my car, that's why. So I didn't want to keep her stranded in her hotel room all day. So I said, here's my car, use it, I'll walk over to the shoot. And thankfully, traffic light doctor, he heard about that and he goes, oh no, I'll just swing by and pick you up. So I didn't have to walk through the cloverleaf, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. If you have anybody has subsequent more specific questions, I'm sure, but off the top of my head, that's what comes to mind here. But yeah, thanks again, Tex Gaming, for your super chat there. Happy Ducky Man again, hi, says something good to talk about. My favorite freeway sign, A Street, downtown. I can imagine that in my head, because it sounds like a street downtown, like a very unspecific freeway sign. I'm trying to think where I've seen that. I don't think there was an off-ramp for it. As I say, Salem, Oregon has one of the through streets is D Street, and I don't know why, and I don't even mean it as like the D kind of joke or anything, but just something about the way that sound, D Street, like the t sound, that every time I would see D Street, I would just blurt out, D Street. I don't know. So A Street. So the idea of A Street downtown would be, it would be an overhead freeway sign letting you know this is the exit to A Street. And then sometimes you put what's there. Caltrans does this a lot, where they'll say, I'm trying to I can't even think of a specific example, but Sepulveda Boulevard, Lawndale, right? So it's the name of the street and the city that you're exiting to. Around LA, they do that a lot. And it's just sort of the Caltrans way. And so you could have a sign that's letting you know this is the downtown exit, but it's not 1955 anymore. We don't just put up a sign that says downtown with an arrow. Like, people want to know what street they're exiting to. I've noticed even out in the country more and more, it used to be they just have I'll use Utah as an example. Most of Utah's rural. Everybody lives in a kind of dense cluster where there's water. And then you leave the Salt Lake City metro area and it's scattered in small towns. And when they built the interstates, a lot of times they'd have to build an interchange for like 2 farms, because you had to provide reasonable access to property owners. And so they used to put up signs that would just say ranch exit, because there was no street name. And then when you get to a small town, it would just have the name of the small town. And now I'm noticing more and more, they will give every street a name if it doesn't have one, because they want to let you know you're exiting to a certain street. So it won't be, like there's a town, Beaver. It won't just say Beaver and exit. It'll say, Beaver Main Street, or whatever the name of the street is. But which, if your mind's going there, that is tourism that the town leans into, by the way. You can buy a bumper sticker to celebrate your pride of the city of Beaver, and put a sticker in your car that says, I heart Beaver. All right, moving on. So A Street downtown would be kind of the same thing of the downtown exit be A Street downtown. So yeah, let me know what city that's in, because it would be fun to see that sign. All right, thank you very much for your super chat, and I'll get caught up here. We got more coming up, but I want to kind of reset for those maybe just joining us now. We're in Houston, and you notice this is just your typical suburban neighborhood, right? Single family houses, maybe 2 stories tall, somebody showing their proud support for Ukraine, and right here in the middle, not on a major street, not on a commercial boulevard, definitely not in the downtown, you have this high-rise building right here that just sort of doesn't fit in with anything else around it. You say, how on earth did they get a zoning variance to build something this ridiculously tall? I can't even get it into the frame. And the answer is, Houston doesn't have zoning, like, at all. Houston is famous for basically letting property owners build whatever they want on their property, and let the market determine what belongs here, rather than a bunch of busybodies at a city council. And I used to think the idea was ridiculous, but then after dealing with unaffordability forever and ever and ever, I'm kind of starting to warm up to the idea. Because if you can let the market determine what gets built, aesthetically it may be horrible. It may not fit in at all. But you know what? There's a whole bunch of people now who can live, work, and play in Houston, USA, because this thing got built. And it got built in an area where the market wanted it, not in a place that was way far outside of town or sitting on unbelievably expensive land downtown, because that was the only place you're allowed to go. Because if you think about it, this building, the steel and concrete and parking garages and everything else that goes into building this thing is already so enormously expensive. And so we can only build these in the few limited spots. Land that's not just expensive because it's a desirable area where people want to live, and enough people like this would want to rent or buy a condo. It's also where there's government permission to be able to build. Those are the 3 things that make the value of your house. There's the structure, but that's down in value because the structure sits out in the rain and slowly rots away. There's the land, that can go up in value because amenities and things, the desire of people to want to own that land and use that land may go up. But the third thing that we don't talk about, that I argue is contributing to unaffordability in the United States right now, is the government permission for there to be a dwelling unit on that land. Well-intended neighbors who act as busybodies in elected city councils that even fight their own planning departments, who scream and say, hey, we need to up the zoning in this neighborhood or allow more flexibility for property owners to respond to what the free market demands. And they go, no, that'll look ugly. And then they use their existing resident veto power to fight the free market and push you out. And that's happening in every single city in the United States except for Houston. That's why I can't ever dream of owning anything in California, because this would not be possible in 49 other states. And so I want to argue that Houston today would be a whole lot more unaffordable. The sprawl would be a whole lot worse. The commutes would be a whole lot longer if it weren't for buildings like these by right being able to be built, because Houston does not have zoning. Now, I looked up on their website. I go, well, there's got to be a few things. Oh, we got to talk about this too here in a minute. I forgot. There's got to be a few things that they do control. So they do control land around the airport. Thou shalt not build this at the end of the runway. Makes sense. How the land is subdivided. So I can't sell you a strip of land that's this wide. There are some rules. Parking requirements. You notice there's the first few floors here. That's actually a parking garage. They did a good job of disguising it. It doesn't look like a parking garage. Broadcast towers, historic preservation, And then trees, I've noticed Houston has a lot of trees, and it's kind of well, you can't just cut down a tree unless there's development that justifies it, in which case what's your landscape plan to kind of restore trees around the new development? Or if the tree's diseased, you can cut it down, but I can't just come in and buy a lot and chop all the trees down. Houston doesn't like that. And then an evergreen buffer, and maybe we'll see this here in a minute, but where you have like a commercial use, which is allowed in a neighborhood. You can open up you'd be driving through a neighborhood, there's like little mini marts and things in the neighborhood because the free market demands it. So they have a little walkable mini mart, but they like you to have like 10 or 15 feet of trees or bushes to kind of buffer that from the nearby house. So, but anyway, it's kind of interesting. And then also, before we get back to the super chats, I have, let's see here. I've got this letter. So I wonder if I should open it now. I have some friends who sent me this, and they said I need to read it before. I was supposed to read it at the top of the show here, and I forgot. I haven't. This is not a bit. Like I haven't read this, but they insist I read what they wrote on the show. Okay. So here goes. Dear Rob, whose actual name is Frank, by the way. Okay, not really, it's Rob, but I thought that would be funny to say. Okay, starting over. Dear Rob, first of all, congratulations. You've successfully grown your YouTube channel from a small audience of one unfortunate soul sitting next to you on a coach flight from Burbank to Salt Lake City to a massive audience of 200,000 people. You've taught us about tapered merges, zipper merges, parallel merges, yet somehow at 40 years old, you still haven't managed to merge yourself into a relationship. For those watching who might not know, Rob sees people the way he sees a road or a bridge. He observes the unique designs, features, and even the flaws, but doesn't just sit and judge it. He learns about it, how it got there, why it was built, how it was built, and he grows his passion and appreciation for it. Seeing it as unique and special beyond what others may see, and ladies, this could be you too. Now, Rob, I know it's hard for you to meet people. I've known you for almost 20 years, and it feels like there's always two excuses you give for why it's hard for you to meet people. First excuse, you're constantly out and about on the road. You're spending your time either working on a video project or you're helping your friends and family across the country with their needs. I honestly believe this excuse is noble. But remember, I lived with you for a couple years, and I learned that you do, in fact, enjoy establishing roots regardless of how much you travel. Now, the second excuse, you say it's hard for you to connect with new people, and that's right. It's hard for you to connect simply because there's not a ton of places at which to socialize. Whenever I drag you to a karaoke bar with me, you've usually run into women who didn't fit the profile because they were smoking and were a little rowdy when drunk, or were on their third baby daddy, and you found this a turnoff. You wanted to build a relationship that started over an engaging conversation about life, favorite movies, and why cats make good company on 2,000-mile road trips, but not with the pickup lines like, how many shots have you had so far tonight, baby? Because I counted 6. But for once in your life, I'm asking you to put the excuses aside. Well, the cops are coming to arrest me. They really don't like this letter. Maybe I get lucky and not at the... All right. It's an ambulance for my heart attack. Continuing the letter. So let me cut to the chase. You see, Rob, you have 200,000 subscribers. Statistically speaking, at least one of them, or someone they know, is an intelligent, kind, attractive, always enjoys listening to you talk about roads for 20 minutes at a time. And all of this, by the way, is a very specific and promising demographic. So here's the proposal that I'm using to hijack your live stream. For any women who are listening right now, either during this live stream or playback, this is your sign. Rob may not always leave his comfort zone, but when he does, he's open, genuine, and all in. He's not overly flashy nor chaotic. He's steady and reliable. I'd say the human equivalent of well-poured concrete. Ladies, if you're thinking, honestly, I'd let this good-looking guy explain traffic patterns to me over dinner, then I'm asking you reach out to Rob. Say hi, and remember that sometimes the best highways are not the ones you planned, but the ones you're brave enough to take. So reach out and send that message to Rob, maybe right now or maybe after less than 6 shots. But you can do it, and you'll be happy you did. In conclusion, best wishes, Rob. Remember, 40 years old. It's just about the time you repave the road again. So in my opinion, you're about to get a fresh start. Your friend Alex. P.S. You have another live stream in a month or 2, and I will write another letter. Well, all right. That was interesting. So there you go. I'm not going to read it twice. I don't even know how to respond to that. That wasn't what I was expecting. So, if you or a sister you know, anyway, get in touch with the news at roadguyrob.com, I guess. Can we move on, please? All right. Next super chat from, let's see, Adam Buster 6264. Again, good to see you. Writes a question: is it simple to rezone a football field sized parking lot into housing or other uses on mall property with the transit center? One of the challenges, sorry, I'm still shook up from that. What happens when you tell a friend, I need you to read a letter, no questions asked. And I'm like, well, we've been friends for 20 years. Sure. I don't know what kind of bit this is going to be. Anyway, I wasn't expecting that. When you build a mall, one of the concerns you run into is you're going to generate a lot of vehicle trips coming to the mall. And so you want to make sure that the road network can handle the traffic arriving. You also want to make sure you can store the vehicles on site. Otherwise, it imposes a cost of the neighborhood around it. If you imagine you built a mall but didn't have any parking, and so all the neighborhoods nearby, everybody parks in the street, which would be it's a good use of a public good, right? You know, having people park on taxpayer-funded roads that are already there. It's a good, efficient use of the space. But we live in a democracy, and neighborhoods don't like that. So they're going to elect representatives who go to the city council, or they'll go to meetings themselves, and basically say, hey, we don't want this mall getting built near our neighborhood if it means people are going to park in our neighborhoods, and now every time I have a family dinner, nobody can park in front of my house, you know. So they go, okay, well, we'll just require the mall to put in enough parking to serve the people who are going to show up to the mall. Cool, that's a reasonable idea. Well, the challenge you run into is, well, how do you know how many people are going to show up? Because you haven't built the mall yet, you know. So over the years, the Institute of Transportation Engineers have gone out and sampled different types of businesses and counted typically how many cars park there, and then tried to relate it to the size of the business. So the idea is, if you have a restaurant, typically how many cars are there relative to the number of tables? It's not a horrible idea, but the problem is it's one of these where it needs big data, and big data hasn't shown up. If there was some way you could take like all the aerial photography of the whole country and using a bit of intelligence, identify different types of businesses and have a computer count the number of cars, and you could end up with huge sample sizes. Like, you've inspected every Costco in the country, and you know typically how many people show up to a Costco relative to the square foot of the Costco. You could have a pretty good estimate of how many parking spots a Costco would need based on its size. But if you look at the parking generation manual, because it's college students for, you know, $100 going out as a group to count it, some of these, like restaurants, will have a sample size of like 7. That meant out of the whole country, since the beginning of the parking manual, they've only ever gone out and inspected 7 restaurants and then tried to make an estimate based on that. And I'm not a king in statistics, but even I know you need a sample size of at least 30, you know, to kind of even begin to play with the data. And so there's probably in a lot of the parking generation manual, there's a lot of outliers. And I think they bias toward oversupplying parking. But we don't stop there. Cities, out of an abundance of caution, because residents really don't want the parking lot fill up, go beyond it. So they'll say, okay, we want to be on the high side. So if the parking generation manual has a spread of, this is about what we think you need in number of spaces, they'll say, we're going to go for the high side. And then the bank comes in and they go, well, we want to make sure that if you go out of business, if we're lending to build this project, that it's an attractive property that other people are going to want to rent, and they're not going to want to rent a place without any more parking, so you should put in extra parking. And then the store themselves may be like, well, you know, if somebody shows up at our Walmart and there's no parking spots at Walmart, they might stop going to Walmart entirely, so we better put in extra parking. So by the time we're done, I think we probably provide double the amount of parking we need, or triple the amount of parking we need. and the other too is they're trying, like Costco, other than a few cases like Burbank, I think the only time I've ever seen Costco totally full was maybe like the Saturday before Easter, and everybody was going out to buy their shopping for their, I think it was Easter. It was one of those holidays that's really big with Catholics, and then like the whole family gets together. And then like maybe the day before Thanksgiving or something like that, or the last Saturday and Sunday before Christmas, you know. But the rest of the year, that parking lot is really oversupplied. And I would kind of argue maybe you can't force Costco to get rid of parking spots, but you don't have to require, right? Now, and maybe Costco is a bad example. Trader Joe's and Costco are ones where I go, yeah, the parking lot's just fine. But Walmart's oversupplied, and most grocery store parking lots are very, very oversupplied. Malls are oversupplied. And so the funny thing I've seen with a mall is they had this huge parking lot that was never full, and they wanted to tear out part of the parking lot and put it in another business. And so to meet minimum parking requirements, they then had to build a parking garage, attach it to the mall. A good example of this, if you want to look, is Provo Town Center. They built a movie theater, but to replace the parking that the movie theater would cover, they built underground, or you know, the movie theater was on the second floor, and then they kept the parking lot underneath, and then it's like a garage. But the rest of the mall parking lot never filled. It was absolutely unnecessary. And that's just not an efficient use of space. So to go back to your original question, what would it take to change that? And the answer is, I think getting residents warmed up to the idea that empty parking spaces don't make money. Full parking spots kind of make money, but there's a lot of empty ones. There was a guy named, he's passed away now, he was, I think, a professor at UCLA, named Donald Shoup, and he was sort of the expert on this. He was really zealous about this, to the point where he wanted to see where basically you almost never had parking lots. You have a restaurant, you just park on the street and pay the meter, and may the best man win of who wants the spot the most will pay the most, you know, which as somebody who loses a lot of bids means a lot of walking for somebody like me, because I'm going to maybe have them park far away. So Donald Shoup's writing was very idealistic, and I disagreed with him a lot. I regret that I never got a chance to reach out to him and interview. I always had him on my list, and I sort of assumed he would always be there. And then at some point I'd have a good, vigorous story about him, where by getting in and sort of arguing with him, I help him tell his point, right? But he passed away about a year and a half ago or so, and so I'll never have that privilege. But he had some good ideas of what you could do to make parking lots smaller. So one I thought was clever is, okay, you have a big shopping center, you don't really build malls anymore, but like a giant big box shopping center going in. So one of the things you could do is say, well, go ahead and save the amount of room you need for the parking that you think you would require, but only require half of that parking lot to get built now. Leave the rest of it as grass and just mow it. right? Throw a few trees on it, and it's just open space. And yeah, it's a waste of land to just have a big undeveloped chunk of land, but at least it's prettier than a parking lot. And then if the neighborhood starts complaining after the development opens that the parking lot's not big enough, then you can cut into that grass and make the parking lot a little bit bigger, and potentially even a little bit bigger, potentially all the way to the point where you pave the whole thing, but only as you see a problem and people complain about it. If after a period of time, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, nobody complains, then open up that land for additional development. And then now you have a parking lot that's a better size. So I thought that was a really clever idea. Another one is to look at the adjoining land uses, right? So if you have a classic example is an office building and a apartment building share a parking garage or even share a parking lot. I'm gonna be home from like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., right? And I'm gonna be at work from like 7 a.m. to 4:30 or 5, right? They're complete inverse of each other in theory. And so the apartment lot's gonna empty out right when you need spaces for workers, and the office lot's gonna empty out when you need room for employees, and so they're complementary to one another. And so I was like, okay, that's pretty clever too. So little things like that, a lot of it's getting creative. It's not coming at people and lecturing to them and say, well, the car is evil, and don't you care about climate change, and we're paving paradise and putting up a parking lot, and you're a monster with your SUV, and therefore I'm attacking you, the monster. Okay, that's your city council campaign, that's your pitch to voters, good luck in November, you know. But if you come at it with like things people do care about, of like, you know, our city could be a lot more beautiful than it is because we have too much parking. And so the areas that don't have enough parking, we leave them alone. We make their parking lots even bigger. But at other places, like the grocery store, we allow them to redevelop part of their parking lot, and then the city makes more money, and that's more revenue and property tax and in sales tax, and maybe that extra revenue can help either lower the tax burden for you as a resident or allow us to provide more services, you know, that we've always wanted, right? Economic vitality. So like make that argument rather than, and that's what I like about Carmel, Indiana. They warmed me up to that idea that maybe doing the environmentalist altruism argument is a losing battle. Maybe go for the business angle, because they align. Like good ideas are good ideas. Just, something can be good for the environment and good for business because it's just simply a good idea. And I think a big unused parking lot is bad for the environment. It's bad for business. So sorry, that's my cue to stop and have a refreshing glass of this live stream is not sponsored by Ozarka bottled water, proudly Texan. Ozarka? The Ozarks, those are up in like Missouri. Unless there's like an Ozarka River or something. Proudly sourced in Pinewood Spring, Wood City, Moffett Spring, Walker City, Roar Spring, and Henderson City. All right. Oh, okay. Let's keep walking, and we'll find the next topic to talk about. Thanks again, Adam, for your question. Yeah, parking was a fun one to learn about in school here. Let's see. Yeah, let me show you some of what we got going on this street here. I wish my gimbal had shown up. So this is not a major boulevard here. You know, you'd think a high-rise building in the middle of a neighborhood, you go, yeah, well, that happens all over the country because you end up with, you know, a major street. This is just a neighborhood collector. You know, it's nothing that's screaming huge. But it is kind of interesting because you have mixed use along this street. So what would in any other city be an outright single family only neighborhood, and relatively close to downtown Houston too, where those neighborhoods get sometimes preserved the most because they know if the free market had its way, a lot of the neighborhood would get knocked down because it's desirable. And so like here we have an old house, but somebody's turned it into like a doctor's office, right? The front yard's parking, but it's covered in trees and it looks pretty nice. And so I think it's a clever reuse of the space that still fits in with what they're trying to do. I know planners talk about this idea of a form-based code, where it's like, okay, well, we're still going to do zoning, but instead of regulating what type of use that it is, we'll instead regulate how it looks. And so we say, okay, we'll create this whole form-based code that it's got to look like a house, but it could be a business, but only in these spots that we say. And I'm arguing, well, but the market is saying a doctor's office should go here. And, you know, if I lived next door to that doctor's office, I wouldn't be too upset. It seems like a pretty nice neighbor, you know. Not sure what happened here. It looks like a house got knocked down. Well, it wasn't a house though, because it's got a big business driveway. So I'm not sure what's going on here. It looks like not only is it a house, but maybe the house is some kind of business now, but they, a long time ago, looks like, built a little shop front and provided a little bit of parking. That's probably a reasonable amount. But most of the customers of whatever this little shop was parked right here on the street. We talk all the time, you know, the planners do, about how we need more stuff like this. But you know the problem when we try to do stuff like this through planning, we build Disneylands. We build something that's like it's kind of the difference between an HOA and houses that grow organically. So here's some kind of a, I don't know what a Houston hill is, but you know, fits in with the neighborhood. It almost looks like it got attached to a house. Like there was an existing house and then they sort of built this wraparound on it. But anyway, we talk all the time about wanting to do these kind of creative land uses that are very mixed use. But because we come in and say, thou shalt do it here or there or whatever, we end up with like one developer coming in and controlling the whole thing. And it's part of a planned unit development, you know, a special kind of like one-time permission that's only allowed in a certain spot. And there's all kinds of concessions that you have to make. This is not California. They're not going to stop. It's going to be a while before we get across here. And basically you have to build almost like an HOA to govern the thing because there's so many conditions to that mixed use going into effect. You know, I think about, there's a neighborhood called Disney Celebration. This guy gonna stop? No, I'm at a corner. And they still didn't stop. Oh my gosh, it's a corner. They just went around. Man, even by Utah standards, this is bad. Nope, not gonna stop. Yeah, California, there's like the third car would have stopped. All right, screw it, hit me. I need the lawsuit. I'm at the corner. Hey, whoa, crossing here, man. You're not even looking. Jeez Louise, what is wrong with this state? All right. I saw a YouTube short the other day of a personal injury attorney. I forget his name, but he's like, you know, is this entrapment or is this person liable for what he did or whatever? So that guy did one about stings in California where they would go out at an unmarked crosswalk, which is a corner, right? And purposely have plainclothes officers cross the street, and then a motor officer would chase after him. I mean, I get it if I was wearing dark clothes, that guy, but oh, I'm seeing the replay here. I guess you guys missed out seeing the guy's face because I was busy trying not to get hit. Yeah, I was crossing the street here. Yeah, so the car. Yeah, anyway, well, that was fun. I wish I'd turned the camera so you could have seen, but anyway, I'm just glad I didn't get hit. But the, all right, where are we here? Question is it entrapment to have a plainclothes officer go out in the street, because otherwise there would have been no crime, because the guy wouldn't have been crossing the street if the person doesn't stop for the unmarked crosswalk. And the argument that the judges have ruled is, well, the guy was going to, it doesn't matter if it's a plainclothes officer or not, the plainclothes officer was still a pedestrian crossing the street. That's not necessarily entrapment, that's just, you didn't stop for the pedestrian. And so I'm just astonished at a neighborhood like this in Houston. I understand if I was crossing a busier street, but a neighborhood like this, and I'm wearing a big old vest, like, how do you miss a big orange vest? I don't know. All right, let's get caught back up to where we were. Oh, we got another double-digit super chat. Thank you very much from Keep Me Conscious. Always a good idea. Keep Me Conscious writes, I've heard rumors of a bill in Arizona that speed limits on certain highways. Yeah, Interstate 8. What are your thoughts on removing speed limits on those arrow straight highways in the West? One of the challenges we have with the freeways is there's a design speed on them. It's why we don't have true American Autobahns, because the interstate was designed with kind of a mindset people were going about 70 miles an hour. And so, yeah, arrow straight sections, but you do still have ramps. You still are trying to think through, like at the safety conference I was just at, one of the things that they talk about is you have a big, like a crash guardrail, but a crash guardrail is a spear right on the side of the road. So let's say you have like this tree is a concrete post and cars are going by on the freeway at like 60 miles an hour. Okay, so I put this metal guardrail up to block you from hitting the tree so you don't skid sideways, hit it, and get killed. But the end of the guardrail is metal. Well, that would be a spear, right? So if you're coming 60 miles an hour, you start drifting to the side of the road, and that comes through your engine bay, through your windshield, and it basically lances everybody in the car, and you get killed. So they put an end treatment on the end of it that's designed to kind of collapse. So when you hit it, it absorbs all that energy so the guardrail doesn't go into your car. Well, they make assumptions on that the Freeway 65, right? And I think they actually design it for even a slightly slower speed than that, because they assume that you're going off the pavement and you slow down a little bit and then you hit it. So it's assuming you're going from like 65 or 70 down to that speed. Well, what if you're doing 120, right? And if I'm correct on the physics, mass times velocity squared. The mass stays the same, but now the velocity is doubled, but it's doubled squared, so it's 4 times the amount of force. And that hardware is just not going to be set up for it. So I think that's kind of my concern is, I don't know if this is true, but I'd be willing to bet the auto has probably a continuous barrier the whole road. There never is an end treatment. It's built in such a way that you're never going to strike a rigid object or a guardrail end treatment or a crash attenuator or something, would be my guess. I'm trying to figure out how else they would make it safe for a vehicle that leaves the roadway. What they call that a single vehicle crash, right? You're driving along, you get texting on your phone because you're not paying attention, and you go off the side of the pavement and you roll your car. So they have all these kinds of rules about the embankment on the side of the pavement. It's got to go downhill so the water goes away from the road when it rains. But if you make it too sharp, you go off the edge, it's like going off a cliff, you roll your car, you get killed. But if they make it nice and shallow and give you a lot of room, you can go off the pavement, hillbilly drive for, a few hundred feet before you hit anything. And yeah, your car's all messed up, but at least you're okay. So those are the kind of things that you need to think about if you're engineering a road for 100 plus miles an hour that was not put into Interstate 8 back when they built it. So I think that's a very real concern. And the other is, to be honest, the quality of German drivers versus American drivers. The old story was years ago, BMW went and did a focus group. This would have been in the 1980s, to ask what American customers wanted. And the thing they got back was cup holders. And to a German driver, especially in the 1980s, the thought of a cup holder was like bonkers. It's like asking for a TV in the dashboard. Is this not the car? You say it's a living room? It's a car. And so I just think, I don't know. I think we're kind of in a sweet spot right now where we have something that's enforceable. 75, 80 miles an hour. It's something we can design to, the engineers can design to that. But there's some usually permissiveness of in a 75, if somebody gets going 85, they're probably not going to get pulled over. So there's kind of a reasonable maximum around 80, 85 miles an hour. I've noticed states that have 80 zones, Wyoming and Utah and others, do get pretty strict. They don't give you that 10 mile an hour threshold over 80, because at that point you're at 90. So that people do start getting pulled over about 85. But I think it just comes down to, and the car too. The crumple zone on the front of the car, is it designed for 100 miles an hour? I don't know, And so I think that's my worry, is that most drivers are probably going to still do what they feel is safe, and they're going to be going about 80 miles an hour anyway. And then you're going to get some doofus who's late for an appointment or bored, or heard, hey, in Arizona there's no speed limit, let's all grab our Porsches and go out there and give it a whirl. And they're going to be mixing together with the minivan that's doing 75, that's just trying to get by. Think about the one in the movie Cars that it's like squeaking, beep, 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 and it's just not real compatible with. There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot to unpack there. Myself, if you were to put it to a vote for me, yes or no, unlimited speed limit in Arizona, I'd probably say no, as long as the speed limit's 75 or 80, But if you want to go back and kind of see and experiment with this, in the late 1990s, the Clinton administration signed off on a bill Congress passed that eliminated any federal control over speed limits. There originally wasn't. 10th Amendment of the Constitution, the roads belong to the states, the federal government just helps pay for it. But the federal government puts conditions on those roads, like if you're going to get federal aid for that road, you can't charge a toll. They added a condition in the Nixon years. Congress and Nixon signed a law that created the national speed limit by statute of 55 miles an hour to save energy during the fuel crisis. And then over the years, I think it got relaxed to 65, and then in the Clinton administration, they repealed it entirely. And so that's where all of a sudden overnight, you started seeing speed limits going up, 70, 75 in rural areas, and it kind of crept up to about 75 or 80, and that's kind of where it's maxed out. And I just think it would have, if it was safe to go faster than that, we would have kept creeping up higher and had 90 or 100 mile an hour speed limits. I think we stopped at 80 because that's kind of the like roll off on the curve before it starts making it real dangerous. But I don't have data to back that up. That just intuitively seems like what's going on. But if you want a case study, when that happened, Montana, rural Montana, had unlimited speed limits during the day. And what happened with theirs, why it went away, is that night they put in a speed limit called safe and prudent. So safe and prudent during the day, and then it had a different speed limit at night. And the judge, when people would be driving too fast at night, then it brought into question, well, safe and prudent isn't really legally definable, it's too arbitrary. And so eventually Montana just settled on 75 daytime, 65 night, or something like that. So anyway, good question, and it'll be fun to see. I suspect it won't pass, and if it does, I suspect Arizona's governor will veto it, but we'll find out. Let's see, what else we got here? I want to make sure I'm not missing any super chats. Here we go. Death the People, or DEA, the People, 6882. Thanks for super chat. Said, what did you think of the Interstate Highway 35 next? Oh man, it's breaking my heart because I reached out to TxDOT because I wanted to interview someone for that and do like just a killer story on that. 35 next is north of downtown Austin. They need to widen the freeway. And for reasons I don't know, because I was unfortunately, they declined the opportunity for me to interview somebody. I don't know why, instead of widening the freeway, they've decided to build twin viaducts that are elevated way up high in the air that go for like 20 miles. This would have been like my favorite story of the whole year, but without anybody to interview, I'm stuck. The story's not going to happen. It's dead. So it just breaks my heart. But seeing it was cool. I have some theories on maybe why they did it, but I'm not going to bring you a video with my theories. My theory is, in Texas, you have the frontage roads on both sides of the freeway. And so when you don't just exit the freeway to like a street, you slip off onto this kind of high-speed frontage road, and that connects to the businesses and to the cross streets. And the frontage road's down on the ground and goes through all the stoplights, and then you have a ramp and you slip back out, to the freeway where you go over all the cross streets. So what 35 next would do is just build an elevated structure with 3 lanes in each direction up high, and it would fly over the on and off cross streets, I think purposely not connecting to them. And the idea is local traffic is on the ground level, long distance traffic is up high. And so somebody who's just trying to get out to Austin and go 5 or 10 miles gets up on the upper deck and zooms out. And then people who aren't going that far, well, they get on and off at the lower deck, right? It also means normally you tear down a freeway, you tear it all down, you widen it, and you rebuild it. They can keep the old freeway. They don't have to completely knock it all down. They're not having to buy out all the businesses on the frontage roads, which they'd have to do if they're widening the footprint of the freeway because they're up high. There must be enormous cost savings to do that to offset the enormous cost of building huge viaducts up in the air. And those are the kind of questions I wanted to ask and to learn about, but I just got the email back yesterday saying they just said they are declining on the opportunity, but they wish me well while I'm in Texas. But it's a bummer because it kills that story, and now we'll never find out. So anyway, it's too bad. All right, where are we at here? Oh, we got more super chats. I see a lot of yellow here. Hold on. What do we got here? But yeah, thanks again, Death the People, 6882. All right, we got Brickatech 420. Good to see you, Brickatech. Brickatech writes, I am absolutely livid at the Phoenix City Council killing Capital West Extension because the legislature bullying and Waymo bought the mayor, and that asking ADOT to have Waymo as part of Valley Metro. Okay, let's first start with that, and then I got to look up what this project is they killed, because I haven't been following it that closely. I had a transit planner come speak to us when we were in college, and talk about how one of the challenges you have running a transit service is you're trying to cover everybody, because the transit isn't just about providing what the stated goal of transit is, of having, you know, safe and efficient transportation to move masses of people from point A to point B. It's also kind of a social welfare program. There's a lot of people who can't drive, and so you want to make sure that they're still able to participate in the economy, because that's just the morally right thing to do. And you also don't want them to try to drive, you know. They've had 4 or 5 DUIs, you want to have enough transit available. But let's say you got somebody who's like mentally not in a condition to drive. And so they don't have a driver license, they'll never drive, they've got a mental or physical disability. And so they qualify for paratransit, where you drive a bus all the way up to their house and then take a custom route to go pick them up. Or you run a bus service through their neighborhood just in case they need the ride. They did the math on that and figured out that sometimes those rides could be like $500 or $600 per person, because you have a lot of dead time where the buses are running with nobody in them, or just the amount of vehicle and staffing you have to provide to go drive all the way to someone's house. And they were arguing, back then it wasn't Waymo, it was Uber and Lyft, but they were saying it's cheaper for $500 or $600 if we just gave them a pass and said, here, take a ride on Uber, because the Uber ride's going to be what, $30-$40, you know. To taxpayers, it's a whole lot cheaper than hundreds of dollars. And the guy wasn't coming at it as a let's privatize transit. I mean, this guy he worked for a transit agency. He was pro-transit. He's just trying to figure out how to take a limited amount of money and stretch it to provide the most value to the most people. Because if you are burning up $500 or $600 a trip to provide, you know, a trip to a person in need who you're kind of legally required to provide, and certainly morally required to provide, that's $500 or $600 of service you cut from a different line that might have benefited 10 people or 20 people, you know. And so all of a sudden, all these trips are burning up the money, and then you don't have money over here to improve service on this busier line. So I understand that there may be, especially if Waymo could get to the point where it actually becomes cheap, which I haven't seen so far. So far, my one and only Waymo ride was pretty expensive. But if you could get it where it's really cheap, and it could pick off some of these really expensive outlier trips and make it part of the system, so that you could reinvest that money into the high capacity lines, that could be a really good thing. The issue is it altruistic, or is it somebody just trying to privatize the transit system? And that I don't know. Good gravy. The guy's riding a scooter down the street, and saints be praised. That guy's going to stay alive. Now, you mentioned Valley West, so I got to look this up. Another one of these we're explore together here. So Valley West project in Phoenix. Valley West project, Phoenix. My mind's trying to do two things. The Phoenix City Council, it's the expansion of Valley Metro Light Rail to West Phoenix using a new 10-mile extension along Indian School Road. The project pivots away from the previous plan to a new alignment. The new focus is a 10-mile extension aimed at connecting Central Phoenix to the West Phoenix corridor. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not educated enough on that project to know what happened. I know in California we had a big win for transit. The Metro Council. So LA's geography, you have up in the north the San Fernando Valley that famously has had like no rail transit It has a population bigger than most states because of a law in the early 1990s where somebody who either was really pro-transit or really anti-transit, I don't know which, passed a law to say that if rail transit came to the San Fernando Valley, it could not be light rail that goes on the ground. It has to be genuine underground subway. And that killed transit because it's like making the cost 10 times what it would have been as light rail. So the San Fernando Valley got clever. If you watched a lot of my old videos, one of them I talked about the Orange Line, which is a bus rapid transit line that runs along what would have been a light rail corridor. But in fact, I was talking to a student who now works at a consulting firm. He was telling me that I guess Metro's working in the next year or two to add crossing arms that'll come down. So as the bus goes by, the gate ding, ding, ding will come down. And what I want to go see is, are they going to put up signs that say railroad? I mean, they can't put up a sign that says railroad crossing. So they're going to put like one of those yellow circular things, but just put bus, or I don't know. But anyway, a bus crossing gate that comes down. But so one of the wins we've had is that law has been repealed. So they're planning a light rail line along, I think, Van Nuys Boulevard. And then there's a mountain, and that mountain has like the Hollywood Hills on it, and, you know, Beverly Hills and everything. And south of that is LA, the whole west side of LA, everything west of downtown. Everything you know of is Hollywood, where O.J. Simpson's house was, like that's all the west side. LAX, Santa Monica. So there's an enormous amount of economic activity going on there, and there's people who've got to commute from the San Fernando Valley down into the main west side of LA. And the only way over is the 405 freeway. All those photos you've seen through the years of people showing a photoshopped like mountain pass with like 50 lanes, and they're all jammed. And they're like, oh, one more lane. And it's like, dude, if that thing was 50 lanes wide, it wouldn't have a problem. But it can't be 50 lanes wide. The canyon isn't wide enough. They've done a really good job, I think, squeezing 4 plus a carpool lane in each direction. And so, but that's the best you can do. That's the best you'll ever do. And there's just too much economic activity trying to get from point A to point B. Not because Californians are having a love affair with the automobile, not because people don't care about the environment, not because Americans are fat and lazy. It's because they live here, the job's there, and that's the only way between the 2 points. Now, there's like 2 or 3 one-lane roads like Coldwater Canyon and things, that Laurel Canyon that wind through the mountains. Those are jammed bumper to bumper every day. It's crazy. You're like up in these beautiful hills with mansions everywhere and really sketchy looking things that I wouldn't want to be in an earthquake, houses on stilts and stuff built 100 years ago that go for millions of dollars. And then there's a line of brake lights as far as the eye can see winding around the hills, you know. So for decades, there's been a dream of connecting transit from the San Fernando Valley to LA. And so they were looking at different options. You know, for some reason, a lot of the neighborhoods were supporting a monorail, but it would be very expensive, and I don't know, there were a lot of problems with it. But the monorail would go on the 405 freeway. The other one was a train going underground underneath their houses. But it's so deep underground, they wouldn't know it. And that one, LA Metro really thought ahead here and said, let's not just do a subway with a conductor and operators and things. Let's do an automated people mover. So an APM, and something that can operate all by itself. It's in a tunnel with a bunch of cameras and sensors and things. It can, you know, and so that way they can scale up the headways of how frequently the train rides without having to hire more people, that's a dream. And so I think they're talking about during rush hour, 4-minute headways. I mean, at that point, that's not a train, that's a sideways elevator, right? So you show up at the APM station in, you know, Sherman Oaks or wherever it is on the San Fernando Valley side, stand in line, wait for ding ding, the APM shows up, you get on, and magically 20 minutes later, you pop out on the other side on what would have been a drive that would have been 45 minutes to an hour. And then it connects to the subways that they've been, the $1 billion worth of subways they've been building out to the west side, and to transit lines and things like that. And so now all of a sudden, all these like bus lines through Hollywood, they're gonna have riders on them because they actually connects to something. You know, it's not just people starting in downtown and then kind of drifting off. It's oh wow, I can actually, you know, I work on Hollywood Boulevard, so I take the APM, I take a bus to the APM, the APM gets me over the hill so fast that the time I lose taking the bus, I still come out the same because I don't have to deal with driving. So that allows the economy to grow. So that's a huge win. So I'm sorry to hear that Phoenix had a bit of a setback, but I'm grateful sorry, I'm losing my train of thoughts. It means it's time for a drink of water here. But yeah, thank you again for the super chat. Let me get your, sorry. Brickatech, yeah. And I wish I knew more about the politics of it. But now tonight when I get back to my hotel, I'll Google it for fun. I think what I want to do next, because it's getting dark, is something I don't think I've done this before, is let's walk back to my car. I'm going to mount you on a fixed mount, and let's go look at a few other places in Houston that have some really weird mixed use things going on. Partly because I don't want to get hit by a car, and we'll talk. We got David Smith here with the super chat. 1 penny short of a double digit, so I will include you in the double digit. But David writes, April Fool's idea for next year. Horse and buggies use modern road networks in Amish country. That's not, I mean, that might just be a genuinely good story, even if it's not an April Fool's joke. I've only ever once come up with a April Fool's idea, and it was like if I teamed up with an ecologist to talk about like frogs or something, or toads, and then was going to even change my branding to be Toad Guy Rob. But I'd heard that if you mess with your branding on YouTube, there's a risk it gets frozen and you can't switch it back. I don't want that. Like for an April Fool's joke, I changed it. I know you can't change it again for 90 days, and then for 90 days I'm Toad Guy Rob. so I never did it. And I also never met with the ecologist. But generally, I kind of dislike April Fool's jokes because the practical jokes are a joke on the unsuspecting victim. It's, you tell something ridiculous to somebody to get them to believe it, spending your credibility as a person to convince them. I mean, you must have a real, you know, family members do this, right? You know, you have a really good relationship with your, you know, say your dad. And so your dad convinces you of something like really ridiculous, and then all of a sudden says, April Fools! And what he's done is undermined years and years of credibility that he spent to convince you of the thing that you would have considered ridiculous, but then he worked really hard to convince you of it, and now your relationship is slightly damaged. He gets a chuckle because he got you to believe it, but then you feel humiliated because he convinced you to believe in something ridiculous. How on earth is that good? The only person who maybe benefits a little bit from it is the person pulling the April Fool's joke, but then they pay for it later in a deteriorated relationship with their family member, right? So I'm just not a big fan of them. So unless, like I think one year I did a Facebook post or something about the interstate system expanding its way into Canada or something, but it was so obvious that it wasn't, you know what I mean? It's one thing if you're telling an April Fool's joke that's so obviously fake that you know, a person knows it's fake, and so they're in on the joke with you. You're just sharing a ridiculous premise. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of April Fool's jokes, but the topic is cool because I know you have to have a minimum amount of vehicle safety period, right? A bicycle needs to, and sorry about the bumping. Like I say, I ordered a gimbal on a, Amazon was supposed to deliver it, and it didn't show up in time. So I don't know if I'm just going to return it or save it for the next live stream, but I'm carrying you on a tripod, and so you're getting every single bump of the road here. So I know the back of the buggies, the horse and carriage buggies, have a triangle reflector, kind of like what you'd see on the back of a tractor. I think they have to have lights so that you can see them at night. So even though it's against their religion, there's certain concessions they're willing to make to increase safety, because that's bad not just for them. It's one thing if they want to put their own life in their hands to be able to go, drive a horse and buggy where they go. But the other problem they run into is the person who hits them, who's got to live with the guilt for the rest of their life, of knowing that they ended somebody's life. And Amish are good people. I don't think they want to put that kind of cost onto people. I'm just putting my tripod into the luggage compartment here. I gotta collapse it better than that. It's hard to collapse things when I'm holding a phone in one hand. I'm not used to being an influencer. Hi everyone, I just want to show you these cosmetics. Aren't they great? They look so good, girlfriend. I'm not sure how vloggers do it, but I'm going to have you point forward because that's going to be a lot more interesting than staring at just a face driving. Plus, I want to be safe and focused. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up one comment, and then I'm going to put that phone away, and I'm not going to look at the phone again until I'm at a point where I can pull over and read the next one. So like I say, we're trying something new here. Okay, put it in the phone holder. How do I do this? Oh, that's interesting. I haven't thought about that. The mic thing and the legs aren't playing nice with each other. Maybe I can do that. Okay, so then I'm sure this is a fascinating video. Watch as Rob really struggles with the all right, I guess we're going to be like that. I was going to try to raise it closer to the windshield so you don't have as much glare, but that will have to do. Okay, and the nice thing is I get some air conditioning for a moment, so I'm out of the humidity. The temperature is lovely, but it's Houston, and it feels like it's on the verge of wanting to rain, right? Okay. So, thanks again to, let's see, David Smith for your super chat. Adam Busser writes, hope Houston has a plan to fix its own... Oh, I'll turn that off here. Houston has a plan to fix its own... How do I... Ricky Martin out. Hope Houston has a plan to fix its own streets. Yeah, I haven't followed Houston maintenance, so I don't know what issues they have. There's some real weird, and we'll take a look at that tonight here, some real weird sections of pavement I've looked at where I'm like, yeah, that doesn't look great. I think on some of the bigger streets it didn't look too bad, but there was one, I can't remember the name of the street now, if it was Saint-Tropez or something like that, but I was at some corner and it looked like they just kind of patched it and patched it and patched it. And I'm wondering too if Houston has the same problem you run into with places like California can be this way, where the weather's warm and it doesn't really ever freeze, and so the pavement can last a long time. So there's kind of a thought of like, well, why would we take a perfectly good road and tear it out when it can, we just keep using it and then basically make it last, forever. But that I don't know. I'm not a pavement expert. That's something that'd be a lot of fun to take a look at. You kind of see here the reflectors we're talking about very early on in the video. I was talking some about it was at a traffic safety conference here in Houston. That was partly why I was here in Houston at all. This side street doesn't have any pavement markings at all. But one of the challenges you run into is when it rains, the rain covers up the lines, and any reflective material, the little glass beads they grind up and put in the yellow and white lines on the road, well, that gets covered up with water, and then your headlights bounce off of the water instead of bouncing off the glass beads, and then the lines disappear in the rain. So they played with saying, okay, well, then let's just get above the water. So as we'll see here in a minute when I get back on a bigger street, the raised pavement markers are it's got to be about ½ an inch above the pavement, so that way they're always above the water, and then the markers are the same color as the lines. So, you know, if it's a yellow line, there's a little yellow reflector, and then at night it shines really nicely, rain or shine. Well, I guess nighttime it wouldn't be shine, but, you know, rain or stars. And here we're crossing the Interstate 69 freeway. It looked like it was signed US 59. Interstate 69, despite its cute name, is something that a lot of states have been working on piecemeal. There hasn't been a huge federal effort, I think, to fund the whole thing, but I think it'll run from south of Houston somewhere all the way up into like Indiana. I know Indiana has some sections of I-69 that are done, so it's fun to see here. Over here too, we've got the neighborhood where the big giant project that they're going to do, where they are tearing down one of the freeways and then widening another one. So instead of downtown Houston being in this tight little loop, it'll just have a huge freeway off to the side. In fact, why don't we take a little viewer poll right now? So there's a couple of options I could drive to, and I'll pull over and take a look here in a minute. We could go downtown and look at that freeway they're going to remove. And we're fairly close to downtown. There's a neighborhood west of downtown that's got a lot of weird mixed-use stuff going on. Or we could go farther west to begin with, and there's a Costco that has a LA Fitness building on top of it, a two-story Costco. Never seen anything quite like it, as well as more skyscrapers that sort of just pop up in the middle of nowhere. So if you want to take a moment, cast a vote. I'm just going to drive a block or two here, and then I'll pull over and then see just kind of by, what do they call that in parliamentary democracy, where by acclamation, you know, where people just shout out their answer. We'll see if there's by acclamation or a third thing if you have some people, if you're a person with Houstonian knowledge who is like, no, you need to go see this. I'll take a look here, and this street, I'm not sure which street this is. We're running parallel to that freeway, so we're heading toward downtown Houston at the moment. This looks more normal, right? You look at that business off to the side there, and it's stuff that you'd expect to see on kind of a more major collector or arterial type street, you know, high-rise, mid-rise apartment building here and that sort of thing. But unlike every other city where when you go a block off its only neighborhood, you do get some weird oddities as you venture into the neighborhood, which makes it a lot of fun. And this beats my Atlanta live stream where I was doing this, but I was in a scooter. The car's a lot better air conditioned. I wish I could mount like a real high quality camera on the roof and then be able to change angles to show you different things, but I don't have that kind of setup. Here's a CVS. We'll stop here and I'll take a look at what your comments are so far, and find maybe the next topic to yammer about as I drive here. See, we talk about parking supply. Granted, it's late at night, but like this parking lot's about twice the size it needs to be. You know, I have a hard time believing this thing's ever gonna fill up. It may even be triple what it needs to be. It's okay for parking lots to fill up, you know, or get close to it. Super chat from Bennett. Thank you very much, Bennett. Bennett's the one who pitched me on the Greenville stories. Good to see you. All right, so we've got Costco, downtown, freeway, Costco, freeway, Buc-ee's all the way in Katy. No, I'm not going to go all the way to Katy tonight. Probably not. Freeway. Okay, let's go downtown and let's check out some freeways here. And I'm just going to adjust this just a little bit to be a little more straight on. I noticed you guys are kind of crooked for you. Okay. And then anybody have a topic idea? Let's see. No super chats I've missed, so I think we will just grab bag one here and see if we can find something fun here. Rob, ever see videos by Evan Edinger and his thoughts on non-car transport? No, I've actually never heard of him. I don't, it's going to sound hypocritical, but like I actually don't watch that many other transportation video channels, too many of them anyway, because last thing when I'm done with work is to go back to work, and so I'm usually watching something way off topic. I watch a lot of car YouTubers, Doug DeMiro and Hoovie's Garage, and the Car Care Nut, who's fantastic, an old Toyota mechanic up in Chicago. But why does Waymo keep adding Jaguars and not pod vehicles? Well, I think both a pod vehicle and a Jaguar are a bad idea. I'd mount it on something like a Toyota RAV4. Hey, we got a super chat. All right, we have our next topic. Lays92, good to see you again, writes, why do you think automakers prioritize SUVs over sedans? They're less gas efficient, harder to park, and fewer people overall are having kids. Okay, I love to talk. They're talking cars now, man. Okay, then I'll start wandering my way over to the freeway as we do this. So back in the 1970s, there was like no fuel economy standards, but we had the fuel crisis. We started thinking about air quality, and by the way, seeing the horizon almost looks like we're heading into a downtown, but it's not a downtown. This is just a neighborhood, just a regular old neighborhood. Nothing. That's the beauty of Houston's lack of zoning. Anyway, we're crossing the freeway again. That's partly why. I think there's a university around here. I think Rice University is nearby, so that also might be why the market's demanding higher rise. And so over the years, they've played with different fuel economy standards, and they have corporate average fuel economy, CAFE. And so the thinking was, not every car can meet the best fuel economy standard. You want to kind of have an average. So yeah, some of your cars are gas guzzly, but others are really efficient. But the idea is we want to hit some kind of a target that's this average, so that we can raise the average over time and try to promote more efficient vehicles, because that consumes less fuel, it's better for the environment, and it makes us at the time less dependent on foreign oil, because we're able to get more work done on the same amount of oil we import. So it's efficient and good, and everybody wins. Driving costs go down. So, and there were innovations that came about from it. We went from carburetors that were bad. I mean, anybody old enough, I'm just old enough that when I was a little kid, like around 1990, there were a lot of old cars on the road that still had carburetors. My family, most of our cars had carburetors because they were from the cars were from the late 70s. And carburetors were just a mechanical device that sort of mixed the air and fuel together and dumped it into the engine at kind of the right amount. And as a result, the engine never burned quite right. And so you got a lot of carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, and the car just wasn't real efficient. That's the thing the gas pedal connects to, if you don't know anything about cars, was the carburetor. It opens and closes this like valve that looks like a butterfly, and that lets the air in, which then sucks in more gas. And in the 80s, they switched to, computers had gotten better, so they switched to this computerized electronic fuel injection, where the computer could constantly be monitoring the tailpipe and figure out, oh, we need a little more fuel, a little less fuel, a little more air, a little less air, and update that many times a second. And then all of a sudden the cars burned cleaner, the car, the cars didn't need tune-ups because the car was tuning itself up constantly. The car used less fuel because it was running more efficiently. So there was a lot of good stuff with switching to fuel injection, and those CAFE standards continued to get stricter and stricter over time. And in the Bush era, George W. Bush era, it got really strict, and then and Obama continued it because we had that price shock of gasoline prices in the around 2008. And we set some pretty ambitious goals that they're possible to meet, but they were saying like eventually that average for cars needs to get to like 50 miles a gallon. And right now, even my Prius doesn't quite do that, So you're basically requiring that every car has to turn into a Prius. And that's, car makers are always looking for how to make the most money and spend the least amount of money. So they figured out a loophole. All the way back in the 70s and 80s when these fuel economy standards first started, they had it for cars, but they looked at pickup trucks and they're like, well, a pickup truck's doing work, so we'll create a standard, but it's going to be real easy to pass, And so by the 90s, they figured out, if we make a car, we could doesn't have to be a truck, we could build it like a car, but we make it a little bit taller and then advertise its off-road capability. We can sell it as a light truck, but it's not a truck with a bed. It's a sport utility vehicle. It's a utility vehicle. It's designed for like a truck. It's off-road. And so therefore, it only needs to meet the truck standard, not the car standard. And that's a lot easier to meet. So over time, they started pushing more and more of these, and they marketed them really well, tried to convince us, hey, this thing is, this is the bee's knees, this is the car. You don't want a car with a trunk, you want this big SUV. And an SUV is basically a station wagon, so it made a lot of sense. By the way, Houston has light rail. We're about to cross the tracks here. To your right, I don't have an easy way to pivot the phone holder, but to your right would be the one of the light rail stops. And here's the tracks we're about to cross over. When I went to the safety convention this past weekend, parking in downtown Houston is pretty expensive, even though there's a lot of parking lots. A lot of the lots all day, they'd want pushing $50. And so I was looking to take the train, but it's so limited. The voters of Harris County over the years only recently have shown interest in investing in transit. And so the system right now is quite small. And so even though my hotel wasn't that far away, it was on that first beltway of the 610 freeway, the first real beltway, not the little downtown loop. There's no rail that goes out to there, so I had to drive in. I parked in the neighborhood east of the freeway for free, and then walked several blocks. I like these big bumpy, I forget what they call these on the left, but if you look at the pavement, where if I drive over those, not the yellow bollards, but the pavement things below them, it won't totally trash my car, but it will definitely be very uncomfortable and very painful to drive over as a way of keeping cars out of the light rail tracks. I think that's a pretty neat invention. So the automakers start trying to convince, I remember my mom even when the Ford Expeditions came out being kind of jealous and going, oh, those are nice. My mom didn't get her first new car till she was like 60, but she'd get jealous of the people who had the Ford Expeditions. And so the marketers had done a really good job convincing people to buy those, even though they really, like I say, they're just station wagons. Like that Santa Fe there to my right, that's just really a station wagon that just rides high. It's got the utility of a station wagon, but they've persuaded us that it's cool because it sits up high and it's four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. But sorry, I'm focusing on something on the road here. So I think it worked too well, and so then buyers just stopped. Way too many buyers stopped buying the cars. They started buying the SUVs. And I know the big thing the last decade or 15 years were all the Camry buyers kind of stopped buying the Camry, started buying the RAV4. And I remember about 10 years ago finding out, what, the RAV4 outsells the Camry? Well, I can't believe that, you know. Now, Toyota have been interesting because they've still stayed committed to the other cars and continued to hybridize them, where cafe standard or not, they're ready to go. The Camry now gets 52 miles a gallon. So, and it was interesting. A friend of mine came to me. He's in a position where next few years he's going to want to pay cash for a new car. He's not really concerned about the price. He just wants a car that he can drive for a long time and have it be reliable. So I'm so used to people wanting SUVs that I was talking to him about the RAV4 as a hybrid and stuff. And he goes, no, I just want a car. And I get better value for the money, even though the trunk space is smaller, but he's got a minivan. If he needs to haul something, he can use that. He just wants a car for driving to work. And so I showed him the Camry. He got really excited about the Corolla, you know, and getting a hybrid Corolla. So I do think, especially with the cost of living crisis that's been going on in the last 5-10 years, and especially the last 5 years, that sedans may have a bit of a comeback. The other is, as everything electrifies anyway, which it will, it's possible people may just want something cheap. So, but I would say overall, yes, to answer your question, people switched to SUVs because the automakers made a little more money off of them. I mean, the SUVs have a bigger profit margin than the car. The fuel economy standards are easier to meet, and they're station wagons. And secretly, everybody loves a station wagon. They just don't want to buy a station wagon because, and I say that as a station wagon snob, because every car I've owned is a wagon. I had a Datsun that was a wagon. I had a Subaru that was a wagon. My Fit is a hatchback, and my Prius is a hatchback. So I'm definitely a sucker for having a hatch in the back and being able to put, in a Honda Fit, you can put an entire washing machine. You take it out of the box and you put it in sideways. You can fit a whole washing machine in the back of a Honda Fit. Okay, well, now that we're downtown, I'm going to start wandering this way toward the freeway, and we'll go take a look at some of the areas that are going to change. From Google Earth, Houston looks like it's all just parking lots. And I know back in the 60s, it was awful. If you see a picture of Houston from overhead in the 60s, it was nothing but parking lots. But I am impressed that when you do get on the ground, even though there's still an enormous, like that block to your left there, that's all parking. But Houston really has quite a bit of building on it that, it's not just parking lots, I was going to see while I was stopped if I could plug my phone in and let it charge, but we'll have to do that at the next red light here. And then I'll get pulled over here and we'll find the next topic to talk about as well. But let's see, where's my charge port on this thing? Should be a little place to plug in. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Nope. Is that it? Nope. I don't know if you've seen the movie. I'll have to look again when we stop for good. The movie UHF. Any fans of UHF? Are you one? It was the Weird Al Yankovic movie from 1989. And there's just a random moment. You're in front of City Hall. You're at the bus stop. And then they're about to pan away to the scene that's actually happening. And it's a homeless guy and a large man who's blind. And the large man who's blind is trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, but he's blind. So he'd twist it a little bit, and then he'd hand it over to the homeless guy, and he'd say, "Is this it?" And the homeless guy would say, "Nope." Turn it again. "Is this it?" "Nope." So, okay, I'm going to see if this little driveway on the right here I can pull over. We'll pull out the phone, take a look at what I've missed in the last few blocks, figure out our game plan here, and see if I can plug this this phone in or not. I'm not sure how it where the USB plug is for it. The phone holder has a bottom on it, and so the bottom is also where the and I have to plug it, put the phone in that way, otherwise the camera goes where the phone holder is, and then you wouldn't see anything. So I have to put it this way. But I've got the microphones that you helped pay for when I had my mic meltdown. If you were joining me on the Tropicana update live stream about a year ago, and my sound cut out, so you and many others graciously got me the, I don't know, $150 or whatever to buy this mic. Let's take a look here and see where my phone plugs in, where the power goes. Oh, it goes on the back, spiffy. So I'm trying to figure out how to make everything work here. Maybe I can pull this out. And that doesn't help. So I won't be able to plug it in, but that's okay. We'll put it back. Put you back where you belong here. All right. Flip it around for just a second. Sorry, the world's backwards. Let's take a look at what we're missing here. So we've got, let's see where my last comment is. Live chat. Oh man, there's, wish I could I filter just like, no. Okay. Okay, so Lazy92 wrote about automakers prioritizing SUVs over sedans. Thank you very much for that. And then, let's see. I think the next one here is Ryan Leach, 48.99. You write with a double-digit super chat. Thank you very much. Writes, why not wagons? I don't know, and I think that's a good question. Wagons were like, okay, I have a theory. We'll talk wagons here for a second while I keep driving here. So I'll give you the better view here. So wagons were the car that like older Gen Xers grew up riding in, and maybe like younger, well, frankly, probably all the baby boomers. And I think there's sort of a rebellion to whatever it is you had, because you don't want to be like your parents, because if you're like your parents, then you're admitting you're getting old. I like my parents, so I actually don't mind turning into my parents, but you know, okay, so I'm gonna put on like totally off-topic armchair psychologist here. The baby boomers' parents were the ones that went and sacrificed in World War II. They'd saved the world, but they had like major PTSD, and a lot of them were like alcoholics. And I think a lot of the issues we have with baby boomers today aren't that they're necessarily inherently bad people. It's that they were raised by parents who had gone through an enormous amount of stress at a young age. And oh, sorry, I didn't see the light. And my bad, turned green. See, this is what happens when so we're crossing that freeway here, but I need to go where I can get on it to show you I don't mind getting honked at when I'm wrong. And I was definitely wrong. I was about to get an umbrage, like, what are you honking at? So, you know, the silent generation, they did the best they could with what they had. Here's a little corner store here in a neighborhood. That's pretty cool. They did the best they could with what they had, but you know, the baby boomers, so they grew up getting yelled at by their drunk father in a station wagon. So when they go to raise their family, they're like, no way, I am not buying a station wagon. I'm going to buy a minivan. So they reconfigured. And there were advantages of the minivan over the station wagon, right? You know, the station wagon was, you take a full-size sedan, so you have a nose that's as long as a pickup truck nose, so they can mount a V8 in it, and then you have a full-size car, and then you take what would have been a full-size trunk, and you mount, I think I'm gonna have to go a few blocks over if I want to get on this freeway here. So the freeway they're removing is to your left. We're heading north on Emancipation Street, if you're following along on Google Maps. We're coming up on the frontage road here for Interstate 45, and which then I'm really turned around then. Maybe I wait for this cop to take care of his business here. Now downtown's to my left. Yeah, 45 must come off this interchange this direction, and then it turns north and goes through the. That's what's yeah, I think that's what's happening. So 45. Oh, I see. 45 is the freeway they're removing, and so it runs through this part of town, east and west. So like I say, we're facing north, and okay. Anyway, back to, so, you know, younger Gen Xers, older millennials, we grew up with our parents having minivans, although my family didn't, but all my friends' parents had Chevy Astros and Dodge Caravans, and they had a smaller footprint, right? Because it had like a 6-cylinder engine, V6, that they could put in a small nose. They could try to have the car have a footprint closer to a regular size sedan, where it wasn't a whole lot bigger than, you know, like a Toyota Camry in its footprint, as opposed to being like, you know, a Ford Crown Victoria or something, you know, the old station wagons were based off of. And so then the next thing was to say, well, technically I think the minivans were listed as cars, so because of fuel economy standards, it's like, okay, well, can we build them based off of a truck? So they had like the Chevy Blazer that was based off of the, you know, pickup truck, and later the little S10 Blazer, and the Ford Explorer that I think was built off of, I think, the Ford Ranger, and Ranger pickup. So you just kind of keep playing with it until you, oh, I have my U-turn here. These are amazing. This is a Texas turnaround. So rather than making a left at the intersection and then waiting for the light and then waiting for the light, you just come around before you even get to the intersection, and you can make a turn around and go the other way on the freeway. And then that lets me hit this ramp here and get onto Interstate 45. So we're now heading technically northbound, but it's west, toward downtown. We're about to cross over Interstate 69. Under the reconfiguration, this freeway, all of it will turn north, you know, and you'll genuinely go north along with Interstate 69, because I-10 is just a little ways to our right, to the north. You can see the skyline of downtown on the right side of your screen there. But rather than have this sort of redundant loop that goes around downtown on the south side and on the west side, kind of around the back side of downtown. I think they'll still have a little bit of it, but it'll be a spur that sort of just dumps into downtown, and then the southern leg of it will just be gone entirely. But, well, for 7:30 at night, you'd think the traffic would have cleared out better than this. This is the thing that I have to think about, too, as I go, okay, there's definitely a lot of users on this way, and the gut intuition is panic. You're going to remove this freeway with all this traffic. Where are they going to go? But this is a project that they've been studying, I think, a better part of 20 years. And so I be interesting to see what kind of their thinking was on it. I'm a little bit discouraged. I would contact TxDOT and try to do a story on the whole EIS process for this project and what went into it. But I know this one's a little more controversial, and if the 35 Next project in San Antonio, if I got a decline on it, I just don't feel real enthusiastic about reaching out to TxDOT for this project. So I'm kind of a little bit discouraged at the moment. I think it's too bad, because I really work hard to try to be objective and fair on it. Let TxDOT tell their own story. I'm not coming in trying to say they're right or wrong, but just kind of point and say that's interesting, that they've had an interesting take on it. And frankly, in the new media landscape, I don't know, I not to toot my own horn, but I would think it would be fairly positive and promotional for a department to want to, take a little time to work with me, because they're going to come off looking good. I'm not out to make them look bad. And it goes deep into a lot of neat things they're doing that maybe skeptical members of the public will watch and go, oh, okay, I didn't realize the engineers had thought that through, And so that's why I'm a little bit discouraged, because a lot of states have been very enthusiastic working with me. And so I've been used to being lucky and having where I've reached out to DOTs and they, practically roll out all but a red carpet, to let me talk to people, and and so I had kind of hoped for that type of a opportunity in Texas, but they are a very big state and people are busy, and I don't know the reasons, but it is a little discouraging, because such a big state to not, the absence of having an official contribution from TxDOT themselves, that absence is very conspicuous. If I went and covered a story on any of these major projects and then I didn't talk to a single TxDOT person, that reflects badly on me. It's like, oh, Rob didn't even bother to ask TxDOT, and it's like, well, I did, but they've twice declined, and that's okay. I'm not entitled to impose on their time. They're not required to talk to me. But I don't think there's anything malicious by it either. It's just people are busy or whatever. But still, I just feel like a disappointment, because some of these could have been really great stories that I think you and I would have learned a lot, and TxDOT would have come across, I think, looking really good, and the public would have learned things they didn't know, and it makes me sad to see that possibility sort of evaporate. Anyway, I think by the time you get to about this point, I think all this section of freeway would remain, but it would, but that first part, we were on the southern part of downtown, it drops off, and then there wouldn't be any freeway on that south side. It would just drop into the city streets. In fact, I think this viaduct coming on the right-hand side from the city streets is probably where the freeway would start. And I think likewise, going southbound the other way would have. Now, I'm going to drive you through I-10. As you go I-10 here, this would be completely realigned. And we'll see if we can jump off the freeway shortly after, because the neighborhood to the north of it, there's been quite a bit of demolition that's already happened so there's no way for me to show you what it would have been before, but you can definitely see it kind of cleared out now. And I think that alignments to help it hit the expanded freeway better. The same way on the east side of downtown, has a bit of a jog to it, and that's getting straightened out as well. So we'll come around here and take a look. So this is making the transition onto the 10 freeway eastbound. We're now on the north side of downtown. That little mini loop that currently exists has been around for a few decades. We're on the north leg of it. So that whole freeway we were just on would be part of this. It's out of frame to your left, but there's some high-rise buildings for a university there. That wouldn't be included. Those buildings stay. They're too big. But I think straight ahead gets realigned through this kind of area where we're coming off here. It says it's the exit to Nance Street. My geography of Houston isn't good enough to know what Nance Street is or if it's of any significance. But so this area here, I think, I don't see a significant amount of demolition here. So this may be outside the footprint of the new freeway. Okay, to my right, I think that might just be another street. I was gonna say I saw an area that looked pretty vacant. That bridge up above, that's I believe. Oh no, that's a city street that flies over everything. So that's not. We're not quite to Interstate 69 yet. So to recap, the first freeway we were on was Interstate 45, crossing 69. Went around the south loop of downtown, the west, the north. 69 that we're about to go under creates that east leg of the loop. And that's the freeway that goes someday all the way up into like Indiana. But right now it's just, there's little pieces of it. Okay, why don't we stop here in this, in the shadow of Interstate 69 here. And I'll take a look at the phone and see what else, because I think we've exhausted the topic of station wagons and minivans. But it's a good question. It's one I think about a lot because I like my hatchbacks. But thank you, Ryan. Starburst with a super chat writes, newest traffic engineer here in Colorado. Well, good to see you. Love the YouTube and learned a lot. Thoughts on hot lanes, high occupancy tolling lanes. Symbols of the rich and take up space when sitting empty, in my opinion. Well, the only reason they sit empty, so let me first background for somebody who doesn't know what a hot lane is. A high occupancy toll lane is a carpool lane that somebody driving by themselves can buy their way into as well. So all the time, Federal Highway Administration, so there's like, the reason a carpool lane, oh look, here's an area where there are no buildings. Now, it could be no buildings because we're near the freeway interchange and nothing ever got built here and it's not California. It doesn't look like Demolitions, but it is interesting to see how many streets there are. Let me put my high beams on so you can see better. There's like a grid of streets underneath the old interchange here. Now, the interchange, it's hard to tell from this image, it's kind of flat, but it's kind of curving toward downtown. So we're facing kind of southeast right now. Let me come around the corner here so you can see better, but when it's all said and done, the interchange is going to straighten out, where instead of curving to your right, it's going to charge straight ahead to line up better. And so there potentially could have been development down here. I don't think so. It doesn't look like a demolition site. It looks more like and I'm not going to trespass and go down that gravel road, but definitely there's demolition in that pathway. If you go look on Google Maps, there's an entire fairly dense townhouse community in the path of it that just got completely wiped out. And as you go back in time, it's a little heartbreaking to see. I mean, there's so many cars parked on the street and little lawn ornaments and everything. And so it's difficult because for those people, you know, I'm sure the process ultimately comes out fair for them and they ended up with as good of, or maybe even slightly better than what they had. But it's very disruptive because, you know, it's not just a house, it's somebody's home. We get, as humans, very emotional about our home. And, but the trade-off is the enormous benefit to, you know, 5 or 10 million people who use it in the course of a year. That's why these projects happen, in my opinion. They don't happen just because there's a bunch of engineers who have money who are like, oh, neat, toys, we're gonna, you know. It's politicians and businesses and regular people who have commutes and everybody kind of coming together to build a consensus that they want to spend an enormous amount of money making an improvement, but that improvement ends up eating out, you know, gobbling up a neighborhood, you know. And so All right, what was the question we were talking about here? It was, hot lanes. Sorry, that means I got to take a drink of water here. Just a second. Okay. So the carpool lane started because there was bad smog. So to get your federal money, you have to show that you're meeting all the EPA requirements, that the air is safe to breathe, and your air doesn't. So in theory, the federal government could say, fine, no federal money for you, and then you just don't, all that federal gas tax money your constituents paid, as well as everybody else in the country, your share of it just gets skipped because you were not in compliance. But the federal government, I mean, nobody has the heart to actually do that. So what they do is they say, oh, okay, well, put together a plan of how you're going to reach clean air 365 days a year. Get creative. And so they come up with saying, oh, well, we'll take some of this money and we'll run more buses, and we'll how about what if we put a lane on the freeway that's just for people who carpool, so that way there's fewer people driving and then the air will be clean. And the EPA says, okay, that's fine. Or, air quality people say that's fine. So you do that, and then you find, well, now the problem you run into is in terms of total people. So carpool lanes move fewer cars than regular lanes in aggregate, right? Like if you have 3 lanes in a carpool lane, 4 lanes are going to move more cars than 3 lanes in a carpool lane. But if there's carpoolers in there where each car counts as at least 2 people or 3 or more, you move a lot more people. And so, but you got to prove that. So there's, I forget the term, but there's a report that the Departments of Transportation have to do to demonstrate that the carpool lane is actually not a waste, or that you haven't gone the other way, that it's bogged down so slow that it's not providing its benefit, speed benefit. And so there's things you can do, like if you have, in California, you have too many cars in the carpool lane. That's a good problem to have. So you go from 2 to 3. You say, okay, now you need 3 people to, okay, so here's the neighborhood here. I don't think you can see much, but this neighborhood here, they've even dug down pretty deep. This was, if you look on Google Maps, this was a whole neighborhood of like a bunch of townhouses and things. I forget where the cross street is here. In fact, I'm stopped. I can give you the address here. It's if you are at home and want to look it up, we are at just east of I-69 at Runnels Street, and the neighborhood still shows up on the map. So the demolitions must have been fairly recently, and there was about 4 rows or so of townhouse streets, and that's all gone because right here, the freeway, as you can see in the distance, instead of jogging all the way to the left, it's going to now go straight. And so that's part of the buyouts that I think makes the project controversial, because that's a lot of houses to buy out. So, okay, so if you have too many people show up, easy, you make the carpool require 3 people instead of 2, and then you can show it's moving again. But what if you go the other way, where it's like, hey, there's just not enough carpoolers, this lane's running pretty empty all the time. So then what they did is they said, okay, well, what if we let people driving by themselves buy their way in? And then what you do is, and so that way the lane can be a little more full, generate some revenue, and at the same time, is there a frontage road here? Maybe we can see more of, I think this was the other entrance to the neighborhood to the right there, and then this is the freeway entrance here. Okay, so this is the 10 west, 10 east. Better go west. Then I'll pull over somewhere off the freeway and we'll figure out what we'll do next. So this is the current interchange that exists now. Like I say, see how we're jogging to the left quite a bit? The freeway won't do that. I wonder, a lot of these ramps are in really good shape. whether the new design is trying to reuse some of these ramps, or if TxDOT's tearing them all down and just starting clean. I don't have the design with me to know, but it is interesting to see. Okay, I'm gonna, instead of getting on the freeway here, there's an exit to something called Elysian Street. If I'm reading it right, I will take that ramp instead, and then we'll figure out, we'll take another poll of where we want to head next. I'm kind of thinking the 2-story Costco, but it may be getting late enough. The security guard might not let me in the parking lot, but we'll see. I also need to get my phone out and look up where the 2-story Costco is, because I'm not entirely sure. Okay, this is another area where this neighborhood to the right of us, it's kind of hard to see in the dark, but there's the green construction fences to your right here. This was all, I think, buyouts. You know, I haven't looked at the aerial photography to see if I'm right, but when you see a bunch of fresh green, you know, netting fences, the big building there in the distance that still hasn't been torn out, so I'm not sure, but see here, this just screams Demolitions, you know. Just looks like kind of neighborhood where there were buildings here and they're gone. The telltale sign is when you see driveway cuts. So like right here is all these driveway cuts. You know, there was something here. I haven't gone to Google Street View. If you're looking along, let me pull over so I'm safe. If you're looking along on Google Maps now, we are at just on the north side of the loop, I-10 at Conti Street, C-O-N-T-I, and it shows some buildings, outline of some buildings. In fact, I think if I look at the satellite, no, it shows concrete pads that are abandoned. So anyway, at some point in previous years, I suspect these were TxDOT buyouts for the project, but I don't know that fact. I'm just suspecting since it's in the path of the project. So the high occupancy vehicle lanes, you can start filling them in with toll-paying customers, you know, and those toll-paying customers make up the difference, and the lane works pretty good. In extreme cases, because you mentioned them being kind of I'm going to stop here and look up where that Costco is, or see other things in the chat that you guys suggest here. I'm going to put my hat back on. I look bald. Anyway, I'll just cut my head off at the top of the frame so I don't look so bald. Okay. All right. Let's see. Costco. So there are hot lanes where there's a project where you needed to widen the freeway. So you mentioned Colorado. Colorado, it's difficult to raise taxes. In Utah, next door, if you go to the voters and you say the freeway is not wide enough, here are like 10 projects we want to do. Will you guys pay a bigger sales tax? Put that on a ballot. 60, 70% they'll vote yes. No problem. It's like California. More money for transportation, go for it. You know, we don't want to be stuck. But something about Colorado politics, it makes it more difficult to do that. I think you can't just do it with a simple majority. I think you need like a 2/3 vote or something. Governor Hickenlooper used to talk about that being an issue, but that was a long time ago, and I don't follow Colorado politics enough to know. But for some reason, Colorado's difficult. So you're on I-25 north of Denver. You're like, okay, we want to widen this freeway and get more cars through there, but we can't raise. For some reason, we just can't get tax revenue raised to fund the project. What we'll do instead is, if you have the toll-paying customers pay for the new toll lane, which carpoolers can use for free, then this total number of free lanes, let's say it was 2 lanes and you want to add that 3rd lane, you still have 2 free lanes when you're done. You just have this additional lane that moves a lot of cars. And the advantage too of using tolls is they can do dynamic pricing, which I know is getting a real sour public response right now when places like Wendy's were considering doing a dynamic pricing for the time of day you were buying the food, right? But for transportation, it actually works pretty good because you can keep that lane moving, because if it starts to bog down, you raise the price. And so if that lane keeps moving, you have the two free lanes. Well, they're crawling along, so they might only serving a few hundred cars an hour per lane, right? Because the traffic's so bumper to bumper and slow. But this lane, if it can keep moving at full speed, in theory, could serve 2,000 cars an hour, right? And so if the average occupancy is 1.5, that's almost like 3,000 people per hour versus these other lanes crawling along. So in California, the toll lanes on the 91 freeway, where you have, I think, 5 free lanes in one direction and 2 paid lanes that sometimes get almost totally clogged up. Those 2 lanes move more cars than the 5 lanes. So they're definitely a tool in the tool chest, but I think too many states needed just a regular 3rd lane that they just use taxpayer money and widen it out to 3 lanes. When I see a 4-lane freeway with 1 or 2 toll lanes, I go, okay, I still have 4 free lanes. I feel good about this. But yeah, I-25 north of Denver, when I see 2 free lanes and then the toll lane, I go, no, they're just being cheap. But the nice thing is that toll revenue goes to pay for the project. So even the people in the free lanes benefit from their 3rd lane being there, even if they can't afford to use it. And then they don't pay any extra because no taxpayer money was used on that, because all the money for the project came from the toll revenue of the toll lane. So the answer, to go back to your original question here, and I'm distracted. I haven't even put Costco in my, hold on, I got to put Costco in the GPS, and then we'll go here. I think it's this one here. What off-ramp is that? For Edlow. Okay, 69 South to Edlow. I will put that in Waze, and then we will find Google Maps. I don't care. This route is more efficient.
Costco wholesale may close within 1 hour of when you arrive.
Yeah, well, I figured that. Okay, we'll start heading that way. But to go back to your question, shoot. I X'd out of the directions here. Start. Okay.
Costco wholesale may close within 1 hour of when you arrive.
Good to know.
Head toward Providence Street, then turn right onto Providence Street.
I better mute this thing or it's going to drive me crazy. Shoot. No audio. Okay. Then I go back to YouTube to pull up your comment so I can finish. Okay, live chat. And we were talking about, oh shoot, I've gotten behind. Okay. Anyway, hopefully I'm not missing somebody's super chat here. I've got Brickatect with the next one. But yeah, thank you very much for your comment. Brickatect, try reaching out to Valley Metro and ADOT. Lots of great people who work there, and I've personally been meeting them lately, and very smart people. I hope so. I actually have an ADOT story in mind. So cross your fingers on my behalf that they are not scared to work with me, because I don't want to spoil it yet, but ADOT's doing something really cool, and I'd like to talk to them about it. I hope there weren't more super chats that I'm missing out on. How do I go back farther in time in the chat? I don't understand. It's like it cuts and then I can't. Yeah, for anybody just joining, we are in Houston, and I'm doing a tour of like weird mixed use stuff, but making my way slowly to a 2-story Costco. And I was just looking at here to see if there's a fun topic to talk about. The area is revitalizing industrial now, and Meow Wolf and a brewery are there, but it shouldn't be affected by the freeway. Yeah, the Meow Wolf building is still there. Rob, I need you to drive away from a shady, quiet area near downtown. Drive and talk. Yeah, I'll be driving here. I'm 6 foot tall. People are people. Costco closes at 8:30. Well, we're not going to go in the Costco, but we'll go in the parking lot here. Costco on Richmond. Yeah, that's it. But Okay, well, in lieu of a transportation topic, let's talk about Meow Wolf and how I haven't been there, but I want to. I think so. The one I saw was in Las Vegas, and it was the Omega Mart. And if you're not familiar with Meow Wolf, it's some type of an art exhibit, and very rarely does art get me excited. The art's in the eye of the beholder, and in my eye, it's usually not that interesting. I appreciate the skill that the artist as a craftsman put into the thing, but I'm never the type who's going to go, oh wow, this artwork speaks to me. I'm going to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars so I can hang it in my house, because I would think even if it did speak to me, I feel one, like I'm hoarding it. Like I'm going to put it in my house so nobody else can have it speak to them. Art in a museum is great because then lots of people can see it. But the other is, usually art doesn't speak to me, but twice it has. So one of them was an exhibit that came to my university called Cliche and Collusion. And I don't know what the heck that meant, but the Cliche and Collusion exhibit had one of the exhibits was a tribute to attention deficit disorder, which runs in my family, and I probably have, but when I try to get diagnosed, they say I manage my symptoms well, so therefore I don't have ADHD. So I guess I don't, but but I think I probably do. But so by the way, if you're following along, we're going 10 east now onto the southbound 69 freeway. We'll take that over to the Costco and check that out. That's kind of fun. So the Cliche and Collusion exhibit had some really weird things. Like, you remember the movie with it's the military tribunal? I forget what movie it is. And they're like, I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. They took that clip of the guy shouting, you can't handle the truth, and then would repeat it. So like there was like 64 of them, and they were all synced. So it was like, you can't, you can't, you can't, you can't, almost like a musical round. And so you'd end up with, it was like mesmerizing, but it was also where it was difficult to pay attention to any single one of the guys saying, you can't handle the truth, because something about that, you can't at the beginning would keep getting my attention. So I'd be trying to listen to him saying, you can't handle the truth. But before he got to the word handle, the next one started, you can't. And so then I'm paying attention to that one. And then before it gets to handle, the next one, you can't. And I realized, I go, oh, this kind of feels the way ADHD feels like, So if you have between now and when I take my next stop, if you posted a super chat and it fell off the page where I can't see it now, would you mind reposting it just as a regular comment with all caps super chat in front of it? And then I'll pull over here in a minute, because I want to make sure I read your comment, especially since you paid for it, but also to thank you for your super chat, but also give me my next comment to talk about, because I'm going to be running out of art things to talk about here in just a moment. So I'm going to probably take this exit. If you want to post it here real quick in the next minute with, like, say, all caps super chat, just on the honor system that you actually did. Because there was somebody posted about the ATSA conference too, and I wanted to read about that. So the Meow Wolf is another one that I think will speak to me, because it's a parody of a grocery store, but it gets kind of supernatural, and there's a lot of really weird. It's difficult to describe. I've only seen promotional videos of it, but it's like you're walking through this supernatural grocery store, and like you open the freezer door and it's a hallway to another hallway. And I've had friends who went and did it. They really enjoyed it. And the only reason I haven't done it, it's expensive. I think it's probably about $60. So an art exhibit has to really be something, if I'm paying money to see art, let alone, a steak dinner to see art, but and I don't even do steak dinners usually. But also, by the way, we're downtown, and look, there's nice little townhouses. A lot of downtowns don't have this kind of development because it may be zoned for like high-rise commercial or something. There's no market demand for it. But if you have underused downtown land that would just be sitting vacant, you don't have to come in and do some big zone change and all kinds of stuff. You can just come in and say, well, I'm going to build cute little townhouses instead. And then now you have this organic mixed-use community. Anyway, get back on my soapbox about one of the things Houston does do right. I think I can stop here. I don't think there's anybody. If I put my hazards on, they're not going to. Okay. Hopefully I'm not blocking someone's driveway. Oh, what's this guy doing? Is he going to go around? Okay, this guy's going around. Okay. So let me take a look here and see if somebody reposted their super chat. All right. Looking. Let's see. We're talking about shady area, Clayton Homes, controversial, Costco, near Wesleyan and the 59. Let's see. People have the address for the one on Richmond. Just looking here to see. I know there were. Oh, here we go. Super chat. James Smith. Great to meet you at ATSA. Did you get to film on guardrail and cable barriers? Yes. So a video, and this is pushing my hand to tease what I'm working on right now. It'll be a little bit of an unconventional video. There were multiple safety vendors who were there, who were selling different things, and some of the guardrail end treatment people were there. If you've been on the stream for a while, earlier I stood in front of a tree to show how a guardrail works, and you got to put something on the end of the guardrail because guardrails are great if you scrape up against them, but if you hit them in the same direction at the end of them, it's all pointy. It'll just stab into your car and kill you. So they put these kind of clever mechanical devices on there that if you hit them, burn up a bunch of the energy by having you bend them in a certain way, so that way the guardrail doesn't have enough energy to poke into your car and spear it. And so coming up for the month of March is going to be a video where I'm taking some of the, not just guardrails, but some of the other vendors I talked to who have different safety devices, and just kind of taking interviews from the show and then combining it with a few things in the real world to kind of showcase, like, a half dozen products that I thought were kind of interesting. And the guardrail end treatments were interesting. What I didn't know is that there's two different kinds. So there's the guardrail that's just on the side of the road, like this one coming up here on the left. I think that's just an end treatment. So it's the side of the road. Like if I hit it, it's designed to collapse in and not spear my car. But then there's other kinds that sit in the like in an area where there's traffic moving on both sides, and they're actually a full-on attenuator. They nickname them a crash cushion, and the idea is it's not just to protect you from having a guardrail spear the car. It's actually designed to protect you from an object like a concrete pillar or something, that if I hit a concrete pillar, if I don't get crushed to death by my own car slamming into it, the G-forces of coming from 60 miles an hour to zero, that's going to be deadly. It's fans of Top Gear or the Grand Tour might know Jeremy Clarkson, and Jeremy Clarkson's famous quote, "Speed doesn't kill you, it's becoming suddenly stationary. That's what'll get you." And that's what, like the concrete bridge pillar coming up here on the left, like if I hit that at full speed, that's going to kill me. That's why there's a concrete wall on it. But also, and I need to get in the left lane so I can, it's saying I need to exit the freeway, so I can't get in the left lane. But I'm going to show you this Costco. But maybe on this exit there'll be a crash cushion. But the idea is, oh, now where's it sending me? Oh, I'm on the wrong freeway. All right, that's why it's... Okay, see, I think that's just a guardrail end treatment there. So that's different, but that's to prevent me to not hit the guardrail, which not hit the wall, which means I don't hit that column that was on the left. Now, look here. See, we don't have a Texas turnaround here. So I think I have to wait through 4 lights because I made a mistake and went on the wrong freeway. Yeah, that's the advantage of a Texas turnaround. But anyway, that super chat from I forget his name now, James, I think, was I met him. He's a cool dude. He works for a state and does some pretty neat engineering. I don't know how much I want to dox him, so I'm being vague about it. Okay, next time I get stopped here, I will we'll find the next question here. This looks like it's 2 one-way roads that cross over the freeway, so that's why I have 4 sets of lights. But thankfully, I think I've got some decent progression. So I think but see, like this one, I'm hitting my 3rd red light. This person's about to run the red light, but it's okay because he's going technically from a one-way street onto a one-way street. And I guess in Texas, along with most states, and left from a one-way to a one-way is allowed because it's just like a right turn. And so they legalized those. Oh, excuse me. Oregon's weird. You can make a left from a 2-way onto a 1-way. So I think it's the only state you can do that, but you can. All right. So I think what happened is I jumped on to, I forget which freeway this is, 290 or something like that, but it's the Texas highway that I think goes down to like Galveston and stuff, I think, rather than getting on to Interstate 69, which takes me out west toward where that Costco is. On your right, you see an H-E-B grocery. I give them a shout out because I'm impressed at how well they run their grocery store. And while I'm stopped real quick at a red light, let me see if I can read one of the super chats here. I shouldn't look at a phone while but okay. Brickitect. I hate those big round bumps separating turn lanes because they're a crash hazard. If you're talking about, and then there's more, but that's all I can read. Yeah, I think we'll see one of those. I will point out. So I think what Brickitect's describing is between the left turn lane and the straight lanes at an intersection, as you get more out into the suburbs, there's this really weird, almost like a curb stop, like a parking stop, but it's in the same direction you're going, and that's not what I want. I want Interstate 69. And the curbs, it's difficult to describe. Well, in fact, I might even jump out of the car and walk you over to one because they're pretty weird. Okay, right lane, Interstate 69 to Victoria. Okay, that's going to be what we want here. But yeah, the engineering rationale of putting a big concrete thing that people are going to run over to provide very, I don't know, in my mind, minimal benefit of delineating this is a left turn lane when I think a white line works just fine. Why you need a 4-inch curb that you can run over? Because I saw some of those and I thought, oh, oof, I don't want to run over that, But okay, so we're going from northbound, whatever we were on, 290 to southbound 69, which actually runs westbound out of downtown. Looks like there's some construction site to my left. I don't know what they're working on there. that high-rise tower, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but the one we were looking at will be on our, to your left of the screen there. It's not showing up quite in view, but that residential tower where we started a few hours ago, that pops out. The biggest, fear of when people think high-density housing is genuinely imagining a high-rise building popping up in your neighborhood. And that happens sometimes in Houston with no zoning. And so you would think there'd be enough NIMBY backlash that zoning rules would have shown up. So I went back in the newspaper archives, not being from Houston, and forgetting that it had no zoning till I got here, and then going, man, why does everything look so weird? And then realized, oh, it's because there's no zoning. I went and I looked into the history of it, and about 3 times in the history of Houston, they had a vote of whether they want to finally have zoning rules. And 3 times in a row, people voted no. Most recent was 1993. But what I thought was interesting that the Houston, I think it's the Houston Chronicle, looked at the polling data of how people said they voted. And lower income people were more likely to vote no and say, we do not want zoning. Because I think the people who tended to vote yes were more affluent, upper middle class white people typically. And if you ask them why they were in favor of zoning, it was to protect future property values. And I've realized that protect future property values sounds good if you're a property owner, but for so many of us today who are forever priced out, we're victims of a huge effort to protect future property values, which means we want to drive up the price of property. And how do you do that? You create a shortage. And what's the best way to create a shortage? Zoning. They've done a very good job making the land scarce and not allowing it to change, which continues to make it short and scarce. And so even with what would be I would think a slam dunk NIMBY vote of like, yeah, no more skyscrapers in neighborhoods, yes on zoning, that the zoning thing, I didn't vote, it failed like 60 to 40, like it was a 20-point spread. And so it definitely goes to show that if people care about affordability, they might want to consider just killing zoning entirely. Other than there's one exception that Houston does not have that I think I would add, and somebody on Reddit, in a Reddit post on r/Houston described it best. They said there should just be 2 zones, toxic and smelly and everything else. So if you have a hog rendering plant, then, by the way, I'm doing a Houston lane change, which is I put my blinker on and then the guy doesn't let me change lanes. Sorry to inconvenience you 2 seconds. See, in California, they would have let me in fine. But Utah, they would have paced me. Not because they were trying to be rude, but because they are living in their own world and they don't let you in because they didn't mean to not let you in. They just weren't paying attention. Which you may have seen some of my Utah upbringing in my driving tonight. But California, where they're more attentive, if you want it, they'll give it to you. They stop for pedestrians generally. They let you change lanes. LA drivers get a bad rap, but really they're actually pretty good. But Houston, that was intentional. It's no, thou shalt not change lanes. I will block you out. And so there's a little more. I suppose the word maliciousness is maybe too harsh, but there's a little bit more of that. I don't remember seeing that in Dallas. Maybe it's in Dallas as well, but Houston in particular, just the lane change. To my right is, I think it used to be like a basketball stadium, but it's become and I don't think there's a way to get it on camera, but a mega church that I think used to be a basketball arena, but I'm not sure. I may be getting it mixed up for something else. Okay, and then the Costco. I didn't realize we were so close to the Costco. So it's kind of interesting. You pull off and you feel like, oh, I'm in a downtown, but I'm not. It feels like Irvine, California, or something like a big master planned, high density thing. But for all I know, these using neighborhoods, and then they just eventually people all sold out because the free market said it was too desirable to keep it that way. You do go look at historic aerial photography, and it is interesting to see that some neighborhoods endure, and they're just, they're pockets, and there's big buildings all around them, and there's others that sell out. One of the things I thought was interesting was you can do deed restrictions, but that requires creating an HOA. So if an entire neighborhood wants to prevent land use, they can do it privately. They can sit down with a lawyer at their own expense, try to get everybody on board, and draft a bunch of covenants that keep businesses and high-rise buildings out of their neighborhood. So it's kind of like private sector zoning, that if it's really that important to cast their neighborhood in amber, there is a way to do it. But it's not the city doing it. It's people doing it themselves. So this is a Costco here that I saw the other night, and I came to get gas, but the line was too long. But you notice there's a second story on top of it. So you have the regular Costco entrance here at the bottom. You have the tire center, but if you look up, there's a whole second business there. And so we'll go up and take a look at it here. I thought, well, I don't think it's a Costco. Costcos don't have windows. But I've also never seen a Costco where the zoning allowed them to put a second building on top. And so that's where I get pretty excited about this, because I think there's a lot of creativity property owners and developers and landowners can have to achieve some of the goals we want for our cities, to make them more mixed use and, more walkable, although we'll get to that in a moment about why Houston isn't walkable. But I would argue that the ingredients are right here in Houston for walkability, because mixed use is possible. You don't have to go get permission from a bunch of city council NIMBYs who are going to tell you no, or people who are going to sue and say, well, the zoning wasn't applied consistently, so therefore you're not allowed to do the project, or people are going to get voted out because the NIMBY neighbors said no. So that was a fairly steep ramp. We are on top of the Costco now. This is the roof of the building, and so it's very strange to be like I'm driving on top of Costco. But it provides an extra parking lot without consuming any additional valuable land in this neighborhood. And I think partly how they made it pencil out is they were able to open another business up here, that paying a lease that pays for the extra cost. Building a Costco roof is expensive. Building a Costco roof that can hold stored cars is astronomical, right? So you got to have a way to make money. But I will reveal to you the business up here. If I can make my U-turn. It is an LA Fitness. So they have a signature club. Okay, well, sounds fancy. But an entire gym up here that's on top of a Costco. Land that would be unused, just a total waste. And it can happen not because I went to the city council and got permission and we got a variance and now we're applaud ourselves for having this out of the box thinking, and we're going to totally transform the way we build cities with these like case by case planned unit developments. And I'm like, or just do what Houston's doing. Let the developer figure it out. They want their development to make money. And so they're going to come up with something that works. And so instead of one group of people, planners and city council, trying to determine how best to use the land. You now have 4.5 million people all trying to determine how to use it. And so it's a little chaotic. I mean, little high-rise buildings popping up in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of, you know, neighborhoods and things. That's weird. But they're occupied, you know what I mean? Like people lease the space, people rent the apartments, people shop at the businesses. And so maybe we should do this more places. I'd love to see this. Now, you get to the second angle then. Well, then how come Houston is a nightmare for walking around? And it allows me to concede, finally, you know, every time they point out like LA, and they say, well, how come Los Angeles, nobody walks in LA? And I say, well, land use, we outdated zoning, and it's a lot of single family and low density, and if only the market could build up or whatever, then people could take advantage of the transit we have, because that's a real problem. In Los Angeles, we build a beautiful rail line, and then it stops in the middle of a single family neighborhood, and that single family neighborhood's not allowed to build up to respond to the potential of being next to a rail stop, right? But if there was no zoning in California, you'd see some grandiose, tall buildings within walking distance. It wouldn't be the state of California and Sacramento passing a law and say, well, we have determined that you can build up stories within 1/4 mile of a train station. It would just be whatever the market bears. And so if people are willing to walk 3/4 of a mile to that train station because it's a really good train station, go for it. If you want right next to the train station 20 stories, go for it, right? So California can't respond, the land can't respond to the transit. The problem with Houston, oh, the land can respond, that's awesome. The problem you run into in Houston is there's no transit for the land to respond to. We saw that one rail line, but it doesn't go that far, and it's mostly in downtown. But imagine if you ran rail out this way, what potential you'd have to be able to do some neat things, you know, as you head out into this side of town, right? See off in the distance, that tower is really out of place. That thing, it's got to be 30, 40 stories. That's down by the 610 freeway. It's we can kind of head down that way. We're at Wesley, and I'm going to pull over somewhere here and catch up on some of your comments and figure out, taking suggestions where to head next. I know there's a mixed community if we want to go back toward downtown. That was kind of neat. I ran into a couple of people who recognized me, and we had actually a nice dinner together, chatting at a little hamburger place down there. That's a fun neighborhood, and they're Houston natives, so they were telling me some about you know, how that neighborhood gentrifies. You know, a house gets knocked down and they build 2 houses in place of it, which is something through zoning Portland's been trying to encourage, the state of Oregon. But again, you know, if the market demand doesn't quite line up with the market demand's not lining up with what the well-intended rule changes, right? They need to match, and they might not. Or maybe the way you change the rules makes sense for the way conditions are now, but what about 20 years from now? Where this is just chaos, but the chaos it's cool. It's a genuine free market. Anyway, you can tell I'm real excited about this, but a lot of, you know, if you're somebody who cares about urban aesthetics, this is a nightmare. But I'm just saying, like, you notice how there's like a global affordability crisis, and it's in all the places that have rules, right? So cities that are like, I haven't heard of, you know, cities that have no zoning having this type of affordability crisis that North America, you know, US and Canada and a lot of European countries have, where they have very strict aesthetic rules. And aesthetics are nice, but you know, people being able to have a place to live is better. Good, better, best. Aesthetics are good, but affordability is better. And I'm arguing maybe we ought to care a little less about it. Nice row of townhouses there on the left. Let me try to find, like I said, I'm finding a good spot, maybe in this next block. Stop and get caught up here. If you're following along on the map, the cross street is Drexel. Okay. This looks like, well, nothing says creepy like a single man with a camera with California plates pulling up in the dark front of your house. I'm sure they're thrilled. All right, let's see. Let me give you some light here. See, we'll take a look at what you've written here. I look bald. Where'd my hat go? I want my hat. I don't know. Did I put my hat in the back? Oh, I look bald. I had the best hair. I don't know what happened to it. All right. Let's see. What other super chats? If I miss your super chat, if it scrolls off, repost it. I will read it, I promise. All caps so I can spot it. Okay, another one for Brick Attack. A stadium that became a mega church. I'm glad that it remained out of camera view. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's Joel Osteen's church, and I'm not against his. I think his parishioners are probably great people. They're trying to just be the best Christians they can be and all that. I guess fine. I got some problems with Joel Osteen. To get on a religious soapbox for a minute, but like anybody who reads the New Testament would grow concerned that somebody who proclaims to be preaching those teachings would have a private jet or a fleet of private jets. So I know that's a controversial topic, but I think Christianity has a lot of wonderful things to offer the world and make the world a better place and make us care about the poor and try to look internally in ourselves and be less judgmental of others and try to bring all of humanity together as one big family, I think was the intention. Oh, can I help you?
Watching you.
Oh, you're watching me right now?
Man.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. You want me to want to chat?
Sure.
I'll jump out for a sec.
Sure.
What's your name?
Mike.
Mike, okay.
Long-time subscriber.
Yeah? I gotta find my hat.
Sorry to just randomly approach you like that.
That's okay. I don't mind.
When you show up in the neighborhood, you can't pass.
So do you live in this neighborhood then?
I do.
Okay.
I actually do.
Let me
Yeah, please.
unlock and grab my tripod here. So what do you do for a living, Mike?
I'm a teacher.
Public school or?
Public school. I'm a reverse commuter, actually. I
Reverse commute,
live
okay.
up here inside the loop and go out to Richmond, Rosenberg, down on the southwest side every day. About
Richmond, Rosenberg. So is that going down?
going down I-69.
I-69, okay.
Like locals call it.
What do you think about? Been talking tonight a lot about Houston's lack of zoning.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
So that's something I'm pretty familiar with and a little bit passionate about, I think I would say.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna find my hat.
Or just start off.
Here, hat. Here, boy.
You are a great inspiration of mine.
Oh, that's cool.
I've been watching on YouTube. Oh boy, whenever your first viral video was on Reddit.
Okay, yeah. So you mentioned that you've been watching since one of my early videos. Yeah, I found my hat. I think it might have been clear back when there was like bots dots or something. Trying to
That's
do
a
it.
vacant lot if you want to.
Yeah, let's
Stand on that one, so we're not on somebody's.
Which one's vacant?
Property. This one on the corner.
On the corner?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we walk down there because I feel bad pointing at somebody's house.
Yeah, and we're lucky people. We've been here since this was the 60s. It's my grandparents' old property.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so.
A lot of the high-rise stuff here, would they talk about, like, was it just single-family neighborhoods that eventually got bought out?
The one that you were talking about earlier when you were driving past Lakewood and all that.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. It was a bunch of single-family homes, just like these around us, the older 50s ones. And when they built US 59 before it was 69,
Right.
they came through and bought out about half the neighborhood then, and then bought the other half shortly after that to rebuild it as office towers.
Okay. I'm trying to think if there's a way we could have all that behind. Maybe we'll talk from the vacant lot, but have wish I had my light, but I think as you stand right about there,
Okay.
I think it won't be too bad. And then that way people can see what we're talking about here. Yeah, because like that sort of thing never would happen now, where you'd be able to. I'm just getting caught back up live so we can see where we're at here. Okay. Yeah. You know, where you'd be able to come in and buy out existing houses and just knock them down.
That residential tower right there in the corner, that's almost brand new. For the longest time, it was a restaurant. There's a restaurant down there on the corner and not much else.
Let's go across the street where we're under the light. I think it's a little dark. But it gives some flexibility, right? Where if the market's demanding residential towers there, you know, where in most cities you can't do that, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
And I don't know, I just, maybe it's because I'm used to it being so overly restrictive, right? But it's, to me, pretty exciting to be able to see that kind of flexibility, because you just don't have a zoning code to worry about. You're not getting sued because it's like, oh, well, you didn't follow this rule or that rule or whatever, you know.
No, exactly. And I mean, there are challenges to building in Houston. There's parking minimums. There's all sorts of small requirements that the city does set, and does different expectations for commercial versus residential. There are zones in that sense.
Right.
But in the sense of like this mixed use stuff, I mean, this is pretty cool. Right across on the other side of the neighborhood here, there's a big, huge supermarket where once stood office towers. Those office towers, sat vacant. And HEB came in, bought the property, demolished the tower, built a grocery store.
Oh, so they actually took a tower out?
Yeah. It was
really?
KRID, the old Fox 26 studios were over there.
How tall of a tower was it?
Not a super tall tower, maybe about 5 stories.
Right. Yeah, because that's interesting to actually have them remove one. But again, that shows the kind of nimble flexibility. I mean, this is my first time in Houston, so first impression. My idea that if California is transit getting built out, not being allowed to, the land not being allowed to respond to the transit,
right.
This is a city where the land can respond. There's just no transit for it to respond to.
You're exactly right. I mean, we have our own limited transit systems. The Metro bus system is doing a lot better than it has been in the past with the route refreshes. And hey, we're up to 3 light rail lines, not just 1.
Well, that's true.
But it's still a wimpy system. It's not.
Well, I was disappointed because I was trying to go down to the say George Benson, but that's an 80s R&B guy. What is it? The George Brown.
Oh, George Brown.
Convention Center.
Gotcha.
I like George Benson Convention Center. Turn your love around. But to be able to go to the convention center on light rail just would be a no-brainer.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
they're just
there's no connection between there. I mean, you can get pretty close to it on the red line, but even the one that skirts through the ballpark over there doesn't stop really close enough to the convention center, and that's just a problem of ours. It's something that I think most residents who do use public transport notice. But on the flip side, this is a super car-dominated culture. We are absolutely car drivers. It's imperative to have a car if you move to Houston.
But don't you think that a lot of the travel is shorter because lack of zoning it brings things closer to you?
Yeah, and I think that helps to kind of drive the car-centric culture. I had a friend who moved here to do a doctoral study at U of H, and she was coming from Mobile, Alabama, did not have a car with her, had not really been a car driver that much. And when she got here, she tried living as long as she could without a car. She lasted, I want to say, maybe about 2 years before she had to give it up, buy a small Toyota and start driving that. And she lived in a very dense area. She lived in that Midtown area, the neighborhoods next to downtown that you were in earlier. And it's a small, pretty dense, pretty walkable community. But the problem is that it's everything else you need to get to. If you have to get out of the loop, you have to have a car. There's not reliable public transport.
Maybe take one more step this way just because you're getting out of frame, and I'm noticing you won't be able to see. I've noticed too, like when I typed in Gemini just to see what it said, and you mentioned it as well, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it, that the mixed use of things blending around makes it more car dependent. And I'm going, no, wouldn't it make it slightly less, or at least you drive a little bit less, because compare with Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta, I wanted to go to Walmart.
Sure.
But because of very strict zoning and very large lots in Atlanta, because all the rules they have, a drive to Walmart would be 20 minutes. Driving 10 miles or something, because that was the nearest they were allowed to put it, and with everything spread out. Here, things get fairly dense. That means they can get closer. Every urban planning class I've ever had was always about, we need to change the rules so that things can mix together and get closer together. And I'm going, it's happening organically here. But then immediately that gets thrown in the basket of which makes it more car dependent. And I'm like, well, no, which is it?
Well, I think maybe it's a little bit of both. I think we are car dependent for the far stuff. Like for me, if I wanted to have a job in this area as a teacher, I am essentially limited to only a handful of schools around me in this one district. To have any real options for my career or something like that, I really have to have the ability to drive, because all the school districts are pretty far. And if I wanted to work even somewhere like Spring Branch, the next closest district over, it's going to be a few metro buses to get that way and quite a lot of time.
Right. But that's not a lack of zoning being the problem. To me, that sounds like a transit problem.
Yeah. No,
Right.
I think it's a transit problem. I don't think the lack of zoning is our problem. I think the lack of zoning kind of makes us to who we are.
Yes, that's what I was excited to hear, because that's kind of how I felt. By the way, I just had a friend of mine try to call me, so that's why it was ringing. And then I just saw he texted that says, "Sorry, I forgot you were doing a live stream." Anyway, that's funny. So it's like, if we could have some of these regions that have tried really hard with transit, Seattle and others, embrace zoning chaos, which they won't do, right? I mean, when people get used to zoning, I don't know that you can put that genie back in the bottle, but it's like, if you could have both, just total zoning anarchy combined with a good transit system, and then just let the thing run, it would probably solve itself. And I admit I'm sounding like Ronald Reagan as I say that, but I think there's something to it.
I think we could have a perfect system if we had a much better public transport system. And to hit on your point before, because you were asking why haven't they put rail out this way? They've tried. This was the first place that they wanted to put rail. They reserved a heavy rail line, tore that up for a tollway. It's NIMBYism. People do not want rail. People do not want to come through this area.
Yeah, I noticed that the West Park toll road. So if you're looking on the map, I-69, we were taking to head out west. It also jogs south, and then there's a toll road that keeps going, and it's a really weird, squishy one. And that's what I understand is that was supposed to be a rail line that was going to get turned into commuter rail or something.
I've got the whole story on that one for you.
Yeah, please.
So that was originally the Southern Pacific heavy rail line. It ran from actually up on I-69, US 59, where you were driving, where you accidentally got off on 288.
Yeah.
As 59 turns there, that portion of the rail line was the first to be abandoned. It was abandoned from here down to 610 back in the 60s for the purpose of building the freeway. They build the freeway, and initially the freeway might go straight, might follow the rail line, but a developer named Frank Sharp lures the freeway with free land past his new mall and subdivision.
Oh.
Yep. And instead, the rail line continues in use. However, Southern Pacific is losing customers on it and eventually approaches our local Metropolitan Transit Authority, says, "Do you want to buy this?" Absolutely, they do. They buy the whole thing, all the way from I-610, all the way out 3 counties down, way past their service region, even their tax region, and basically let it sit fallow. It just kind of sits there and rots till about the year 2000. The Toll Road Authority is interested in it because of increasing traffic on I-10 and 59, figures it'll make a perfect West Houston highway out there, and builds it as a tollway. It's this horrible, weird, squishy road. Like you said, there's a portion where the main lane goes underground, and it's only a single lane. It's kind of crazy.
That's where it, right after the junction where it merges back together with 69, right?
Yeah, that's
okay.
exactly there.
So I took that toll road for my first and only time, trying to beat the traffic to get out to the site where we started the live stream several hours ago. And so the GPS told me to merge on the freeway, but the toll road keeps going. And I said, "Oh man, Waze, why did you do this to me?" And I'm in bumper to bumper traffic. But then I got looking at the map later.
Yeah.
That toll road doesn't keep going. It sort of just at some point it's like, we're done now, and it just dumps out onto some regular city streets and calls it a day.
It just dead ends up in kind of one of the worst congested areas, Richmond Avenue at South Post Oak, right next to the Galleria. If you're from Houston, you know exactly where that is, and it gets backed up like crazy.
Yeah, and it's too bad because the 610 freeway is right there. Like if they'd just built a few ramps, it could have been like, thinking like a Californian, it'd be like, okay, we'll do some toll lanes in the middle, and then those just dump straight into the toll lanes on the 610, but
that wasn't our thought process back then. Back in the early 2000s, the idea of putting a toll in the middle of the highway, you probably would have been booted out of town for suggesting that. Yeah. That's only something we've recently come around to.
Yeah, well, and I noticed this region has embraced tolling a moderate amount.
Oh yeah.
With San Antonio doesn't look like they grab much tolling at all.
No, there's a few, but there's the heavy tolling is here in Dallas.
Dallas are insane.
They are.
I could not draw a map of all the toll roads.
I mean, you think living in Harris County that Hector's bad, and you think that it's ridiculous to drive the full length of the Grand Parkway, the 113 proposed mile one. And pay $20 or whatever. No, you're paying $20 to go down the George Bush Turnpike in DFW to actually skip traffic. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was surprised. I had just done a story last summer on the Oklahoma toll roads.
Yes.
And because they never paid their toll roads off, they just kept reinvesting the equity into the next one. They're able to build a new toll road and get the price down about 6 cents a mile. And it was jaw-dropping in Fort Worth. I thought, well, I've got this Pike Pass now. Let's use it.
Right.
And I couldn't have gone very far, 5-6 miles or something. And I don't know, I was pushing like $9 or something. I don't remember the exact toll rates, but it was enough that it was like, well, I drove halfway across Oklahoma for the same kind of money.
Well, and our toll rates down here, they're not great, but they're not horrible either. We have the same kind of Oklahoma thing where ours will never be paid off. They reinvest in not just the toll road itself, but all the connectors that flow into the toll road, everything like that. It's all invested back in. So our heartburn is that we still have the tolls, period. Because that was the initial sell way back when, was they'll go away, but they never have.
Well, I do know the toll rates seem pretty reasonable. Like I took Beltway 8. I went up to see the Woodlands.
Yeah.
But nothing to me. Woodlands just seemed like Irvine. Like it was fine, but
nice.
it wasn't. And then I drove back to my hotel, and so I took Beltway 8, 1/4 of it, to the 10, and I don't know, $4 or something. Like it didn't seem like it was an enormous amount.
No, and like I said, it's way cheaper than what you're going to find in DFW. It's not too bad, and I mean, our toll roads are in pretty good shape. They're not falling apart, and Hectra does a pretty good job, at least in my opinion, of maintaining them. You get free roadside service, that kind of stuff, which is all pretty nice for a toll road.
And Hectra is the acronym for Harris County
Toll Road Authority.
Toll Road Authority. So I'm going to just catch up here and please see if make sure I'm caught up with.
While you're doing that, real quick, may I shout myself out?
Sure.
So I just want to say real quick, Rob has been a great inspiration of mine. Like I said, I've been watching him from the beginning.
You're shouting me out.
Yeah, I'm starting with you, man, because you were the one that kind of inspired me to do this. I've always had a website and a passion. It's called Houston Historic Retail. And initially I thought that it was just going to be relegated to a blog and be real simple. And then I saw you start posting on social media and take off with non-traditional content, and that really inspired me to do the same. I don't really have a presence on YouTube, but I've managed to grow a decent Facebook following, and I have to openly admit I've patterned a lot of the stuff I do after you, and I've found great success in it, and I really thank you for that, sir.
Well, that's kind of you. I patterned it against other people. So I actually patterned it a lot of it after local news. So I'm just copying the old way of doing things. I just look here to see if somebody was. Sometimes the live chat falls behind, and I have to reset it. So I'm just trying to see if I can reset it here.
Gotcha.
Because I'm seeing a bunch of really old comments. So I want to make sure I'm not missing them here. There's nice on. So one guy says he's on your website right now. Nice. So, okay. I guess the other question I would have is if looking around, I don't know what that name. We went earlier and drove around where the Interstate 45 project's happening.
Yes.
That side of downtown, and kind of from like a national perspective, when people hear about this, they go, "Oh, it's this huge project and it's just absolutely devastating, and it's tons and tons of demolitions."
Yeah.
But I kind of drove around, and while it's significant, at least from what I saw, it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't like when the freeways were built originally or anything.
No, it's definitely not like them coming through and ripping out everything they did for the original grid of freeways that we got. Really, at least in my opinion as a local, the stuff that they ripped out that I think kind of took the heart out of Edo, East Downtown, would be some of the old Chinatown buildings. That was our original Chinatown, and some of the old buildings.
Is that I-69 there?
Yeah,
that section?
I-69. Yep. It's on the right on the other side of the convention center, and they had to go that way. They are not going to tear down the convention center.
Right.
And then the other one, and I mentioned it in the chat, was that Clayton Homes, which was basically the only public housing in the area, and that caught a lot of flack. And there were a lot of little interesting smaller businesses in that area, in that Edo area, especially north of the old Chinatown part. A lot of little bars, little clubs, venues, stuff like that. And it's not the end of the world, but it's still sad to lose anything.
Is Clayton Homes, I know that there was that series of streets kind of toward the north end that was a bunch of townhouses and things, and the whole thing got wiped out.
Yep.
So was that it?
That was it, and that place has a pretty kind of storied history. A lot of it was destroyed during Hurricane Harvey, so it was only partially open when they went to demolish it. It was in dire need of repair or rehabilitation just to keep going.
Yeah, because I noticed when I did look on the, Google Maps will show you the outline of where buildings are.
Yeah.
The rows closest to the river there were no outline of a building, so it sounds like maybe those got demolished. And
yeah, those were pretty substantially flooded. When the bayou rose up there, it rose pretty high, and anything that was substantially submerged, they tend to just demolish. It's FEMA or somebody else, or the Harris County Flood Control District comes in and kind of delineates and says this is no longer livable anymore. We do have to do that after every major flood. It's not has nothing to do with the highway.
So already that made that probably an attractive place to put the highway, I would suspect, just because it can sit up on piers, and then you don't have people's living rooms getting flooded out and people getting killed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at where the places, the options that they had to put it there, by going on that side, they're definitely missing out on kind of hitting the top corner of downtown. And obviously, it is sad to lose public housing. And I think a lot of the controversy behind that was that there was no replacement for it. It's not that these particular homes are of specific historic note or anything. It's just where are we putting these people?
Right. And that's a huge burden on people. I know as somebody who myself gets very concerned about the cost of a place to live, and I'm more in the average of what people make.
Yeah.
What it's like for somebody who's, say, on Texas minimum wage, which would be federal,
Yep, $7.25.
I don't know that you could afford anywhere, even a bedroom in a house very easily,
Oh no, that's absolutely true. And even myself, I mean, I don't make great money as a public school teacher, but I'm not destitute either. Myself, my siblings who are also school teachers, we still do multi-generational living. We all still live on my grandparents' old property.
Yeah, well, no, that's right now I think I've got most of my siblings taking advantage of my parents' property. So let's see. I just looking here to see if anybody was wanting to start another conversation. If there's something in particular you're wanting to kick off, talk about, post it in the chat, and I'll keep an eye out for it. If there's a super chat I missed, write super chat in all caps, and of course you can always do a super chat too. That'll definitely get my attention. But and then the other thing too is suggestions of where to head next. I know on the West Coast it's still fairly early, so
yeah.
So there's still time tonight to to jump in the car and go to the next place. But why don't we walk down a block or two, and you want to tell me a little bit more about this. What I'll do is I'll have you hold the mic since I'm carrying this thing.
Got it.
And we can talk as we walk. So, yeah, this neighborhood here, you kind of see it transition from some very low-slung things that maybe are almost back from that era. It's just having the high-rise there is a real jarring change. House like this one on the corner, then this would have been something around when your grandparents were here, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this is one of the original homes to the neighborhood. The condos over there on the left, they're not from the exact same vintage as the home, but they're from a similar era. I think those are from the 60s or maybe early 70s.
There we go. Yeah. And so, and then the some of this stuff here looks like it's relatively new.
Yeah, this was two single-family homes that were demolished, and they had to get a variance to put this in. That was not easy to place there.
That's not a condo complex. Those look like then two high-end homes because they're going up about almost 4 stories. Yeah, that's how it's set up. There's 2 on this side, and then there's 2 on the other side that are not bad, but they're not quite as fancy as these. Yeah, I mean that's the sort of thing that you'd only ever see get built. And then it looks like there's a whole neighborhood here of fairly tall, skinny single family as well. Yeah, so this is new here too. These are townhomes, and this development over here is a large multi-hundred unit apartment that got a lot of flack, both these things, when they were put in. Originally, these were smaller townhomes. How many houses, by the way, this street of skinny houses here, how many houses were here? There were little townhomes, so they were maybe about per block, about 15 of them. No, but I mean, like how many houses originally were here? That's what it was originally. This was newer townhomes to replace older townhomes. Oh, so there was a townhome complex, and then they knocked it down and built a new one. Yeah, it was an old vintage 60s one. Okay. By the way, I have a super chat here from the 70s Disco King for $5. That's super chat. And then another one from Jacobson Harry. He's the one who is actually a friend of mine in real life who called in the middle of the live stream. He has a super chat there. It says, "Tree fitty for the house." I don't think you can get the house quite that cheap, but it's... So this was the complex you're saying it had quite a bit of flack because of its size. Yeah, its size and the fact that it was just an apartment complex in general. This had been part of the townhome complex too, the original 60s one. Right. And they came in and bought out the owners and tore it all down. And part of the original deal with the developer was that they would not let Camden, the apartment complex owners, develop this. Right. So they weren't allowed to develop it, but there was nothing saying they couldn't buy it. So they came in and bought it out a couple years ago. Oh, okay. And then across the way is this older complex here that's from the 60s. Would this be the type of development that got demolished for the other one, the 15 old townhouses for the new ones? Yeah, they were pretty similar in era and kind of similar in style. Now the high rise, when would that have shown up? The high rise, they started work on that maybe around 2015 or so. It might have been a little bit later than that. So it's quite new then. Oh yeah, it's extremely new. And when they built it, again, there was a little bit of pushback. However, it was a lot less severe than the apartments, believe it or not. Oh really? Yeah. I'm surprised there isn't more NIMBYism, maybe just because they can't, but like we started the live stream with a high rise in the middle of a fairly affluent neighborhood, and it just towers over it, and it's just something Houstonians are just used to. Well, it's a fight that a lot of neighborhoods have been fighting. There's a tower called the Ashby High Rise that has been under proposed construction, I think, since maybe the late 90s, and they've not been able to build it. It just kind of depends on where you are, what the land use is, and who you can get to fight for you. Somebody in the comments here has a good point. They said, to give Houston credit, there's quite a bit of variety in home building here. And that's true. I'm so used to neighborhoods being so homogenous, but we just walked past. Is this high-rise residential or is it office? This one right here is office. Office, okay. And then this, I'm sorry, the high-rise is residential. The high-rise residential, this thing on the left is office. So we have high-rise residential. We've got some type of a like conventional type apartment building, but done in a manner that's actually quite urban. We've got old school condos. We've got kind of the normal 5/1 that you see pretty much everywhere else. And then down the block, you had regular conventional houses, and then you got the guy who knocked down regular houses to build a 4-story house. all within walking distance of where I parked my car. This is the dream of exactly what urban planners have dreamed for, and yet planning is the hurdle that prevents this sort of thing from happening in the first place. You know.
Well, you have to be able to think outside the box, think like a Houstonian for a minute.
Well, I think, like I've been saying all night, being able to outsource the thinking to millions of property owners rather than just doing it once. Now, here we go. The sidewalk ends.
A common sight.
So this is the thing that a long time ago, some of the viewers were trying to get me to pick a fight. We'll go ahead and set up here and then get back on camera.
Okay.
Some of the viewers were wanting me to pick a fight with the YouTuber, Not Just Bikes. And when he came to Houston, he complained about yeah, I'll take that back, thank you. Sure. He complained about how he couldn't walk from his hotel to a store to buy new luggage. Mm-hmm. And he documented it with his cell phone. And I admire how he can use a lot of stock footagery, yep, complaints, and a few cell phone videos and get millions and millions of views. And then I go out and shoot all kinds of stuff and then do quite well. I'm happy, but I just
doesn't beat the stock footage for some reason.
Yeah, it would be sure nice to be able to just from home take a little cell phone footage. But he did document how the sidewalk would just end, and he had no way to walk there. So he has a point. This makes me happy though, because in Atlanta you wouldn't have even had this.
So I can speak to this too. So this is only because there's new development here. That's the only reason this bit of sidewalk exists. With the old townhomes, you had the people's like fences back here. And if you wanted to walk on the street, you had to walk on the street.
So was this a bunch of single family that got demolished?
Yeah, these were little single family townhomes that were facing that way with streets running into them.
Okay, and they were able to do a buyout and just buy everybody out?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the fence line came all the way up to the road then?
Yeah. And you can see on that side too, of those 90s apartments, when they put those in, they had to put a sidewalk, but right there, another amazing ending sidewalk.
Yeah, and I'll turn around so you guys can see it as well, what he's talking about here. That complex has a sidewalk, but as you get to the 1960s development, the sidewalk just ends, right? But talking with Atlanta and other cities in the Southeast, one of the challenges is you just have developers say, well, why should I have to put a sidewalk in when and we can go stand in front of this here. Why should I have to put a sidewalk in when nobody else has a sidewalk? And it's like, well, you have to start somewhere. And the neat thing with Houston is it sounds like they've been starting from somewhere for a long time, like say even the 1990s.
Yeah, no, we totally have. That has been something that it took a long time for them to come around on, but it's gotten to the point where even the city is going out and putting sidewalks where there weren't before. So our neighborhood down there, really nice area, love living there and everything. We didn't get sidewalks until, 2011 or so, maybe a little bit before that, 2010. We didn't even have storm drains. We had ditches that flooded every time it rained. Even though it was a very high-end, very classy area, it just wasn't built with it. So the city didn't take really any initiative for quite a while to put them in there.
Was that before Harvey?
Yeah, that would be before Harvey. It was after Ike that they came in. Ike would have been the big one kind of before that. That they came in and put in the drainage ditches, took out the drainage ditches and put in the storm sewers and sidewalks.
And I want to get to talking a little bit about your experience with Hurricane Harvey in a little bit, because I know there was a significant amount of flooding. But first, to catch up, 70s Disco King writes a super chat. These are two real life friends of mine. Jacobson Harry is stinky. And then Jacobson Harry writes back with a super chat that's 1 penny more than the other one. You can 70s Disco King D's nuts. So if anybody has anything more useful, do consider writing.
It's almost like I'm at work.
That's
junior high.
Junior high, yes. There we go. From the news, Hurricane Harvey made it look like the entire city of Houston was under a foot of water. Was it actually that bad, or was it more just pockets of town?
It was pretty darn bad, but it was not the entire city. So our area up here that you're in did not really flood. Minor street flooding during the storm. Most of it cleared out after the storm. The big problem with Harvey, it was the bayous and the rivers backing up. And then there's a big storm water retention reservoir on the far side of town. There's actually two of them, built in the 40s by the Corps of Engineers. They were about to top their banks. The dams, they were unsure of their stability, so they had to start releasing water. So that kind of only increased what we already had going on. Harvey was kind of a worst case event. It does flood here. It does flood a lot. It doesn't take a hurricane to flood. It'll flood with just a regular thunderstorm sometimes. But where you're going to find flooding is always different and localized depending on the storm. Major events, you mostly just see it in the waterways.
So if I'm understanding that correctly, then, so you have was that big, they store all the water way out west. There's like a huge park, basically, right? And it has levees and things to keep the water in there.
Yeah, one big earthen dam all the way around.
But it got so full that they purposely had to flood neighborhoods out and release some water because otherwise the dam would break.
Exactly, and when they did it, they got a lot of backlash for having to open the dams. People were upset, but I mean, compared to catastrophic failure, you pick your battles, I guess.
Right. I don't quite understand the civil engineering behind dams, but I know one rule about dams: you don't let water tip over the top.
Yes.
As soon as that happens, dams break entirely, and so and I imagine that's probably. I don't think it's a decision engineers take lightly.
Yeah, no, it was a really tense time in Houston, and a lot of people were displaced by additional flooding that occurred because of it. And it was, like I was saying earlier, it was what caused Harris County Flood Control District and I think FEMA as well, maybe, to go around and buy out some of the neighborhoods. Since Harvey, I do have to say the city's been working a lot to fix the drainage. A lot of these real low neighborhoods that they bought out, what they did is dug them out, made them smaller retention ponds along the way, connect them to the waterways, and they serve a pretty good purpose. There's also work on some flood tunnels underground.
I noticed when we drove around by what I now know is called Clayton Homes, that townhome community that got bought out in the path of the freeway, they had dug a very deep pit of some kind there. Do you think that might be a flood mitigation thing, you think?
Yeah, I would almost just automatically assume that it's probably a reservoir for runoff from the freeways as it rains.
Okay. Yeah, because that is something that you see even in dry climates now. I think it used to be, I'm just guessing, but I think it used to be they would connect in states, even dry states. The freeway gets all this water on it. It's got nowhere to go. It can't sink through the asphalt. So it goes into the drains, and I think they used to just connect them to the sewers and call it a day. And then every time it rained, the freeway would overrun the sewers. So now I've seen states build retention ponds, and they dump the water in there and let it evaporate out of there. And I imagine a state as wet as, or a region as wet as Houston. I think one time heard a Houston radio host say, Houston actually is part of the Gulf of Mexico. It just dries out sometimes.
That's about the truth. I mean, don't you feel nice and moisturized out here right now?
Oh man, it had been pretty cool the last few days, and so it felt very California-like. And I went out to my car yesterday, and the first 80-degree day, and I go, oh, it's feeling like what I imagine Houston's like. The temperature's been decent, but the humidity's been pretty thick.
Oh, well, and when you're born with it, you love it. I've tried the drier climate, and I can't do it. This is me.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I filmed all through the Southeast last summer, and South Carolina and Atlanta and Dallas, doing that Dallas live stream. That's why I switched to this kind of shirt, because the humidity just kills me. And for the Dallas live stream, and then I got to El Paso, and it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
But I got to Tucson, Arizona. I got out of the car. It was 108. But it was dry. And 108 and dry after several months in the South felt like 78 degrees.
I mean, that's fair, but I went to Santa Fe last summer for vacation. And after about 3 days there, my skin was cracking, my nose was dry, I was putting chapstick on, stuff I never normally do.
Yeah, but it's fine. The upside is it feels very comfortable, and you can sweat and actually cool off, and you can go in the shade and it makes a difference.
Yeah. No, the shade doesn't matter here.
Hey, talking about Houston too and the shade. Well, I noticed one of the things Houston says they do regulate. You mentioned they don't regulate land use, but they regulate height near the airport. They'll regulate parking minimums. Yep. They also regulate the tree canopy.
Yeah, we're pretty strict on what they'll let you do. That being said, they do take the trees pretty seriously. There was a Wendy's franchisee that caught a lot of flack not too long ago. I think it was maybe during COVID. He had a crew come in, and rather than just trim the trees on his property, he had them cut them down.
Oof.
And fined big time by the city, had to replant all of them, had to pay all these costs, and it was a real big deal. And, is our tree canopy perfect? No, but I do got to say we've made a lot of good steps in terms of taking care of our trees.
And it makes a difference. Like I've noticed just about everywhere I've had to walk, I'm on under tree-lined streets. This is a weird spot here, but it's probably because it's new. I can see they planted trees, or maybe they tried to rescue some of these. I don't know, but it'll get better. Yeah. But almost everywhere else I've walked, downtown or anywhere else, I feel like the tree canopy's been really good, and I imagine in the summer that's got to make a difference.
No, it does. I jokingly said the shade doesn't matter earlier. No, it definitely does. And when you want to, come out and take a walk in the middle of the day, it's actually pretty nice when you walk under the tree canopy. That being said, there's something worth mentioning for all the Houston haters out there, because I know they exist. Man, the further out you go, when you get out into the unincorporated areas like unincorporated Harris County, unincorporated Fort Bend County, anywhere they're building new homes, there is no zoning. There truly is none. And the idea of, at least in the sense of what we do here,
right?
And there is you can find neighborhoods with no trees in them.
Oof.
It's tiny cramped lots, stuff like that. Houston has its foibles. It certainly does. But it's not this. It's not this horrible place that everybody thinks it is.
Well, I'm just thinking through like all the tenets of the urban planning classes I took, mm-hmm. and nobody ever praises Houston, right? But we talk about tree canopy. Yep. They do tree canopy. We talk about mixed use. They do mixed use. We talk about density. They do density. The only component missing is, and it's still a big deal, bike lane, sidewalks, and transit.
Yeah.
And to me, that sounds like you've just got instant oatmeal. And it's very expensive water, but just add water,
I know I keep saying, just wait, just look, but a perfect example right here. You see the bike lane sign?
Yes, let's bring you in as well so you can see what he's saying.
That's all brand new right there.
So they have, I'm just holding the mic, don't worry about it. So bike lane ahead, so they're on the other block, then there's a bike lane.
Yeah, it starts right over there. It does begin right on this side, but it takes off on the other side, and it extends all the way down through the redevelopment of West Alabama.
Right.
They came through, there were originally larger sidewalks and a larger median here on the side. Tore that up, put down slightly thinner sidewalks, but still pretty decent size, put in the bike lanes in both directions, and it's pretty nice. This is actually a place where I had never seen bikers before, but I think they put this up maybe around 2019 or so. In the years since then, it's being used. People are adopting it.
Yeah, well, I remember somebody making the point that if you build a road network for cars, and but it doesn't connect to anything.
Can I take us one more interesting place before you?
Sure. Yeah. No. Please lead the way, and we'll talk as we go. And then I also have some super chats to catch up on too.
We've got
one involving a cat
on the other side that I think you might enjoy.
Yeah, please. But if you draw a map, take your city and draw a map of where all the bike lanes are. Okay, and then imagine now that's a map of the road network. Would you drive a car? You wouldn't, because there's nowhere to drive it. And I'm saying if you can build out a bike network that's safe, similar to a safe road network that's just as robust and thorough, I'd probably ride a bike a lot. I live in California. I could ride my bike probably 300 days a year or 330 days a year. And I don't even own a bike. When I moved to California, I got rid of it because there's no safe place to ride in the places that I've lived. you know.
Well, there's a lot of people who, when you say that to them about Houston, the response is, well, nobody's going to ride a bike in Houston. It's not safe to ride a bike. It's not this. It's not that.
Because
there's no bike lanes. Yeah, you're right. But also the fact that people even claim fatuously that nobody rides a bike in Houston. You're wrong, man.
yeah.
Go to Memorial Park any day of the week, any day of the year, even on the hottest day, you're going to find at least a few people out there riding.
Is Memorial Park that long linear park along the river north of downtown?
It is right past that. It's a gigantic old World War I camp.
Okay. And then there's Memorial Park Way. Is that the road that's kind of like a freeway?
That goes through the heart of the park too.
Okay. Yeah, I got on that by accident yesterday, and I go, oh, what? You know, it's not quite a freeway, but it's, you know, you go about 45 miles an hour. It was a very pleasant drive.
There's two on either side. Those were some of the earliest freeway type development we had. That side's Memorial Parkway. The other side is Allen Parkway. If you get a chance, go look at it on Google Earth. There's a nice little clover leaf to look at. And if you were on the Memorial Parkway side, then I'm assuming you saw some of the old steel columns that are holding the bridges up, which we don't have a lot of anymore.
Right. Well, steel tends to. I'm amazed it doesn't rust as much as it does. It's a pretty, actually, probably not a bad climate for it. It's not the dumping salt on all the roads and rusting everything out like, you know, I would imagine Detroit and other places have to deal with. You know.
Yeah.
I have a super chat from Happy Ducky Man. He writes, "My cat Mickey is 18. My dog Lucky is 12." I said 18 is pretty good for a cat. I think my cat lived to be about 18, but she really, my childhood cat started really slowing down quite a bit right around her last year or two. A friend of mine volunteered to take care of her in her senior years, and he's a pretty cool guy. He actually went to the shelter and adopted another old cat.
Nice.
Just because he was a good person. He's a good person.
That's a good thing to do.
And then the old cats would just glare at each other all day. But at least they had a friend. And then so we'll make a right here. Okay.
And we'll head up towards all that glittering light up there.
Okay. There's another neighborhood. I can't remember where it is. I think it's west of here, where there was another high-rise building right in the middle of the neighborhood that looked like it was for a senior center or something, but it was quite tall. I want to say the street it was on was like San Tropez or something like that, but I may be getting it all wrong.
There is an old folks home on the other side that is multi-story. There's also a small, it was an art university until they went bust. It's sitting up there vacant. And
right.
Next to that is a little hospital all kind of that way.
Okay, so I'm going to try to read a super chat. Scroll with my nose so I can see it. And carry a tripod as not horribly bumpy as I can. Wanderer Frog writes, "I've also been a fan for years. You're living the dream, Mike. Come to San Diego next time, Rob." I'm not sure what fan of.
Fan of you.
Oh,
I'm Mike.
I was thinking fan of Houston.
No, sir. And then I'll reiterate what I said earlier. It's not every day Road Guy Rob comes to the neighborhood. You gotta take advantage.
Do you have a favorite Houston team that's the best for rooting for?
Oh, the Astros.
The Astros?
That's why I've got the shirt on.
Oh, that's true. Good point. And then the basketball team is the
Rockets.
The Rockets. I think that would be the one I would know because I grew up in a metro area with one team, so NBA or bust. So
I mean, the Jazz are always fun.
The Jazz were good in '98. And then that's been about it. But it was very exciting in '98 and we played against Michael Jordan, you know, and so that was fun to see Karl Malone go head to head with Michael Jordan, and then that all ended, and my interest in sports sort of ended with it because I didn't have any other team to get excited about. There's no MLB team. There's no our NFL team, we never had an NFL team, and I think Utah just finally got a NHL team, but I haven't lived in Utah in quite a while now.
Do you have a super chat to read first?
No.
Okay.
I think I'll see if there's more.
I do have a question for you at some point.
Sure.
Years ago, in a video in a long ago world, you mentioned that you didn't like Texas freeways. And
Okay.
I don't want to spoil it if you're going to go over this, but you didn't like the fact that we can cheat the lights.
Oh, the Texas X. Yes.
Why? I feel that's how it's designed.
Because you're putting a car on the freeway and immediately taking them back off. So you want to try to minimize the amount of weaving on the freeway. So theoretically, you don't want to have being able to cheat the lights. Not the problem. It's like I got to switch arms. My
Is there anything I can help with?
or we're almost there. Being able to cheat the lights not the problem. The problem you run into is the so what Mike's describing is you have frontage roads next to the freeway, and you have to be able to exit the freeway onto the frontage road to frontage roads on each side to get to the cross street that you're trying to get to.
Best bet might be to stop right before this because it's technically a shopping center, but if you want to walk through it,
Okay.
that's kind of, I just wanted to show you what this is all.
Which cross street is this?
This is Westheimer.
Okay, so this end of Westheimer is quite nice.
Yeah, we're still pretty in the beginning of Westheimer. The further out you go, because Westheimer is about 40 miles long,
Okay.
it changes significantly.
Yeah, down where I'm, my accommodations are, Westheimer is I think about 8 lanes.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, you're down closer to the Beltway, I'm assuming.
So it's quite a. I feel at home. I'm used to roads like that. So this shopping center is called Highland Village. Then.
Yep, this is Highland
Okay.
Village. This is actually pretty old, 1950s shopping center.
Oh, really?
Used to just be an old neighborhood shopping center with a grocery store and a cafeteria, drugstore, that kind of stuff.
And then just got fancier and
And yeah, it's
fancier.
just been reinventing itself again and again and
Well,
again.
as soon as you see an Apple store, you go, uh-oh. Not sure I can afford this.
That place next to it has a vending machine for just cupcakes.
Is it like the ones in Las Vegas that are not very good?
Sprinkles or whatever, probably.
Yeah, there's one in Las Vegas that somebody makes YouTube shorts about it, where don't buy these cupcakes. They're made in New Jersey and frozen and shipped in, and so they're apparently not very good. I could get a whole tirade about how Las Vegas is absolutely worthless nowadays, but we'll do that later. Let's check see how the chat's going. Chicago, Philadelphia, Denver, Seattle, someplace with more to do than public transit walkability, also cooler and drier. I leave Orlando and Miami all the time. Driving in Houston is scary. Yeah, it's something interesting. New Orleans, people drive very fast.
Yeah.
But there was sort of like a happy vibe to it.
Yeah.
It was a happy fast.
It is.
It was, I'm passing you because I'm happy and I'm fast. It wasn't, I'm passing you because I'm angry. There's a lot of anger I've noticed here.
Oh, there's a huge amount of anger, and I noticed your mistake in trying to merge off the freeway. You put on your blinker. You don't do that here. You just merge and pray, as they say. No, but yeah, no, there's a lot of angry drivers, and there's a lot of theory as to why is this and how is this, and what the best thing I think I've ever heard and what I believe the most is it's just a extremely diverse city. A lot of different people, a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of people who didn't grow up here, moved here. So you have this mix and merge of driving styles, which I know you can say for any real.
I can say that about Los Angeles, but actually LA is pretty good.
Right. But I do want to harp onto the point that a lot of our populace is immigrated not just from elsewhere within North America, but from off the continent.
I can say that about Los Angeles.
No, you're not untrue.
A lot of it is you match the energy of the people around you. I moved to California, I drove like a Utah, right? I wouldn't let people merge in. I didn't stop for pedestrians, but you start seeing, oh wow, every middle of the block, everybody's coming to a stop. Nobody's honking. They're letting people merge. And I showed my sister, we were down in Orange County. I was trying to switch to the 57 freeway going southbound from the 5. And at the last minute, I go, oh shoot, I need this lane. And there had been a long line. I go to cut in at the last second, they let me in. Like, what other city's going to do that?
No, you're going to have to nudge your way in here. That's the only hope. And people love to say, oh, it was this is new. This is only since it's changed. Now, Houston's always been an angry place to drive.
Yeah. So now, once people get out of their cars, every city has a vibe to it. Like Portland, people have described to me, and I think it's accurate. Everybody's friendly, but nobody wants to be your friend. It's an introverted town.
Yeah.
LA, everybody's friendly, but they're really busy and a little bit in their own, self-absorbed. Utah, everybody's friendly till they get behind the wheel, and is Houston that way? Or everybody friendly till they get behind the wheel, or?
I think it varies.
Yeah.
I really do. Some people absolutely are. Some people are short fused, and I think, in my opinion, it's not necessarily as nice a vibe as other places all the time. There's nothing necessarily wrong with people. People are a little anti-personable sometimes.
Right.
But, if you're just kind of sticking to yourself, nobody's going to hassle you or give you any trouble.
Right. Yeah, it's just, sometimes it's hard to know if the anger translates itself into...
If I keep this up, I'm going to get a job for a spokesperson for City of Houston. Yeah. Nobody's going to hassle you here. As long as you keep to yourself, you're fine. You're fine.
Houston, we're okay.
We're better than we were 20 years ago. You got to give us that.
Hey, I'm standing on a bona fide sidewalk. Now, there's parking spaces on one side, but it's a bona fide sidewalk,
You are, and a lot of this has to do with this just always being a shopping district. There actually was, for a long time, a beautiful Art Deco 50s bus stop just off the road here that the original shopping center developer built. And unfortunately, when they came through and changed up Westheimer a few years ago, they tore that all down. But this has always been a pretty walkable area.
Right. We can go, because it's going back to that old shopping center that was here.
Yeah.
Back when it was, Fred's drugstore, not Lululemon,
Yeah, the Hinky and P lot down there, and the Maddings on the other side, and the Wyatt's cafeteria. And if you're old enough to know what I'm talking about, you're way older than I am.
Hula Hands hot doggery, Happy Duckman asks, how are the buses?
So, I think we just had one pass us a minute ago. The buses are a lot better than they were. I'll put it this way. I don't tend to ride a bus unless I need to ride a bus. However, if I need to ride a bus, they've all been perfectly fine.
So it's acceptable. It's not, jaw-droppingly amazing, but it's not a bus service where you're like, oh, no way I'm riding this. This is a death trap.
Yeah, I mean, if you were having to plan your daily commute around riding the bus, you'd want to do a lot of planning. You'd want to make sure that you are not having to do a lot of changes, because that is a problem. Our city is gigantic, and it's kind of gridded out throughout the whole thing. The grids aren't consistent, but they are, grids connecting to grids. So a lot of our lines are just long and straight. So if you want to go somewhere diagonally, it's going to be a lot of transfers.
And like I say, make the comparison to Atlanta, where nothing was straight, nothing's ever a grid. Even downtown Atlanta is not much of a grid. And I imagine transit planning is a lot nicer. And that's where I think there's a huge potential in this century for Houston to really transform, because you can find a way to throw some effective, cost-effective transit, bus rapid transit lines and things. I would have taken a BRT line downtown, if there'd been something within walking distance of my hotel.
Are you planning on doing anything on our BRT that was kind of taken away from us?
No, Houston. The trouble is,
You're here for highways, not for public transit.
No. On the contrary, I had a story I was working with the city of Houston on 3 years ago, and it didn't work out. And then I tried to reach out to the PR person, but she doesn't work there. She transferred them somewhere else, and then the new people were busy and they didn't get back to me, so I kind of gave up on the story. As well as I had 2 text out stories, and those didn't pan out. So I'm kind of trying to cobble a story together from Texas, but right now I think part of the challenge is, how do you get a knowledgeable expert on if they're already shy to want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Even I'm going to be very fair about it, and they're going to come off looking good, but if it's controversial,
yeah,
they're definitely going to be shy, and so that's the challenge, because they're going to assume YouTube, oh, he's doing a hit job, which I don't. But
no, you don't. You're a very fair and consistent person. I like your old school news style.
Oh, thank you.
I really do. I'm a descendant of an old school newscaster.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Who?
My granddad. Nobody super notable outside of Houston. His name was Charlie Harrison. He was on the O&O KTRK back before it was O&O, when it was still owned by the newspaper, all the way up till Disney bought it.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, started as a lead anchor, lost his hair, was reduced to booth announcer, and eventually retired from that. But, you know, I have a lot of reverence for broadcasting, and you do a great job of being a broadcaster and being fair. You are on YouTube, but you sir are a broadcaster.
Well, you can thank me being here tonight, because if I had had my beautiful, beautiful blonde hair that I used to have, I probably would have tried local TV, you know, and never would have gone down this road. So,
well, yeah, no, you would have been darn good at it.
Well, thank you. I'm going to check my battery on this phone real quick just to see. I never plugged the external battery in it, but it's got a pretty good battery. So 8%.
Oh, boy.
Let's walk back to the car so I can get
That's
this
good.
plugged back in here before it dies. So, it is interesting that if this shopping center is like, this is really lucrative, we want to start buying out houses in the South, and there's nothing stopping them. They could do it.
There is a homeowners association.
Oh, does this have an HOA?
Yes, there is an HOA.
Okay. Because I was sitting there going, you know, I'm looking at the rents on this stuff, and it's such high-end stuff. I'm going, well, why don't you extend it another block and make the shopping center even bigger?
HOAs absolutely rule the roost inside the loop. There's pretty much not a neighborhood you can get to that doesn't have an HOA.
Okay, so that's what they've done to try to protect what they've got left.
Exactly.
Okay. What about those first neighborhoods you were showing me around the corner where there's been a lot of tear downs and rebuilds there? Those were not part of HOAs?
There's the one side that was the little setup of townhomes, and then there was the one side that were the little essentially they were like little kind of apartments. They were technically townhomes, but they were leased. They were not owned. You would
Oh, yeah, right. So it was one property owner selling out.
Who decided to sell out.
Okay, that makes sense. For those still on the stream, actually quite a few people taking suggestions. Yeah, sorry you're dizzy. I bought a gimbal thing that was supposed to smooth walks like this out, and it's in an Amazon locker. It didn't arrive by 5 o'clock tonight because I know how when I go back and watch the videos on these, I don't watch the whole thing, but review it. I know that the walking to show you stuff, which is, you know, an important part of it, is this isn't great because I'm carrying a tripod and it's kind of bumpy. But we'll be back to my car soon and get it plugged in and mounted and taking suggestions for the next thing you'd like to go see. I know there's that neighborhood downtown. Are we got to go another block?
Yeah, next block.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I thought we were almost there.
It's there's this street and then one more. West Alabama's the one we're on.
Okay.
Next one with an intersection.
We got a super chat, double-digit one from James Stilley 7621 writes, hair is overrated. Well,
I'll keep that in mind. That's
do you have hair loss in your family?
Yes.
I guess your grandfather.
Yes.
Is that on your mother's side?
But my father's side absolutely has it too, so it's coming for me.
Yeah. So
I know it is. That's why I've grown it out. I'm enjoying it while I can.
Yeah, enjoy it. Well, and sometimes it fails top down. I had it fail front back, and so I knew I was in trouble when my younger brother had hair loss, like senior year of high school. Like it was a poor kid, you know.
Well, unfortunately that's my situation too.
And so,
Mark, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, bud.
your brother.
Yeah.
So he started losing his hair in high school.
If you saw Rob a minute ago, you should feel better.
Yeah, so I was in denial. I wasted my entire 20s and probably squandered a lot of dating opportunities because I was just in denial and I just looked really bald.
Hair's overrated.
And then finally I had some friends give me an intervention and they said, you got to go get that cut off. And I miss my hair, but it does look better. And now that friend's starting to have a little bit of hair loss too, and so I'm letting them know it's going to be okay when you're ready. Just cut it, and life will go on. But okay, yeah, there's that vacant lot we saw.
Yep.
When we first came. I'm going to jaywalk a little bit here, just so I get this thing plugged in before it dies.
Absolutely. I want the stream to end.
Well, it's only 7:30 back west. I'd be just barely getting started on a live stream from the West Coast. Got super chat from Brickatect writes, I hate HOAs. Why are what HOA isn't tyrannically horrible? So the associations around here, are they mostly just to protect development?
I've got to give this one credit. They're not tyrannically horrible.
They're not trying to micromanage every detail. They're just trying to protect basically zoning.
Pretty much. I mean, if you let your lawn get super long, if you didn't mow it at all, they definitely would probably send you a letter, if not fine you at some point. But like having a commercial vehicle parked in the driveway, they don't care about that kind of stuff.
Any architectural control in terms of like how your house looks?
No, the only thing that you're not allowed to do, and this is a pretty recent thing, and those 4 on the corner that we were talking about caused this, is you cannot split land parcels without their permission anymore.
Okay, that's too bad, because I love lot splits. There'd be 2 houses where there used to be one.
You can ask them, and
neighbors might say okay.
They've granted some.
It's like I'm gonna get this. The stream's gonna be real weird for a minute. It's gonna be a radio show because it's gonna be. I gotta plug it in. Turn the car on here. And
there's actually a house we walked past that was built as 2 duplexes, and they had to connect the bottom floor back together.
I gotta figure out how on earth I'm gonna make this thing work, because I gotta keep it plugged in and snap it in at the same time, and I don't know if that kind of works. Okay, all right. I think that's working. Okay. Well, let me put my tripod away. And I appreciate all the insider knowledge of life actually inside the Beltway. Having, like I say, never been to Houston before, it's difficult to. I'm certainly not in a position to speak authoritatively. Let's say the camera's there and say bye to you here. But I'm definitely not in a position to speak authoritatively on the topic. So being able to have somebody who knows a little bit about. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull this back up here. Get caught up live so we can see ourselves here. But so to have somebody who's lived in the neighborhood your whole life and have grandparents that live in the neighborhood, it's good to hear about it. So I appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you for not driving away when some random guy came up to your car holding a phone screen at you.
I remember back when I wasn't used to homeless people in California actually be pretty good at. It's a competitive market, so there's some of the best. Like I remember I was washing my car, and the guy came up and he started. I had a Honda Fit, and so saying, "Oh, is that a Honda Fit? That the manual? That's cool. I used to have a Civic back in the '90s," and we were talking and stuff. Anyway, I'm trying to get up to my girl up north, and I need some money for the bus. It's like, and I'm like, all right, that's
been monologuing, been working on it.
Yeah, it's a whole lot better than the guy in Atlanta who just walked up to me, looked me right in the eyes, and says, "Buy me a sandwich." I'm like, no. So, you get used to talking to people, and
And also thank you for all the content throughout all the years. It has been incredible to watch. I'm so glad you're finally doing Houston, and I look forward to seeing this episode when it comes out.
Yeah, well, like I say, it won't be as Houston as I like,
Texas in general.
But you will see shots from Houston.
Hey,
so
there we go. As long as there's no general hate directed towards at least me personally, I think it'll be fine.
The dirty truth is California and Texas have a hell of a lot in common.
Yeah, we do.
We do. We pretend we're very different states, but we're really actually very similar.
I think we're the closest out there. We've got a shared heritage too.
Yeah. So, okay.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by. And a lot of people are texting thanks, Mike. So.
I enjoyed it.
Okay. Oh, it was fun. Be able to, like I say, get the inside scoop on this stuff, because okay. So let's start heading off to so taking suggestions of maybe some of the next things to take a look at. I know I had dinner the other night with what are suburbs? Yeah, and that Wander Frog is a good point. What's suburbia like outside the loop? And now that I got my power plugged in, the stream's not going to suddenly kick off on us. Make sure it's charging. I'll stop a second. Does it say it's charging? It says it's got a little lightning bolt, so I think we're good. Okay, so make sure I'm moving here. And let's find a good topic to talk. If somebody has a good thought. Is getting fined from the HOA for leaving the trash can out. Oh man, let me talk different kinds of HOAs that I've seen in my life. So the first time I ever experienced an HOA, it was probably a little bit more like this one, right? Where it was more trying to preserve a land use than it was something that was, trying to preserve a Disneyland, right? Where, the typical story of an HOA is, the mailboxes have to be a certain shade of brown, and you can't paint the color of the house wrong. There was a suburb of Utah, Salt Lake City, called Harriman. This is not my grandmother's, this is somebody else's. And the developer, as part of, I guess they knew somebody at Disney, and they got Disney to sign off on letting them build a replica of the big house from the movie Up. The old man, Ed Asner's character, lives in this kind of goofy looking yellow house. And when they go to demolish his house, he releases a whole bunch of balloons and floats away with the house. It's a pretty cool scene. And so the developer copied the house, and in a neighborhood of a bunch of tan looking, McMansions, there's this yellow house that stands out, and it was a marketing gimmick to get people out to the neighborhood to buy the house. Okay, that's cool. So they build this up house, and eventually the houses are all sold. The HOA is formed. The developer sells the up house to a family who buy it because it looks like the up house, and the developer's gone. And the first thing a bunch of the neighbors do with the up house is demand that it be painted a proper approved shade of tan or beige to fit in with all the other beige boxes in the neighborhood. And I remember seeing, this kid had to have been 25. It was like his parents' house, but the local TV reporter, that's the person they interviewed, and he's like, well, I just don't think it's right that they get to have a house. We all follow the rules and they don't have to, I'm like, bro, it's the up house. It's, you don't build a house like that and then paint it beige. Plus, architecturally, it doesn't even match the rest of the houses anyway, because it's the up house. And so that's the HOA nightmare that I think a lot of people talk about when they talk about life in HOAs, And thankfully, not all HOAs have to be that strict. They're not the ones you see on the YouTube short of, the guy who mows lawns for free, and then the HOA came and yelled at him and called the cops on him because you're not allowed to mow the lawn for free. You have to use the HOA's approved contracted landscape service or something. My uncle and aunt live in Oceanside, north of San Diego. They bought a very, very, very modest house pretty far inland back in the 90s when they could barely get in, but they got in, and now there's no way they could afford to live there now, but they bought in at the right time. But I asked him, I said, is his neighborhood an HOA? And he says, technically it is, but they don't have any elected leadership, and I guess the assessment is just for the wall that faces the major street. One thing I got to give credit to Houston, at least this part of Houston, is very rarely am I seeing a tract home subdivision with nothing that faces the major street but a wall. Like there's a lot of engagement out on the street. But most of America, most of California, you have new homes go in. You don't want any of those houses facing the major street. And the backyard, you don't want it facing the major street, so you put in a big wall. Well, somebody's got to pay for that wall if it gets damaged, so they create an HOA just to maintain the wall and the landscaping in the front. So there's, the assessment of $100 a year from everybody to pay for that. So that kind of an HOA is maybe on the opposite end where it's totally not restrictive. And so I think, best I can tell, HOAs have quite a bit of flexibility. It's a private contract, and there are state laws that govern these associations and what they can and can't do. But beyond what is mandated in the law, there's also a lot of legal flexibility to get creative to tailor it to what you need and what you want. And in between, in the middle, would have been my grandmother's, where I think they maintained the water system. It was a rural community, an ex-urban community where everybody had 2.5 acres, and it went up into the hills. And it's not part of a city. Everybody for waste used their own septic system. For heat, they'd have a private propane tank at each house, and you'd call the propane guy who'd come fill it up. Electricity was underground. That was municipal electricity that got out there. And I think the last thing was how do you get the water? And so they had their own private water system. And so the annual assessment, which I think on top of the water bill, the annual assessment to grade the the dirt roads and everything wasn't bad. It was $800 a year or something. But then the problem you run into is residents expect the world for $800. So if you think about taxpayers per mile or assessed properties per mile, and you have all these rural roads serving these lots that at minimum are 2.5 acres. Sometimes you have 5 or 10 acres. Sometimes there's no house on the lot. They have it just for horse property. And then they're mad that all the roads are dirt. And I'm sitting there going, well, if you're only assessing these people $800 per lot, I'm amazed that they're able to once a year even go grade the roads at all. The gravel roads. I think but they would write in, and I remember the survey came in, and my grandmother served on the board as the treasurer, and people write in, crap, this is terrible. How come none of these roads are paved, and so I think an association is only as good as its associated members. And if you have if the members are grouchy, then the spirit of the HOA is going to be pretty grouchy too. If you're new, just joining in, I'm in Houston. We've been doing quite a bit of walking around, and had a guy named Mike who lives here join us and talk to us about some of the development changes and stuff, the flexibility of a city with no zoning. And we're now in the car, and we're going to head farther out of town, outside first the 610 Beltway, and then, which actually we might already be outside of, and then later outside the Beltway 8. Beltway 8 has an interesting problem. They used to have toll booths on it, and it looks like they removed some of the stuff, but there's enough of it that when I drove it the other day, all the traffic dogs down to a stop like it's a toll booth. And so it'll be interesting to see if over the years they tear more of that out. The whole goal of electronic tolling and removing the toll booths is to make it safer, but also to keep the cars moving. But if you have enough junk still in the road that reminds people of a bygone era of toll booths, then it has that detrimental effect to the traffic. If you're following along on the map, I believe we're driving on a street called Richmond Avenue. I think we're between the 610 and Beltway 8, west of downtown Houston. Earlier in the stream, we looked at where Interstate 69 is going to get realigned, and it tore out a whole neighborhood. Oh, by the way, over here, this is not all that unique to Houston, but I tried to go to dinner here 2 nights ago. It's a whole community of like food trucks, and I thought, oh, this will be great, And I saw on Google Maps a picture of the menu from 2 years ago: 3 chicken tenders and fries for like $11.99. I think it was 2 for $9.99, 3 for $11.99. $11.99, that won't be too bad. But as you can see, a lot of people standing around with nothing to do because the menu prices are off the charts. So this Clutch City Cluckers here on the left, which is the place I tried to go, had my money in my pocket and I was walking up to them and they wanted $18.50 for 3 chicken tenders. So I left. For that kind of money, I'd go get something better. And so it's really a shame to see fast food become so expensive. And I don't really know why, because if it were a labor issue, California would be extremely expensive compared to Texas, where their minimum wage is a lot cheaper. But I don't think it's a labor cost issue, because even though we pay $20 in California, here they can pay basically as low as they want, all the way down to $7.50, but the prices here are just about as high as I see in California. So is it a food price issue? Did the raw, but In-N-Out didn't raise their price the same way that, so I don't really know. I'm a bit unsure. I should also stop and take a look at the chat here, because I'm not reading your chats as I drive, but I am trying to keep an eye out. Definitely don't want to miss. And we've had a lot of super chats tonight. I've been very impressive super chat night tonight. And I believe I caught up on everybody's. At the red light here, I shouldn't be looking at this, but it says food trucks being more expensive than real restaurants is the thing now because they are hip and cool. Yeah, but that kind of defeats the point of the food truck, right? And that shows my age, right? I still, in my heart, because I'm still single. I kind of humiliated myself earlier, but anyway, that latter my friends maybe read, but I still feel 25, even though I just turned 40, because I'm single and I do the kind of work somebody who's 25 would do, you know, and I live like financially I live like I'm 25, you know, and so, but I'm the older generation where you know, the point of a food truck is we used to call them roach coaches, you know, which is very insulting and mean, but like that was the thinking, was it was the cheap, sketchy thing where you could get like something cheap to eat. And so the idea of these food trucks becoming trendy is like, no, like $20, like I know Chili's ain't great, but like I'd rather just go get the 3 for me at Chili's, sit down, pay a waitress a tip, you know, and I don't know why they're stopping. There's nobody in front of them. See, California, nobody care, you know, guys blocking the lane like that. You just go around them, you don't honk or whatever. But my concern with Houston is somebody kind of come up behind me at 50 and just clobber the back of my car, where California, there's so much traffic. You're used to being on the brakes all the time. So if you suddenly have to come to a stop in lanes, you're like, the guy behind me's got it, you know. And they do. They're pretty good about slowing down. Where here, I'm not so sure. And I saw some blue pop up, so I'll need to pull over here and read the next super chat. So that's exciting. You know, stop at this gas station here. Not this guy. He's not mine. I'm not your Uber. Pretend we're getting gas. Okay, so the super chat is from at KC7SIK. That sounds like a $2 for some gas money. Hey, I'm at a gas station. That's perfect. KC7SIK, is that a ham radio call sign? I got a ham radio thing once. That's cool. Yeah, let's see, somebody writes, Rob, those prices are not normal, never seen that. You talking about the gas prices that are way too cheap, or the $18 for chicken fingers? Somebody else writes, food trucks being more expensive. Oh yeah, we read that. Clutch City is expensive, but there are better options at that park. Yeah, I should have looked around to see what else there. But yeah, no, that's $2 for gas money. So $2. The gas prices here in Texas are so cheap, I question why they even put a credit card reader on it anymore. And basically giving the gas away. Now, granted, I drive a Prius. I'm sure somebody has a big pickup truck. It's a different story. But I think I saw as low as $2.19 or something. I'm just happy if it's under $4. That's just the world I'm used to. And the thing I get concerned about is no matter how cheap gas prices get, constituents, regular Americans, there's always going to be a big chunk of people. Gas will never be cheap enough. It could be free, and they'll complain, well, how come you're not paying me money to buy it? Because if you think about it, inflation adjusted, $2.19 is, and I see some green for another super chat. I'm coming for you next time I stop. I won't forget you. $2.19. If you inflation adjust that, it has to be about as cheap as gas has ever been in the history of gas. And I question, can oil field workers who deserve a living wage, it's dangerous work, they deserve to get paid, can oil field workers even extract when gas is, there's a Chevron there for $2.35. I guess it's a former Chevron, it's an Omega fuel. For $2.35, step and go, $2.35. Let's say road tax is, 50, 60 cents of that. You've got a pump price that's under $2 at that point, $1.75 or something like that. How do you even get the oil out of the ground that cheap? Because, I've seen some of these YouTube videos of the oil field workers. They get a new thing going, and then they've got to hurry and perfect choreography, move a bunch of pipes and things around, otherwise somebody's going to get killed. And it's like, how much an hour are we paying these guys? Because it better be a lot, It's so, and then we run the risk of, we work so hard with fracking and things where we're now a net oil exporter, where we can survive on domestic oil now. We're not dependent on foreign oil. My whole life was complaining about how dependent we were on foreign oil. We haven't been for 10 years. We had that fracking boom in the Obama years that then has continued since, because the technology became available. And but I think that fracking only works if oil's at a certain price. And when it stays this cheap, I don't know, I get bad vibes when it gets when gas gets too expensive. I get worried because it's going to kill the economy, and then when gas gets too cheap, I get worried because it's going to kill the oil industry, and then that's going to make oil shoot up in price. So we're starting to see a little more like regular suburban development here. This is still along Richmond Avenue, where it's mini malls, but I'm not seeing the high rises. I doubt it's all HOAs and deed restrictions. I think at this point you just don't see the high rises because there just isn't market demand for there to be a high rise here. That guy's really brave to be right in the middle of the street trying to make his left. I do notice that if you look at these medians, I'll get in the left lane so you can take a closer look. Houston really relies a lot on these what they call, I think, bullnose median openings, where you don't really build a genuine turn lane. You just kind of open the median with the nice rounded nose. And the problem with these is they don't work very well, right? So I come out here to make my turn, and the landscaping's in my way, and my butt's not totally out of the other lane, and they're just I had a median expert in one of my videos, a guy from Florida, his name escapes me. He looks kind of like Wolf Blitzer, but he's very knowledgeable about medians. He says, don't do bull-nosed openings like that. They just, especially on high-speed highways, lower speed city street, it probably works fine, but it's just an accident magnet. Plus, so here you have this is a normal median opening where I have a dedicated lane. My butt's out of traffic. If there's room behind me for other cars to stack up, where the bull-nosed one up here that we just used, if you think about if I'm hogging that opening, somebody can't use it the other direction, and also there's no room if I want to stack up behind him. I'm totally in the lane. Now imagine this was a 50 or 60 mile an hour street. You're just asking for a bad crash, So it's odd. I haven't seen many bull-nosed openings like that. I hope I'm using the term right. stub nose. I'm trying to remember what they're called, but those rounded openings that don't have a dedicated left turn lane built into it. Also, when you turn back out, you just don't have a lot of room to get merged back up to speed. I get why they use them, because you want to be able to have access to the other side of the street without having to drive all the way, to the next block. But I haven't been accustomed to seeing these. Most other places that do medians now actually structure in a left turn bay intentionally, and then usually just don't let people turn back out. In fact, that's a good example right there. Here's a good example here too. Now this is perfect. See how they structured a left turn bay, and there's the bar to my right, the concrete, so somebody can't make a left turn coming out. At the beginning of the stream, I talked about conflict points, all the different ways you can get a crash. Think about the conflict points here. The other street, there's no way they can crash into me. So the only conflict points I have are the oncoming traffic, which I have a good view of, and somebody crossing at the crosswalk here. That's great. But what about going the other way? Say I want to try to make a left turn out. So we'll U-turn here and take a look at it. So I'm coming up here. I probably used to be able to make a left turn here, but they don't let me, because if I was trying to make a left, I've got conflict points of the vehicles to my left. I have vehicles to my right that I have to merge into, and I have the car in the left turn bay, and then I have the crosswalk. It's just too many conflict points. So they just say, sorry, you're going to make a right turn, but you can come down here to this other bay. In fact, this one's signalized, but it's the same thing. They won't let you make a left out. And then I've got 3 lanes here. I can just complete a U-turn. And by doing that, I'm only dealing with oncoming traffic, in which I have a good view of. At that intersection, it was really hard for me to see the traffic coming from the right, which would be traffic coming this way. Okay, let me pull over and read the next super chat. Oh, there's a high-rise. If you look to your left side of your screen there, a couple of high-rise buildings coming back. I wonder if we're getting close to Beltway 8, and so maybe the market demand for tall buildings is starting to change here. Got a what's the term? Traffic light doctor taught it to me. The stoplights that hang from a cable. No, not mast arm. That's the one with a span wire traffic signal. We've got one here. It's interesting. He calls the cable a strain cable, and I'm assuming it's because you have to stretch it out so it's tight enough that it doesn't just dangle all the way to the ground. But then the poles, the vertical pole that holds that cable, he called a strain cable, or strain pole, excuse me. So I'm guessing it's because the two poles, you're pulling on them with a wire in 2 directions. It's got to be able to take the strain of being pulled. That's an appropriate use of the horn. I wasn't doing it because I was apoplectically mad that the guy ran the red. I did it because I was warning other drivers. That's what it is. All right, let's find a parking lot here, and I'll read the next super chat here. Looks like a bank. Sorry to get a streak right in your shot there. All right. So I saw a super chat flying by from, KC7SIK, we got that one. The PWIG. Puig? But thank you for your super chat, right? Thanks for coming to Houston, Rob. How long are you going to be in town? I'm here through the weekend. I'm writing the script for a video that was supposed to have a source that doesn't have a source, so I'm having to do research and write the script and shoot it. I will probably be here longer than this weekend because I have a feeling that tomorrow's Friday already. Jeez, that's the thing when I'm working for someone else, I just can't wait for the weekend. And then somebody in the comments tells me this is not a bank, it's a credit union. Okay, I like credit unions. open to the community. Okay. Credit unions are, had a bad experience with Wells Fargo, and I don't hold grudges against people, but boy, can I hold a grudge against a bank. I'll tell you my Wells Fargo story in a minute, but the videos, normally what I do is it's like a 4-day process. I interview the person the first day. The second day, I chop up the interview. Usually, if I can interview them in the morning, I start chopping it up in the afternoon. I write the script around it, and then I go out, and the third day, I try to shoot all my stand-ups. And then the fourth day, I go back and get all the B-roll. And then maybe need a fifth day if there's a few things I missed. Yeah, so we're here at Beltway 8. And looks like they got something going on here. The Sam Houston Toll Road. And so one of the challenges of the story is I rely on the person that I interview because it gives me all the information to write about. So the first thing I do is I interview somebody, I go through, I chop up all the good sound bites where they say something great, and then put it in kind of a logical order to tell the story. I then go back through and I write down all the interesting facts that I didn't use as a sound bite. And then I space in that, along with some of my own research, as in things that are, if I appear on camera, I call that a stand-up. To intersperse in between their sound bites. And I like stand-ups because then I don't have to do any animating or try to come up with creative things to say over my narration. If you think about it, anything I just record in narration, I have to go shoot some video to put on top of it. I can't just give you a black screen. And so that's where I have to use an economy of words, not just because I'm trying to get to the point in an efficient and effective, interesting way, but I run out of video. So but the sound bites are great. And the problem is, because I've had my interviews fall through, I don't have an interview to base it off of. I have to do all the research myself. And so I'm trying to crash course myself through the topic that I'm working on, to try to be accurate and give you something to show, because I came all the way to Texas, darn it. I mean, the conference alone was worth it, but I really would like to give you more than that. I'd like to give you a story from Texas, since my other ones fell through. So, but it's just a little harder. And so, to answer the question, how long I'll be in town, honestly, probably into the middle of next week, if I'm honest. Just so. Now, let's see if I missed anything while I talking about the red light runner. Yeah, well, he deserved to. 99 Scott says nobody should use Wells Fargo. Yeah. Oh, go north and hop on to go to Westheimer. But I'm not in that lane. I'll get up to Westheimer. We'll do. If I was in the right lane, but we'll go up to Westheimer next. I'll loop around and we'll take the Beltway up, or the frontage road to the Beltway. Let's see if I can get over. Make a U-turn here. I grew up, my parents had this wonderful credit union in the town I grew up in. Those who know Utah, Cypress Credit Union. I'll shout them out because I've my whole experience, my whole life, they've never made me mad. Even In-N-Out Burger made me mad once. And so let's see, I got a super chat. I read it. I'm at a red light, so, well, I'll have to read it in a minute. Oh, there you go. That's almost a California move right there. I had a lady do that to me once, but she rolled her window down. I was over in Santa Monica getting on the 405, and she was in the wrong lane. And she says, "I'm in the wrong lane. Can I cut in front of you?" And I'm like, "Sure." So when the light went green, I let her do that. So I'll get your super chat here. What do you want? Wells Fargo story? We'll do the super chat first. Then I'll get back to my Wells Fargo story. Okay, if you come to Beltway 8 East and Wallisville, there's a sidewalk that is a couple months old, but I'm sure nobody has walked on. You can be the first Beltway 8 East in Wallisville. I have to look on the map and see where that is. Wallisville. I'm not sure I could find the sidewalk. Let's see. Oh, I can't look it up. We'll go up to Westheimer first, and then we'll check that out. The other thing we could do too is go up to, if anybody knows the Not Just Bikes Houston video, we could go check out and see if it's really as bad in person as he says. But actually, I should see if my my gimbal, since we're in this neighborhood, if my gimbal made it, because then I could show you guys stuff stabilized. We can go to the Amazon locker together. Let me pull over for a second. How convenient. They have this little stop for me here. When I'm filming in a few days after I've written my script, I hope I find a lot of these, because I don't trespass and I don't break traffic rules. So it makes it difficult trying to find spots to stop my car. I thought about buying a scooter so I can like park somewhere and then scoot around to film, but I don't know, I just never. Plus, who's going to haul a scooter all the way from California, you know? Let's see. Okay, I was going to look at my Amazon. We'll put this around so you can, and we'll check out that sidewalk in a minute here as super chat from RC Maniac 10. Like RC cars? Oh no, seeing my naked head. Put my hat back on. Okay, Amazon. It was supposed to deliver before 5, and I was supposed to have this nice gimbal. It better be in the locker now. Let's see. It says, I'm waiting for the Amazon app to load. Delivered today. Okay, let's navigate. Let's go get my gimbal, and then we'll go check out Westheimer, then the sidewalk, then Not Just Bikes. Because on the West Coast, it's only 8 o'clock, so why not? And I have my pickup barcode. Okay. So I'm going to an Amazon locker named Rifle, because of course I'm in Texas, off of Gessner. Okay, well, let's head over there and we'll go get, and of course they don't give me a button to navigate, so I got to copy it, go to Waze, paste it. I've noticed Waze sometimes, it's like it sabotages itself. Like you go to search for something and it will give you some bad suggestions first. And I almost wonder if it's like a Google thing where it's like they don't want Waze to be too good, because then no one will use Google Maps. Oh, let me get you switched back the other way. They don't want you to use Waze, because Google owns Waze. But by the way, you see that toll gantry on the left-hand side? That's what I'm talking about. Like, they still have, the booths are gone, but they got these big gantries. And I noticed that drivers get stressed out in rush hour and they all slow down for them, which kind of defeats the point of, oh, they want me to go the other way. Okay. Maybe there's a Texas turnaround. Let's try it. See if it'll do the trick. I'm running out of alliteration here. It looks promising. I see the U-turn only sign. Now here's what throws me off is I go into it and I'm like, oh yeah, freeway ramp. We're just charging along in, so I should be able to charge out, right? And the answer is no. This is definitely you do not have an acceleration lane. You gotta yield to the traffic to your right. But you have a pretty good view. They keep it clear, and then you hit it. And then I'm not gonna get on the toll road just to go. Well, I think it's sending me back to Richmond. Okay, but we will make it up to Westheimer tonight, and probably that sidewalk too. RC fan or whoever sent the super chat about that sidewalk, if you could get me more specific details so I can find it, or like an address or something, we'll go check it out. The sidewalk nobody else has walked on. It's not wet, is it? Like, I don't want to ruin their work, But, okay, hopefully this time the light's a little bit quicker. I have a left turn lane. I don't want to go into the the U-turn. Let this guy by first. Okay, I'll pull my California move, which is why wait for the long line when you got a perfectly short one next to you. This area and then blow ahead of everybody. Okay, 1 mile, I got to turn right on Gessner. But this feels like, through here, this feels like Irvine, California. A big, oh, I can't go Irvine speeds. I got to slow down. I'm doing 50 and it's 35. Okay, I'm going 35. It felt Irvine deja vu for a minute. Irvine's an interesting story if you ever want to go on a Wikipedia adventure. It was one big land owner and development company called the Irvine Company, and they built the area, a giant, I don't want to say it's not just an HOA, it's almost like a giant landlord. I think they own a lot of the buildings, and so they've done an amount of surprisingly high density for Southern California, and it's all around UC Irvine and everything, and it's a highly desirable, kind of, well, not kind of, quite expensive neighborhood, but it all aesthetically looks pretty and perfect because it's, you know, one company controlling a lot of it, you know. A lot of corporate headquarters down in Irvine. You have Taco Bell. I'm sure there's more. They escaped me for the moment. I know Taco Bell is headquartered in Irvine. That's not much. I always get a joke out of the office building. They have this mid-rise office building with the Taco Bell logo on it, and I've always joked that I wanted to walk in there and try to order some food, which I'm sure for the people who work there's a very, very old, stale joke. But okay. Almost to the Amazon locker here. And then, yeah, with that that gimbal, I can we can go for a walk and check something out, and hopefully you won't get seasick, because I understand. I've gone back, as I mentioned earlier, I go back and review little bits of the stream, and even I don't want to watch the part where I'm walking, but that, you know, there's a lot of neat things to see when I'm walking. So okay, and down here on my right should be a Circle K. What's the quote from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Like, something bodacious is going down at the Circle K. I can't remember. It's not a Circle. Oh, it's a Valero with Circle K. All right. And I need to find the Amazon locker called Rifle, which is probably inside. So I will leave you here for a moment. Oh, no, there it is. It's outside. Well, I will stay mic'd up, but I will leave the camera. I should have stopped for that person walking. All right. So, let's see if I can get my purchase here. Okay, so I go to the Amazon app, which I had here, and I find my barcode, and I scan the barcode. I pick up orders. Okay, touch to start. Scan the code. All right. If you don't pick it up by Monday, it'll be returned. I don't know how it's supposed to scan. Oh, I think I got it. All right, there we go. This is for somebody filming on the road, this is a total lifesaver, because I one time had Amazon delivered to the hotel front desk, which worked fine. I did that in the Holiday Inn in Portland, but partly because they had things that were too big for the for the Amazon locker. But the Amazon locker, I know, like, my biggest worry is it's going to get delivered to the front desk, and then I go to the front desk and I'm like, well, we don't know what you're talking about. We never got it. All right, so I'll flip this around so you can see. It's more interesting than that. Supposedly this is a DJI thing, that same company that makes my drone. I've been hoarding drones. Thanks to your support on Patreon, I have 3 spare drones because I don't know if the government ban is going to last for years, and I need to be able to fly a drone for work. So I've been buying spares. think I have two. I have one plus two spares. I think I'm going to buy a third spare. But okay, so I open it up. I think I may need to charge it, so that's why I want to get it plugged in. Thankfully, that's the nice thing with the car. When I'm walking, I don't have things. When I'm driving, I'm really in my war room. You know, where you may notice when I got in the car, there's junk everywhere. I got this. I will endorse this product as somebody who can't really eat wheat much anymore, and I haven't had a Cheez-It in oh gosh, probably a better part of 15 plus years. These taste just as good, and they price them the same. There's no gluten-free tax. I'm like, a loaf of gluten-free bread is like $7 now, and it's this tiny loaf. But you just got to put up with it because that's what it takes to get a loaf of bread. You go to a restaurant, you get a gluten-free bun, you pay an extra $2 if they offer them at all. And you pay. And so I gratefully pay the $2. But to get a Cheez-It for the same price as the regular Cheez-Its. Now, these are hard to find. I found them in California once. I bought 10 boxes, which probably contributed to the shortage of why they're hard to find. But H-E-B, God bless Texas, H-E-B had these on their shelf. So they had 5 of them. I bought 3 because I'm not a pig. Okay, so I've got a little baggie that this thing comes in, and it's my gimbal, I guess. All right. And then I think is this the mount for the camera? This looks like the part that magnets on. Probably if I had a MagSafe iPhone, it probably magnets to it, but that's the thing that I guess holds it. This is not an endorsement for this product. I've never seen this before. I would recommend most of you don't buy this product because you probably don't need it. All right. So I think I need to, and then looks like I can mount it on the tripod, I think. So that might be a good thing. How do I turn it on? I don't know. Where's my charging cable? I'll charge it in the meantime. We'll get back to heading up to what was that road we were going to? The big one, Westheimer. Very German name, Westheimer Road. Okay, well, this thing's charging, so we'll play with it later. All right, to Westheimer. Oh, we'll check in and see what you guys are talking to. Because if not, we'll talk. I can always talk my Wells Fargo story too, but I just want to see what we got going on here in the chat. Where'd it go? I closed the chat to get the Amazon code. If you come to Beltway 8, okay. So RC Maniac with another super chat. Thanks again. I will screenshot this. So I've got it. 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway. They're putting up new street lights and the sidewalks with hundreds of crash posts. Speed limit's 45 there. Okay. 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway. Somebody wrote salute to Cheez-Its. Amen. 5810 East. Got to type it in. 58. Apparently there's no way to click on 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway. 24 miles away. Well, maybe I'll get up there. All right. Well, I'll see what I can do. 24 miles is, unless that address is wrong. That can't be right. 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway. It's showing it way east of town, dude. Like way over there. Let me read your chat again because I don't think that'd be right. 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway, 77049. Let me see. 77049. Well, I'll put it in the GPS, but I don't know how I feel about driving 24 miles. Well, half an hour. We'll see. I'll put it in there, but I might not necessarily go all the way over there. We'll take a look at it. Okay. Meantime, we're going to go up to Westheimer and check that out. And I can my Wells Fargo story. So tell me if you've had as bad of an experience with Wells Fargo as I have here. So my parents had this wonderful credit union. Gosh, they've used it since before I was born. And the customer service, I mean, they've grown so much, but the customer service have stayed. I don't believe that's a cop car. There's a car with... I'll tell you what, I'm going to flip around and you tell me. Either it's somebody who has illegal lights or it's the crappiest undercover I've ever seen. So that. Not that, that. Okay, this does not scream legit cop car to me. That seems like somebody bought something on Temu and is asking to talk to a judge, but yeah, I'm sorry, that does not seem legit. All right, well, welcome to Houston. So, okay, I got to get back onto that frontage road to Beltway 8 here. West Park. I think this will go to Beltway 8 here. So the so the story, they had this great credit union. And I go off to college, and Wells Fargo has a booth set up because they're trying to recruit students to, open their own checking account. And I said, yeah, I'm an adult now. I'm going to go get a real bank, not this the credit union of my childhood or whatever, So I open my mom warned me. She says, you're not going to want to use a bank. You're going to just use your credit union. But I opened my Wells Fargo account, and I got my Wells Fargo debit card, and I got my little student job with direct deposit, and I had to go to AutoZone to buy something for I think $9, and apparently Wells Fargo purposely, at least at the time, would process your debits first and then your deposits second, because if your account was shy, you would get hit with a $30 charge. So my $9 purchase was $39, and I think I bought something else cheap, like a Little Caesars hot and ready pizza or something for $5, and then that netted me a nice another $30 charge. It gets to be $35, right? So now I'm in the hole like $60-$70. And back then I think I was earning $6 an hour. And so I'm in the hole like a whole day's worth of work practically, and all because of fees from Wells Fargo. So I went in and I argued with the guy, the branch manager at the student branch, to say, hey, I the same day you were supposed to deposit my pay for my little job and then credit off of it. That's the way the credit union would always work, is they'd always benefit of the doubt. They'd process the deposits before they'd process the credits. And he's like, well, we just don't do it that way at Wells Fargo. And I say, well, then I'm closing my account and I'm never coming back. And the guy just brushed me off. So my whole goal in life now is I want to become a millionaire, not because I want to be a millionaire, but so I can look Wells Fargo in the eye and say, and you'll never have any of it. So, no, I just think that's, I don't know. Like I say, I'll hold a grudge against the company for a very long time, and that was 2004. So we're going on 22 years. Mentioned it to my grandmother. I guess Wells Fargo had been around a long time. She said her father had something go wrong at Wells Fargo, and he held a grudge against them too. So nice to know it's something that's been going on for the better part of a century. Oh, I need this. This is the Beltway. Shoot. Gotta wait for this guy. He's not gonna let me in. Okay, we'll scooch behind him. Okay, to Westheimer. Let's see. Okay. So anyway, that's my Wells Fargo story. Let's see. What else am I missing out on here? Sketchiest bank, Wells Fargo's terrible. Wells Fargo sucks. Narrowly avoided a 6-7. Yeah. The thing is I don't know that any of the big four banks are particularly much better. Are they doing striping? I think they're grinding off the old striping to put down new striping. I think, and they're also, I think, going to make me get on the toll road. Well, we get to spend some easy tag, I guess. Well, here's to one of you for the super chat. I'm going to burn up $2 going one exit. But hey, you get to say you've ridden on Beltway 8. And I can see why they like the high-rise buildings along the freeway, because it does have a nice aesthetic like this. Okay, Westheimer. Now, I hope that toll wasn't very expensive. Okay. What does it say the toll rate was? $1.20. All right. Well, that was hardly worth it. Okay, so now the question with Westheimer Road is, well, let's start with going left, the real big stuff. So the guy I met up with, he and his friend, for dinner the other night, they were saying the whole live stream should just be Westheimer Road, just because it's so huge. And in fairness, I see a good share of 3-lane each way roads in California, plenty of 2-lane each way, but excuse me, 4-lane each way is that's really something to have something that's that size of a street. So we'll check it out here and see what it looks like. The thing to keep in mind with a road like this is if you had to cross it on foot, toward the beginning of the stream tonight, there's a section, it was happening off camera, so it's kind of hard to see if you go back in the live stream, probably in the first hour, but just a little neighborhood street I tried to walk across and about got hit. Like the guy, it was like he slowed down a little bit, then he sped up, and then he slammed on his brakes. And because he did that, I'm still have functional legs. And granted, he was probably only doing about 35 miles an hour. It probably wouldn't have, been the end of everything. But I don't know, it's been a bad night for everyone. But on a street like this, it says the speed limit's 35. But I imagine you start getting a lot of greens. We'll see if we get some green progression here and get multiple greens. But I see that could get the speed going, clipping along pretty well. And if that's the case, then might find people get going to 45 or 50. A road this wide, it feels like a runway. It just feels like something that you want to go fast on, and it could do that job. I'm not anti-speed. I'm very pro-speed. But if you look to your right, you see there's so many driveway openings. That business has one. Actually, it did pretty good. This gas station only has one, and I think it looks like, do they share it with Discount Tire? They don't. Discount Tire has its own. And then the car wash Discount has one right next to the car wash. Car wash has two. Goodwill has two. They share one of them with Wendy's. Okay, Wendy's has one. You start counting these driveways on the right-hand side. 2 there for that shopping center. 2 there for that, or 1 there for that business. Every single one of those driveways is somebody who's going to pull out, and they're doing about 5 miles an hour, and their body of their car is perpendicular to the traffic, and it's just asking for a bad crash when, say the speed limit on this were 50, that's just not safe. So that's probably why they have to sign it at 35. But then it's so wide, the road's telling you, well, you don't want to go 35, you want to do 45. To give you perspective right now, I'm doing 40, but I'm more on the inside lanes. See the Holiday Inn Express on the left here. It's, see if I can get it to focus like it's supposed to, but it's almost built out to the curb. And I think that's a really good, I'm going to tip this up so it tries to focus more on the outside world and less on the dashboard. Hopefully that looks a bit better for you. We could be live streaming from the hospital right now. Yeah, no, I'm glad we're not doing that. I'm just a straight up influencer at that point. Hey fans, so I'm here at the hospital. Got my arm stretched down in a cast, and I'm holding the phone out. This is a selfie. Hey, so we had like a totally epic thing. So make sure to retweet my accident. Hashtag pedestrian. It's fun to see a lot of these like mid-rise buildings here. You got, you think about all those office workers who then come down and go to the fast food places, and it's not a pedestrian layout. It's definitely a get in your car and go to lunch layout. But that's, I imagine good for business to have that much density there, like that big office building there. Chase Bank, like I say, I don't know if that's a whole lot better than Wells Fargo. Okay, coming up here, we're at west of the 8 here at the corner of Royal Oaks Club. Sounds fancy. They've got a big, I don't know if that's an entrance to a neighborhood there. And HEB coming up on the left. Maybe I'm just on a tourist high or a visitor high, but I'm just saying I had really good vibes off of HEB. It felt like owners who cared. It didn't feel like Kroger that just seemed to be so unconcerned with the quality of their stores nowadays. I'm just not real happy with. There was a chain called Smith's when I was a kid, and Kroger bought them out somewhere in the mid to late 1990s, and it's been like letting the air out of a balloon. Like, it was unchanged for a long time, but it just seems post-pandemic that Kroger just does the bare minimum to keep their stores functional. Even Walmart, I give them credit for care. They kind of care that the stores are of a decent quality. They don't just completely run them to the ground. They don't pay their employees well, but they pass that savings on to me as a customer. But somewhere on the left the other night, I ate at Jollibee. I don't see too many Jollibee. That's the Filipino McDonald's, basically like a chicken chain, and so that's it was fun to have that. I haven't had Jollibee's kind of expensive, and even in California it can be quite a drive from my house, and so I haven't. Yeah, this is, like I say, this is the suggestion I got for the live stream, was Westheimer Road, and I guess there's some potential here where you have that outside lane, that fourth lane, and the question is, if you gave up the fourth lane and you still had 3 lanes, could you build a nice buffered bike lane on that outside, and still have it be a road that can significantly carry a lot of traffic? Looks like our speed limit's picking up to 40 now. And that's the question. I just don't know. You can work really hard to make an improvement and then find constituents, residents who use it, really grow unhappy with it. And they start complaining to each other. And so I know one of the things that, do you remember, there was a story I did, in fact, I think it's my only video that got to 1 million views. Hollister, California wanted to do some traffic calming on one of their streets that was 2 lanes each way, and it didn't go that far, and they were trying to have the speed limit be, I think, 30 or 35, but everybody did about 45 or 50 because it's so wide. And the mayor did a road diet where he made it 1 lane each way, and then they're supposed to kind of zigzag back and forth a little bit to encourage people to drive slowly. And it got striped wrong, and it looked really zigzaggy. And so he was so cool and enthusiastic. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I was talking about when you have an enthusiastic source, that's what makes a story. And when I got a hold of him, he was very happy to tell the story. He was very charming in the way that he basically kind of, he blamed the contractor, but he also, didn't throw him under the bus. He just, it was an honest mistake. The contractor's going to fix it. It's going to be okay, But he didn't get reelected. I don't know if it was because of that, but there were other things that he, had opinions on that, maybe. But like I know he, from what I understand, was very anti-commercial development, and the city of Hollister just needed more of a retail base. I think the woman who got elected was much more pro-development, but also I'm sure the zigzaggy road didn't help. And so I appreciate him coming on to talk about something that was controversial that a lot of politicians would have found embarrassing, but it shows the public obviously didn't like it. And so I noticed on Google Street View, a lot of the traffic calming measures he put in are gone. They got torn out, and that's you can build something really nice. San Diego was so similar. They had that edge lane, bike lane thing that didn't even last 2 weeks because the constituents hated it so much that the city had to tear it out. Ultimately, city for the constituents, because who controls the city is the city council, and who elects the city council are the constituents. So you want to keep the city council members happy, and you want to keep the people who elected those city council members happy, and they were not happy. So on a street here like Westheimer, as much as, we can brainstorm as, oh, I'm going too fast. It ding-donged at me here. Gotta slow down. Street like Westheimer here, as much as I can imagine a road diet of going from 4 lanes each way to 3 and building a nice buffered bike lane, and the potential that has for saving lives and just making the city more flexible for everybody, in terms of how they want to get around. At the end of the day, it's like, well, if people don't like it, then you're not going to get it, right? So, okay, let me pull over here and let's take a look at the chat and see, after I get through the intersection, take a look and see what excitement I'm missing out on tonight. And I didn't see any colors pop up in terms of super chats, so I think we're caught up on those, so that we can look at the general chats as well here. I'm in a Dollar Tree parking lot here, so we've got live chat. Wells Fargo once told me to commit fraud. Now that sounds like a story. It's too hot to bike in Houston. I think not many would use a bike lane here. It's too hot most of the time. Well, and I think maybe along this road in particular, I think as you get more into the central part of Houston where the tree canopy was good, I think a lot of people would ride a bike, but maybe on a street like this, that's a concern. But in fairness, okay, not a lot of people ride a bike, but where are they supposed to ride it when they do ride one, Let's see. One of the main reasons why adding a bike path next to a railroad usually doesn't get any pushback. Yeah, because the railroad's already there, and people aren't going to fight you on that. We had a road diet in Nashville that still looks okay, but they put it in during election cycle, and there was a bunch of attack ads made about it. Funny thing about the heat, biking creates wind chill if you're not going all out. So, yeah, it's somebody writes Kroger would be like fresh for everyone, and then it's the worst looking produce known to man. Jovette writes, what's the occasion for being in Houston? So the I'm multitasking here, so I'll flip the camera around so you can see my I'm hatless. Repeat, hatless. There was a safety conference, the American Traffic Safety Association, except there's two S's, so I don't remember what the other one was. I came out as media to see what is going on in traffic safety. I didn't even know about the organization. You're always getting story ideas. And I'm going to try to have a video out for March about some of the safety products that are there. Kind of like one of those videos where somebody goes to CES and shows you everything, except CES kind of sucks now because it's just a bunch of companies being like AI this and AI that, where this is still genuine innovations of products that are pretty neat. And I would tell you about them, but I don't want to spoil the video. The other was I was going to try to do two stories and I pitched TxDOT on them. And for whatever reason, it didn't work out. So I'm not throwing them under the bus. I'm just disappointed it didn't work out. So I'm trying to cannibalize one of those stories using TxDOT was helpful and got me some of the PDFs of the manuals, the design manuals. But now I'm having to go through the design manuals. I'm even using like OpenAI to try to help me, or Notebook LM to help me find the things, help me find in this manual this thing, help me find in this manual that thing. But it's making the story a lot harder. But dadgummit, I'm going to get a road-related story while I'm in Houston before I head home. So I'm here. I love the 610 hat, writes someone. I can't read your present gen gamer. Love the 610 hat, even though the West Loop is absolute hell in rush hour. I drove it. Yeah, it was not great. Jovette says, yeah, don't spoil it. Sounds like a nice video. Somebody had a question here. Do many Utah drivers get lost in places with Texas without mountains to reference? You know, that's actually, I think, a fair point. Mountains go a long way, both in Southern California and in Utah, for me knowing which way I'm going. Just intuitively. I mean, over time you learn landmarks and things, but now that said, I think it would, if Texas had like a big mountain range on the north side, so you're like, okay, the mountains are north, it might help a little bit, but I think most of the time we're just unfamiliar with the roads, period, because we're from out of town, that we're probably going to need some help trying to find it anyway. You know, and so if you're already in your GPS at that point, it doesn't matter up, down, left, right, sideways. But okay, I'm trying to find. It wasn't 290. It was a different road. But where not just bikes went for his little death march, where he was so upset that there was nowhere to bike. How far away was that? Oh man, that's also a pretty far drive. Okay, well, no wonder he was having such a bad time. That's also really far. Well, maybe we'll try to hit both. Okay, well, 26 minutes. Oh gosh. Well, I'll put it in the GPS and we'll see what we discover along the way. The true friends were the friends we made along the way. Let's see. Maybe ask TxDOT about the I-30 project in Dallas called the Canyon. Drive to the I-10 under east of downtown. It's under construction. Oh, we got a super chat. WX Mister, Weather Mister, I'm not sure. With the super chat. Thanks for the hours of entertainment. Drive safe and enjoy the humidity. I could use some of that in Minnesota right now. Well, I don't know if you need the humidity right now, but definitely, yeah. It's very strange to have it be. I think it got close to 85 degrees today in February. California, it doesn't get that hot, you know. It's California can be frankly a little chilly, you know. It feel like February, especially in the evenings. I'm far away from the coast, so I'm in parts of Southern California that at night, well, I might as well start driving. Okay, I'm going to start driving up toward the not just bikes thing, and then we'll look at some of the other sites after, but I might as well do something. But we're here in Houston, so we might as well check it out. I gotta remind myself, it may be getting late here, but back out west, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. So, all right, turn right on Highway 6. Hopefully that's not a tollway. It's got a little purple thing. I hope it's, well, we'll find out. This does not look like a freeway, so maybe it's a good way to go. But yeah, I think mountains make a big difference. I remember my cousins lived in Southern California, and they'd say, oh, yeah, remember the mountains are to the north. And so that would help orient you. I think what helps with Houston is a really nice grid. And so, as is Dallas for the most part. And so I usually feel pretty good about knowing, like right now I'm going north because I was going west and I turned right. Where I get into trouble when it was South Carolina when I was filming in Greenville. Nothing in Greenville is based on north, south, east, west. I don't even think even the downtown. And so you end up with roads that made sense, gosh, probably in the late 1700s or early 1800s, where they were just focused on, cow paths, trying to get to and from the center of town out to the agriculture areas. I think they said later it was the textile mills, trying to get goods in and out of the textile mills. So it's a bunch of diagonal roads that in my head I'll feel like, oh, I'm headed north, I'm headed south, but I'm really headed northwest west and southeast east, and so then I get confused because another street crosses it and it also goes north and south. But I go, well, wait a minute, I thought I was going north, and then I turn on this other road and I'm also going north, but I made a right angle when I turned, and you just get really confused. You don't have that problem in Houston. I know I'm going north, I know I'm on a street that's probably miserable to walk on. Let's inspect that sidewalk while we're coming along here. I see nothing. This looks like a road that's wanting to be turned into a freeway someday, but never. And partly why this thing's cruising along so good. You notice how to the left a little bit there's like nothing there. Okay, we're back. You notice to the left there's nothing to the left. I think that's the giant park that earlier when we were talking with Mike, remember how Mike mentioned during Hurricane whatever it was, I want to say Hurricane Harvey, I think it was Hurricane Harvey, where they got tons of rain and it filled up that park, and the park was doing its job absorbing all the rain, and then the levees got too full, and so the Army Corps of Engineers decided to intentionally flood some neighborhoods because they wanted to protect the levees, because if those earthen dams fail, apparently we're going over the channel that fills the park up. But because of that, there had been almost no development on the left side, so we were just cruising along. Now we're back to where maybe the park's thinning out, where there's, and even clear out here, so there's kind of a mid-rise building on the left-hand side. It looks like, if I were to take a guess, maybe a hotel. Not enough lights on, probably an office building. This time of night, a hotel, half the lights would be on. Very 1960s look to that high-rise there. Okay, let's see. There's another super chat here. Oh, thanks for the hours of entertainment. You're welcome, and thanks again for the super chat to WX Mister, Weather Mister. Everyone down a shot when Rob drives by a McDonald's. Well, I won't. I'm driving. So if I drive by something tackier like a Dairy Queen here, what are you down when you go by that? Lemon juice extract? Okay. See, we're coming up here on, I think, I-10. So I think I'll take I-10 to the 610. I'm not sure, but we'll take it here. Somebody else mentioned the I-10 was under construction, but I forget which side of downtown it is. I know we drove on a little bit of it just north of downtown, but I'm not sure where it was. And I probably need the right lane here. Switch from, so instead of building an entire what do you call it, freeway interchange with all the movements, this is a valid way to switch freeways as long as it doesn't get too crowded. Have two frontage roads, put them down at the ground level like this, tie them together. Oh, did you guys see about a year ago, Grady of Practical Engineering did a video about why the Texas freeway interchanges are so tall. And I kind of scoffed because I said, well, the California ones, they're tall too. But he made an interesting point. Many cities in Texas have soil issues and here in Houston, I'm sure water table issues, where you can't dig down. You know, anytime I've gone in an underpass where I've gone down below this flat ground level that pretty much everything is, I've noticed they have flood gauges in case they fill up, so you know how deep the water's gone. And then I think they were lying to you a little bit because the bottom one said 4 feet and it was touching the ground. But anyway, but still, you know, just keep people from driving in them when they're flooded out and getting into trouble. But Grady Hillhouse had his video where he was talking about it, and he's saying, yeah, because of the soil issues, you can't have the first level of the freeway interchange be sitting down low. And so I go, oh, that makes sense. And so in California, I've noticed that you have the two freeways cross each other. So one of the freeways drops down a floor. You know, it goes down 20 or 20-ish feet. So freeway crossing, it's actually at ground level. You're only going up three. You know, even though it's a 4-level interchange, you're only going up, you know, 2 levels because one level's at ground level and the other one's down at below grade. In Texas, your first level is at ground level. So you're going up an extra story. So that makes all the interchanges, you know, 20 feet taller than they otherwise would be. And I go, oh, okay, that makes sense, you know. And so that's why the Texas interchanges are so impressive to look at. Now, the other thing is they don't have to design for earthquakes the same way they would in California. So I've noticed that you don't see all the stuff tying things together to keep the beams from falling off the columns. You know, you have to remember, column is the vertical one, beam is the horizontal one. The horizontal thingies from falling off the vertical thingies. So, but it is interesting. These continuous frontage roads do create a Texas aesthetic. You know, if you were in another state, you generally don't have continuous development along the side of the freeway. You see the backs of neighborhoods because there's no way to access that land directly because you're on the freeway, right? But if you, near the exits is where you see all the development. But, you know, here in, it wants me to take the Sam Houston toll road. How much is my toll? All right, well, for science, I guess. 3/4 of a mile. We'll go back on the Sam Houston toll road, I guess, and go up to the, we'll walk where not just bikes walked. All right. Let's see. I really want to be reading some comments, but the problem is I really can't do that while I'm driving, but want to make sure I have something to talk about. Oh, look, it's one of those Carvana towers on the right-hand side. What a clever marketing strategy, even though I don't know that I would ever recommend, buying a car from Carvana, but if you are trying to get people's attention to your app, and it's kind of, what it kind of reminds me of is, why did Catholicism endure 2,000 years? Because religion's at their core are just a story, true or not, and that's another matter, but they're a story. And how do you make that story have power? What lends it credibility? And the answer is they built cathedrals. I would argue if the Catholic Church hadn't built a single cathedral, it would have kind of eventually faded away or evolved into something else. But it had sticking power because they built a cathedral to back up their story. Well, an app is kind of the same way. You build an app, and it doesn't stand out from any other app. And what kind of credibility do you have to be giving, $20,000 to an app, and then they're supposed to show up at your house and give you a car for that money? Like, there's a lack of permanence about it that seems a little scary. So they go around and they build these car elevators all over the country with their name on it, and shove a bunch of pretty looking cars in it. And I suppose not only does that lean into the idea of like, oh, buying from us is as easy as buying, sorry, that sign said Baseball USA, next exit. What is Baseball USA? But buying a car from, Carvana, that's as easy as using a car vending machine. And so, because there's this like permanence of like, oh, I bought the car from my car vending machine, therefore, I don't know, it like a cathedral is to the Catholic Church, the car vending machine is to Carvana, and then maybe makes people have confidence in that app versus a competitor. I don't know. I have a friend who bought a car from Carvana. He really liked it. I don't think he got a great deal, but he's busy. He works a ton of overtime, and they had a third kid, and he's like, my old Toyota RAV4 from the 90s, it just doesn't fit my family. I need a van. I don't have time to go car shopping. Click on an app, got all the financing approved. They came with a tow truck, dropped off his van, picked up his other car, and he didn't miss a minute of work, and so I can understand if they're selling convenience. CarMax is kind of the same way, where I don't know anybody ever gets a great deal at CarMax, but they're selling the convenience of, well, you know what to expect. You sit down with one guy. I get the appeal of it. It's just not the way I would want it. I shouldn't be reading text, but I saw one pop up that said something about, I wouldn't buy food from a vending machine, so why would I want to buy a car from a vending machine? That's a fair point. Earlier when we were over off of Westheimer Road with Mike, and we were talking about the what do you call it? The vending machine that sells cake. So if it's the same one that's in Las Vegas, there's YouTube shorts where the guy just constantly buys it to show you how bad it is, and it's like the cake is made in New Jersey in a factory, and they put chemicals, some kind of chemical in it to keep it tasting moist, even though it is definitely not moist. And then they like vacuum seal it shut. They put a lot of dyes in it, so it's like this. Oh, by the way, see this coming up here? This, I think, was an old toll booth that I mentioned earlier, how Beltway 8 has remnants of old toll booths that during rush hour caused the traffic jam. I noticed it the other day driving through here. Tonight, it's no problem. Everybody's keeping up at speed. We're doing 70 miles an hour. or if an officer is tuning in, I'm doing 65. But see, they've got the flappy barriers. They're dividing us up to be able to go through the gantry. So everybody slows down to go through the gantry rather than hitting it at speed, because they're worried about running into one of those posts. They have crash attenuators on it, but nobody wants to use it. Plus, as humans, we feel the risk. We're like, yeah, I'm not going to go through that at full speed and full traffic. I'm going to slow down. Well, that drop in speed from 65, some people going through the toll booth maybe at 40, that creates a long line that backs up. So then you get the double frustration of going, the traffic was moving fine, and now we're all slowing down for no reason, and now I'm paying a toll to sit in traffic, So I have to imagine the toll authority here has it on their plan to come in and demolish that. I can't imagine why they would keep that with total electronic tolling. But and like I say, that's the kind of thing that would make a fun story if the toll road authority were willing to talk to me. But at this point, I kind of feel like I've struck out with Texas, and so I'm just going to focus on burn the hands worth two in the bush. And if I come back to Texas next time, I'm going to schedule everything before I get here. But there was a number of factors that kind of are in play this time why I couldn't schedule stuff ahead of time. I was helping my sister. She rented her house and moved, and so I didn't know if I was going to get back in time to go to the ATSA conference. So I didn't reach out to ATSA to see if I could get the media pass until after I knew I could go. And then I was trying to hurry and get that video with the traffic light doctor edited, which I got done hours before. I got the video out at 3. I left at noon to come to Texas, So I got the approval from ATSA for the media pass at 11, So that's why I left at noon. And so I was on the road trying to set up interviews because I didn't even know if I was going to make it to Texas. And so when you're trying to set things up on the fly, it makes it kind of difficult to, where if I had stuff set up ahead of time, then I would know, if TxDOT had rejected both the stories, maybe just skip the trip entirely, talk to a different state, but I didn't know that at the time. 4 miles away from our next exit, by the way. So we're at Beltway 8. I don't know if we've turned the corner yet, but we're getting close to where the freeway curves, and you get on the northern curve of it. But and once I get to my exit, I'll check out the chat again, see what we're talking about now. But they must be doing some night work here. I wonder if it's part of that same striping they were doing down farther. They got 2 lanes shut tonight. The striping shows up really well, but as we talked about earlier, you get a little bit of rain. The striping disappears, but those reflectors in between, they're flying by pretty fast. So they may be a little hard to see, but those raised reflectors sit above the rain just a little bit, and so they give you some added ability to see the lines at night. It's been a real problem. If you live up north, you know what I'm talking about, where you get a little bit of rain on the road and all the lines disappear because your headlights, as I mentioned earlier, the headlights bounce off the rain instead of off the retroreflective material in the striping or in the paint. So got another lane dropping here. One thing that I've been trying to get pretty good about is doing the zipper merge, where you go almost all the way to the end. And what are they doing down there? They had some, looked like long sticks, and it's hard to tell. You drive by really fast, but okay, they are doing something with the reflectors. Looked like the guy was gluing down. Maybe some of the reflectors have gotten scraped off, which would make sense. Well, Houston, I don't know if they had a problem with. Remember the wintry weather a few weeks ago? I know it affected a lot of the South, and there was actually like snow in places like Louisiana and stuff. So if they did get out and try to snowplow some of that, I don't, like I said, I don't know if that would have been Houston, but that could have gotten some of their, yeah, see, some of those inside lanes have no reflectors at all. So that's what they're doing, is they must be replacing all the reflectors that got ripped off if they did some plowing. Which underscores the point I was talking about, that, you know, you run into an issue where you have northern states that have to snowplow all the time. It's a waste of money to glue the reflectors down if you're just going to rip them off every winter, you know. I guess you could, but it just seems like a waste of money. Plus, your whole winter season, you don't have reflectors, you know. So, all right, let's see, Hollister Road. That's the exit we want, and then we'll go up to that same street, and let's rewalk it, see if it's as bad as he says. It's kind of an obscure cut if you watch his stuff and watch mine. I know our audiences overlap some, but they're different. He's kind of a preacher, and I'm more of a news reporter, so it's a little bit different. But all right, at speed. I don't care if I'm going through the toll booth at speed. It took my picture. So hopefully I stopped and got an easy tag because I left my Pike Pass in Salt Lake City. So I don't have it. And I wasn't going to drive from California to Salt Lake City to get my Pike Pass. I'll get a family member to mail it to me at some point. The Pike Pass is great because it's actually a hard case tag. So I can take my, I can un-Velcro my California Fast Track, stick it in the glove box, and put the Pike Pass up when I'm in, you know, I think it works in a lot of states, Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas. But because I didn't have it, I ended up having to go get an easy pass. So I went in and said, oh, do you have a hard case tag? I don't really want to stick it on my windshield because when I go back to California, I don't want the California toll scanner getting confused and talking to two different toll passes, you know. And they said, well, why don't you just put the stick that on your windshield and then tear it off when you get home to California. So I said, okay. So I've got an easy pass sticker or easy tag sticker. Now, easy tag is the branding for the toll pass for Harris County. I think the rest of the state, it's Texas toll tag. And then not to get confused with Easy Pass, which is the branding for various toll passes from Chicago to New York, you know, through the East Coast. And one of my first videos was toll interoperability, of taking a look at why can't I just have one toll pass to use everywhere. And basically the two challenges are, one, you'd have financial agreements between every toll pass operator, because I need to get off at FM 1960. Okay. But also the technology needs to be the same. And at the time, I made that video 5 or 6 years ago, there were like 3 different technologies, you know. So I wanted to follow up with IBTTA and see how it's going, but it sounds like it's just happening slowly. Like, definitely Easy Pass has a pretty good interoperability thing going on regionally amongst themselves. The Southeast has pretty good interoperability with Pike Pass and, you know, Sun Pass and everything all kind of working together with Texas Toll Tag. And I think Peach Pass, I think they're all. And then, you know, as much as I complain about California not playing with anybody else, in fairness to California, interoperability amongst all the toll roads in California is pretty cool too. Ooh, I see some orange. We've got a super chat here coming up. I will pull that up here in just a second. But yeah, you know, now I did notice quietly there was a California state law that changed. So California, a lot of paranoid hippies who are worried about the toll agencies sharing, like your information with law enforcement or something, right? Which I get. That's a valid concern. It's a very California concern. I know California is one of the states where you don't see flock cameras everywhere like you do everywhere else, because there's so many laws in California that make it difficult to use a flock camera that for the law enforcement and things, that it's very difficult to put them in. But California had it where I think they couldn't do interoperability with other states because the toll authority, boy, that bar and grill is hopping, man. What do they got going on there? So this, coming up on the hotel that I think he started his journey at, and I don't know if I can even park here, man. It's wow, I won't park in. There's something's going on tonight. Well, we'll walk by and check it out here. So California changed the law to say, okay, now the legislature have made it to where toll authorities in California can share your toll information, but only with other toll authorities. So that, I think, is the first step to maybe trying to get the fast track passed to work with everywhere else. But all right, we have a super chat here, and I'm also want to learn how my stabilizer thing here works, because I've never used this, but we're gonna go for a walk with this thing if I got it charged up enough. But first, Darth Witcher 4722 with a double-digit super chat. Thank you very much. You're right. You're not the only one with relationship issues. The love of my life monkey branched me to another guy and completely ghosted me in December. Turns out she might have BPD. Is that bipolar depression? Feeling very lonely lately. Well, hats off to you, man, because my last girlfriend, it was a long-distance relationship. And I think partly why it burned down, she broke up with me twice, and then she came back to me. Like, my attitude is, a girl breaks up with you, I just go, and I suppose so early on in the relationship, that I just kind of shrugged it off, and I'm just like, well, it didn't work out. I'm not gonna, if she's really that upset about me, I'm not gonna, pick a fight. So, then, let's keep talking about this. I'm coming back to this topic. Okay, so how does this thing work? Did I push a button to turn it on? There's probably a quick start guide. So this is the gimbal to keep you guys from being seasick as we walk. All right. It's an unboxing video. I've never done one of those, except that instead of the company giving it to me for free and then I, plug the product, I instead tell you, don't buy one of these. You're not going to use it in your day-to-day life. All right. Now, if you start making content, like, think about all the videos I've made, all the live streams I've done, and I'm just now buying one of these, So you don't need one of these, don't buy it. All right. So now that you know it's not a plug. Oh, that's going to really help me get started. Safety at a glance. La sécurité un coup de... Yeah, that's right. Warranty information. Where's the quick start guide? Like, how do I... There are all these buttons on here, and I go, okay, I push the red button. It does nothing. Maybe do I flip it myself? No. This doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that did something. I got a green light. But it didn't do anything. And now the green light turned off. Darth Witcher, I will come back to your comment here. I just figured we'd talk that while we walk here. Gosh, how does this thing work? Okay, there's a little, see a little picture there. So it's showing on, off. On, and it shows something being flipped up and off. I don't want to force it. On. It feels like I'm forcing it. I don't want to. Unfold to turn on. It feels like I'm forcing it. Okay. All right. I guess that's just what you do. And then I think I push a button and it flips the other way. Because I need it horizontal. Okay. It's sort of doing its thing. It reminds me of, do you remember Spider-Man 2 with Dr. Octopus? Let's two. Okay, how do I get it to horizontal? I know there's a way to do that. I turned it off. I turned it on. I held the red button. 2, 3. I push the red button. I hold this button. I push this button. I don't know. I Googled this ahead of time. I said, will this do horizontal? And it said yes. All right. Magnetic phone clamp, pan motor, status panel, zoom slider, joystick, switch button. Switch button sounds like that's what it would do. Ah, I figured it out. Okay. So now, okay, how much is the phone charged up? We are at 26%. That's not great, but that'll work. Let's see. And then, I'm going to unplug it. We'll only have 25%, but we'll come back to the car before we're at that point. I'm going to unplug this. All right. And then I'm going to take this clamps, and put it on the phone. We'll get this figured out here. Yeah. Okay. Good. Is it? It's not doing what I thought. That doesn't seem to be a very good gimbal. All right. That's interesting. Okay, there we go. Now it's on. All right. So we flip it around the other way. Hey, look at it roll. Now we can watch Jackie Gleason while we eat. Okay. Okay, I've got my other phone so I can read your super chats, although I'll try to just read them off the screen. Boy, there's people with like cowboy hats and stuff. That's exciting. You get a sip of water before we go out here. All right. So let's talk bipolar depression relationships, because I don't know if you found what I found was, hold on, I gotta hitch up my pants. Problem you run into, you get older, you either when I'm sitting down, the pants, I need to loosen them, and then when I stand up, I need to tighten them. I think that's just part of having a belly as I get older. So this, I think, was the hotel where he started his epic journey. And in fairness, there is this main road here. There's no sidewalks or anything, right? But so you guess you just kind of cut across the parking lot. And like I say, they've got something really. Let me make sure my car is locked. Hold on. I don't remember if I clicked it. It's not reaching. Okay. All right. Everybody's here for Chili's. That's what's going on. But yeah, I mean, so the challenge I had is that it was like when she liked me too much, which I guess I enjoyed, but that's the problem. Like you want sustainability, and so the problem is not her fault, just the way her chemicals in her brain worked. When she liked me way too much, and then when the chemicals flipped the other way, I was the worst person in the world, and then she decided to break up. And so, there's things in a relationship that you don't see eye to eye on, but you just kind of have to work around them, you know. And I think that would become fuel for the reason she'd break up. So she'd also take this thing that hadn't been an issue and make a big deal about it. But it was really the underlying, you know, feeling bad just in general that she'd make a big deal out of it, you know. So I got to find out what restaurant is this that's so packed this late at night. I have a hard time believing it's BJ's Brew House. I mean, BJ's Brew House is good, but it's not like, there must be two restaurants here. Well, they're trying to walk around here. I feel bad because I'm a total influencer. I'm walking with a phone on a gimbal. Hopefully it's a little less, let's see, live stock show and rodeo starts this weekend. The famous trail rides are in town. I'm sure why it's busy. Yeah, but still, like BJ's Brew House, I mean, that's not the place I would think would be packed with cars, you know. I like BJ's Brew House. They're open late. But I go on Wednesday only but I go every Wednesday because they have like a really good hamburger for $12.99. So bottomless fries, which I'm a sucker for, which I'm a little scared this year for next door. Now, Whiskey River, whatever this thing is, that's what everybody's here for. That's where everyone's having a good time. Okay, that makes better sense than you know, BJ's Brew House. All right, so as we follow his journey, in fairness, this is a farm to market road, so it's like an expressway, but walking should still be possible. And there is. It's a 3-foot sidewalk, so it's not the most amazing thing, you know, but it's still possible, you know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Free and legal doesn't usually go together. I'm not sure what the context of that is. So he went. It's just so funny because in this video he makes it sound like it was just this epic, just horrible journey. But to me, this is while this is not a sidewalk to celebrate, I also don't see it as being significantly worse than what you find in areas everywhere, you know. In fact, for the Southeast, I mean, granted, Texas is, you know, more its own thing, but for the Southeast, I actually think it's actually one of the more decent arterial roads. I mean, you look around Atlanta or South Carolina or Tennessee, there's a lot of places that have no sidewalk at all, right? And so to be able to have some ability, here, see, they fixed it. Now, like this sidewalk looks like it's new, so maybe that's part of it. But I was going to joke, they fixed it. If you look up here to the right, they built an In-N-Out burger. So it's all is good with the world. Got a comment here. Somebody says major construction on FM 1960 in that area too. I'm pretty sure they're adding additional sidewalks. So they may be fixing the problem, right? So that's what I'm saying is as long as you have a plan, you don't change the world by through revolution in transportation. The infrastructure takes too long to build. You change the world of transportation through evolution, you know, little bits at a time. And so I get more excited. Rather than complain, I mean, somebody needs to complain. That's people like him. That's their job. You know, hey, brand new sidewalk for when they built the In-N-Out. But that's his job. My job is to try to shine a light on, okay, now what? And the now what's usually pretty boring. It's, we created some kind of a long-term sidewalk capital improvement plan that will build thousands of miles of sidewalks over the next 40 years or something, you know, through some little tiny measure. And, you know, new development requirements for sidewalks to be built a certain way, you know, over time or something. Okay, great. So these probably, in his defense, a lot of these like ADA ramps and stuff, this looks new. They're not hooked up, but So this is, I'm sure, definitely an improvement over what he had when he walked through here. So, because so far I mean, we're not all the way there yet, but so far my walk is, I don't know what he's complaining about. This is fine, you know. And it's nice to know there's going to be something affordable to eat if I get snacky later. I do like it makes me happy to see In-N-Out in Texas. In the same way I like to see more Texas chains come to California. Like as I said to Mike earlier, I genuinely believe, all right, not sure what he's on about, but I genuinely believe that California and Texas are really a lot more in common than they realize. They're both very populous states that consider themselves libertarian, but are actually very authoritarian states, but for different things, you know. California is more interested in coming after regulating business to make life good for people, and Texas is more concerned about regulating other things, that they're in a goal to try to make life better for people, and then they both are very proud of themselves, and like two rival high schools, they just hate the other one, and it's really a shame because like two rival high schools aren't really that different from each other either, So both of them have a love affair with the car, so to speak, Hey, Connor McManus, 9171, who I know in real life, good friend of mine, says, I've never seen an In-N-Out that looked so quiet. I guess Texans just can't shake Whataburger. Yeah, well, it's also an hour later here, but yeah, no, it's... it definitely was a quiet In-N-Out. Some of them, I know the one in Salem, Oregon was the only one near Portland, and when I was filming there last year or the year before, I forget which, they Carlos says he had an interview at the Olive Garden and he just passed one. Yeah, so others noticing new sidewalk. So I think maybe this Portillo's is new, and I don't know, probably part of the FM project, they did this sidewalk. So far, now we haven't got to the railroad crossing yet, but so far, this is feeling great. Like, well, this is not the, oh, I tripped over. That's not good. A little bit of a, there we go. Their thing was sticking up. This is not a perfect urban sidewalk, right? It's still up against high-speed traffic, and it's, but it's still, this is respectable. I mean, this is definitely something that I wouldn't complain too loudly about, given the circumstances of the type of development this is. I mean, we're, what, a dozen miles north of downtown, deep into the northern suburbs. It's not a place that's just screaming urbanism, But over there, like the whole shopping center there with Ross and the Vitamin Shop, McAllister's Deli, just, all chain stores, Vision Works, nothing that's, the vibrant urban whatever. It's vibrant suburban, I wonder what the speed limit on this street is, because people are cruising along pretty good. Now, to this point, I noticed there's still a sign here for the Willowbrook Mall. It's good the sidewalk's here, but it's also, had he been on his walk, he could have cut through the mall parking lot, I'm guessing. Because I think we're just getting to the edge of I think all of those, the Portillo's and everything, that's all pad sites on the outside of the mall parking lot. Maybe when we head back, we could walk that way and see if it connects or not. There's a lot of utility cabinets I'm noticing in the sidewalk, which is interesting, but okay. So another, I don't think it's hooked up yet. So I'll wait for a fresh green because I, right now, all right. Say hi. Hello. I think I've got here we go. Trying to learn how to control this thing. The controls are backwards to what I expected. Let's see what, David. So I forget, another time bomb of the YouTube app, the official YouTube app, is if you click to look at the chats and you hit super chat to make sure you haven't missed any, it crashes the stream. And it's been that way for a year, and I fell for the trap. So so hopefully there's still half the audience still here. So anyway, seem like hopefully we're back here. So all right, let's get back to so if you're just rejoining, I did exactly what you imagined I did and clicked the wrong button. Look at that motorcycle, three-wheeler. He gave a little nod. I gave him a thumbs up. A lot of neat things you can do if it's three-wheeler, because then it's considered a motorcycle, so it's not a car anymore. I think there was one in Utah called Vanderhall or something, and then there were all these billboards, Utah's only automaker, and I go, well, yeah. Most states don't have their own automaker, you know, but you get around all the oh look, we got an old bot stat that broke off. I don't see these very often anymore. The bumps that you'd put on they used to put them on the lines to give you some tactile feedback. So as you drove over, you know, but I think they're just expensive to glue on. So they don't do that anymore, but they do the reflectors. But it says, well, there have definitely been three-wheel cars in the past. They have some significant issue with stability on cornering or on the slopes. Yeah, I think one of the things they do is anybody, oh, look, they see, I think they fixed his bridge here. This is nice. This is nice and wide. This has got to be, I'll pace it off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's double the width of that first sidewalk we saw. It was 3 feet. 6 is pretty comfortable. I think when you get to 10, it's a bike trail. So I would have been tempted to maybe squeeze 4 more feet, but you know, I don't know what, we're going over like a channel here. And so, you know, I don't know what kind of money they had, but this, not gonna complain about that. And then I remember, so I think he hated this bridge and then he hated the railroad track. And it looks like they fixed this. This is looking great. This also 6 feet. I'll pace it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll say 6. So 6. They've got the ADA warning bumps here to let you know you're about to cross something. To get the cross the railroad track. Yeah, I think. Whoever's doing this project, TxDOT or Harris County, or remember, I guess an farm to market road is a state highway, isn't it? It's a little bit different than, I guess Texas is so huge. Most states, including California, a state highway is a state highway. And that's the end of the story. But in Texas, they have a secondary tier of state highway underneath the state highway called the Farm to Market Road that I think was originally planned to be shorter, you know, to get farms near cities connected to the, you know, hubs where they can sell their goods. I don't really know the history of farm to market roads that well, but well, I've got bad news for not just bikes. Not only did they remove the thing so you can't complain about it as much anymore, but his store to get his part for his luggage is now a tire store supporting the automobile. So I think he's out of luck on that one. But anyway, but that's good. I'm happy to see that that they fixed this. This is a nice change, you know. Okay. I saw that video and it was absolutely bad. Yeah, it's. I think this is Farm to Market Road, 1960. I think that sounds right. It's. I don't know my Houston geography enough to know, but it's not off the 290, but it's off another major freeway-like road that goes diagonally to the northwest. And so I think it's FM 1960, I think. But so anyway, arguably the problem of having been fixed is good news to him in terms of achieving his desired objectives. He already got the content out back when it was bad. Yeah, I know, I'm just teasing him. Truth is, I'm a little jealous that he can just post an essay and get millions of views, because that's actually kind of easier, but he's not. It wasn't wrong. It was bad before. I looked at it on Google. Well, I watched his video too, but I watched it on Google. I should just troll him and make a short video that's like 5 minutes long about, hey, not just bikes, they fixed it. And just make a video of all of like replicate like shot for shot what he did. I don't know if I'll actually do that, but I don't know why. I think the rivalry's funny because I don't actually dislike the guy. I think, it's not him, it's his style, but steal a few of those videos or views too. Yeah, I'll have to see. I don't know that there's any point in just antagonizing people, but it would be fun to point out that it got fixed, but yeah, the stream is still going because I don't know, I've had bad insomnia it's not that late yet anyway, but I've had bad insomnia this whole trip, so it's like, why go back to my hotel room to just lie wide awake, It's more fun to show off stuff, Nice Scott says, yeah, you do it in a fun, positive way. Yeah, right. There's no point in like picking a fight, I'm not trying to. It's not like he was wrong. Like, even if he was wrong, there's no point picking a fight. He was right. There was a problem. And I'm happy to see that. I didn't even know they had this project going on. Let's go for it and see if we can make the light not get stuck halfway out. That's looking pretty good. But, see, somebody says, visit Alaska this summer. Amazing roads in remote parts. Also, the sun doesn't need to set in the summer, so no need for sleep at all. I can work around the clock. Okay, so based on what we learned, that's probably the batteries, and that's the main cabinet, which is interesting. It's 2 doors instead of 1. Oh, do they have the cop thing? They probably don't. They had that cop button thing that he was showing us. They don't. So maybe they're phasing that out, of the little push button for the police officer to be able to change the light. It sounds like it's something that I'm not seeing on the new cabinet door from this last video. Let's see. I'd love your take on some infrastructure in Seattle, including our 20-plus year highway project and light rail. If I can get experts to talk to me, what's a bummer about end of June, I'm going to be up there for IT as a conference. And I have to stay at the Convention Center Hotel, which is going to be pretty expensive. I never stay at Convention Center hotels. I stay like a dozen miles away. That's something that's like $75 a night, because that's more my speed. And the Convention Center Hotel, it's like, oh, congratulations, we got the group rate, $199 a night. And I go, woo! But I have to stay there because it's exactly the same time as the World Cup, and everything in Bellevue and Seattle is sold out. And if you want a room, it's hundreds of dollars a night. You know, I think I saw a Motel 6 that was $350 a night or something. So the problem is, normally, if I were going to a conference in Seattle, I'd be like, hey, this is great. I'll find my $75 a night room and plan to book some things in advance and cover some Seattle story while I'm there. But I have to do the opposite. The minute the conference is over, I gotta get out of Dodge and get as far away as I can, because I can't afford to stick around. It's too expensive, and so that's a real shame. I'm not trying to be anti-World Cup, but it's greatly inconvenienced to me. Kind of like, you know, a Formula One in Las Vegas, right? Like, the casinos love it because they make a lot of money, and Clark County likes it because they get a bunch of revenue from the casinos. And the only people who don't like Formula One is the remaining 2 million people who live in Clark County. You know, and so the World Cup kind of feels the same way. The fans all have a good time, but I don't know, the rest of us are really that excited to have it. You know, LA, at least it'll be all, LA can handle the crowds. You know, it's a huge city, but I don't know what, I mean, Seattle just sounds so unaffordable while it's there, and I'm, you know, it's too bad the conference isn't at a different weekend, you know, because you know, then like I say, then I could stick around and do a Seattle story. I wanted to do a Seattle story for quite a while, but let's see, Burger Man, I wanted to watch the World Cup live, but the ticket prices are ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like all the stuff that used to be considered the fun things to do, going to sporting events, going out to dinner, going to Disneyland, going to Las Vegas, they figured out one day, they go, hey, 10% of the customers represent 50% of the money out there. So screw the other 90%. We're just going to make it fun for the top 10%. And it's worked. So that's why they keep doing it. Cars, fast food. And so that's the challenge is, well, if 90% of us can't afford the stuff anymore, it makes it kind of a bummer. You can't do it. But they don't care. They, you know, I think I saw one of the airlines is now making only half the seats coach. They're going to make like half the seats business class or something, because they've always made money off business class. They almost lose money on coach. But the problem with that is I never can afford business class, ever. I'm always going to be flying coach. So I don't know what the right answer is. Hopefully this is making it less seasick. I think, see, international sporting events in the U.S. at a moment are going to be interesting tourist attendance-wise. Are you driving or flying to Seattle? Driving. I always drive. Because I got to bring all my equipment with me. And the truth is, I'm still going to bring filming equipment with me. I just not anticipating being able to get a story out of it, but I'm going to try, you know. You never leave home without it. Even if I'm taking a trip that I know is 100% personal, I still bring a camera, a green shirt, a vest, a hat, just in case, because you never know, you know. Even if something like a major disaster, thankfully I've never had to do that, but like if a major disaster broke out while I was in a town that was transportation related, trying to hurry and get some updates out about that, you know, from a transportation perspective. So you never know, but I don't have. Now that said, yeah, will attendance be a disaster, because right now the United States is, you know, being a poor host to people from other countries. You know, we're not, and it's the little things like it's charging extra at the national parks if you're not a U.S. citizen. I think it's significant too. I remember it's like $50 or something extra. You know, that's you don't make friends with that. That's just kind of being mean because you can, you know. And it's certainly not about the revenue. Wow. Sure, his neighbors are thrilled every time he comes home with that muffler. There's pretty exhaust, and then there's ugly exhaust. Like I've heard some V8s, like some Dodge Chargers with a nice low bass, that it were loud, but you kind of nodded because it sounded good. But that one sounded pretty bad. I'm not real excited about that one. Let's see. Somebody writes, the way plane tickets work, they never lose money on coach. Business class tickets cover 100% of the cost of flight. Coach is pure profit. Okay, so they're just getting greedy and trying to say. Burgerman says, check out the George Bush Airport area. What's, but I mean, it's an airport. I mean, I could drive through it, but plus if we go over to that, look at that sidewalk that's brand new, which is all the way on the other side of town. But concert and sporting events could be cheaper, but enough people would pay the scalpers. Well, I mean, if we're serious about an egalitarian world, what you got to do is make all the tickets e-tickets with a name on them. And of course, I don't know at check-in how you verify that, because at that point it's almost like a plane ticket. But make them either non-transferable or you have to transfer them officially. Like I remember I bought a Weird Al ticket in Salt Lake City last summer, way ahead of time, and the problem I ran into is I was filming in Atlanta, so I couldn't go. So I reached out to a friend of mine, and he had somebody who could use the ticket, and so they used the ticket, and I just lost out on it. But I remember having to go into the app and change the ticket into his name. And so I don't know if little things like that make it easier to discourage scalpers somehow. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard because, again, it's market based, right? Like if they price the event at $100, but people are willing to pay $600, that's what the market bear. Maybe that's what the price of the tickets should have been in the first place, But the downside is when you're focused solely on market-based stuff, as much as I've been harping on that all night, you end up with a world that's a little unfun for the 90% of us. Now, the other thing I've thought of when I think about it in terms of like Disneyland and Disney World is it does provide an opportunity for mid-tier stuff or even low-tier stuff to up their game a little bit and scoop up that market where it's like the sub $100 a person market. So, or nowadays, frankly, with Disney is sub $300 a person. So, if you're Knott's Berry Farm, for instance, you could get in and try to scoop it. Your Universal, these mid-tier ones, and then low-tier ones like local community fun centers. Maybe you find if you make a little more spectacle, put a little more money into it, the park have a little bit of a comeback. Are you going to stop? Nope, because it's Texas. It's like being back in Utah. Okay, so I have no sidewalk here, but at least I'm in a shopping center. I don't know if that Whiskey River, if they've got barbecue going on, but I smell barbecue somewhere. So there's also this Pub Zero that's got something going on. So all I know is I smell cigarettes and barbecue. Okay, let's see what I'm missing out on here. Ticket prices are hard in the K-shaped economy. And then also, how long are you in Houston? Tomorrow night, critical mass bike ride through the city, hundreds of riders, great content. How early is it? That's the problem. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I think I was planning to sleep in the morning. But that would be cool to see. I'll check it out, critical mass. I'll have to see. I did bring a bike helmet, just to be safe. Little things I've learned to bring on trips, like bike helmets and hard hats, because if all of a sudden somebody's like, hey, I'll invite you onto the construction site, I want to be ready. Like little dumb things like you have, I think my phone's about to die. It just went dark. I better get it plugged in. But little things like a news reporter wearing the construction company's hard hat just bug me a little bit, you know, because it shows a little bit of loss of independence, and the news reporter kind of getting, I don't know, like a soft endorsement of the construction company, even though that's not what they're intending to do. But yeah, let's hurry and get this phone plugged in before it dies. And something like that's just a little, oh, you know what I bet it did? It said it's nighttime and it went into dark mode, and I don't know how to turn it off while it's streaming without crashing the stream. So I'm going to just turn the brightness up as much as I can. There we go. Turn on adaptive brightness. No, I don't. Okay. So let's see. And then I will plug this phone back in, which is going to be interesting. Okay. Yeah. Come back, gimbal. Come back. All right. And then I'm going to disconnect. I got to turn the gimbal off. Hold on. How do I turn it off? Okay. So it's not fighting me. All right. So I got the magnet. We'll put you back to the front. Take this clip off. Stick this in the slot here. All right. I think that's pretty good. And then point this forward. We're getting there here. And then turn on the air conditioning. It's warm. Okay. Good. All right, where do we leave off with the chat here? Let me get my other phone out. And let's see, it's 10 o'clock on the West Coast. Maybe go one more hour and then I got to call it. Which will be the longest live stream I've ever done. When I can drive around, it's a lot easier to do a live stream than it is when I have to walk everywhere. Hopefully this doesn't make me lazy in the future, but it's kind of fitting for Houston, right? Where it's, you know. Okay, let's see if I can see an updated chat window here. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats. But got some come to Canada, hotel in Portland and drive up there. Let's see, Japan hotels are only $30. Hey, I got a super chat here from Black Kirk. Black Kirk with super chat. Thank you very much. You're right. Yeah, you're making great content, brother. I love those sponsor ads. Keep up the good work. I did one once as a joke, just to be funny, and I can't remember what the first one was. I was making fun of VPNs or what it was. And the response was so positive. I kept, and I got a number of people who signed up for Patreon. That's one of the challenges is how do you I have to sell myself, right? Last year Patreon paid close to 2/3 of everything. Like I literally could not do this job without Patreon support. And so I have to sell myself in videos. I'm not going to do sponsors. I have to, but coming out and just saying, hey, don't forget to support me on Patreon, you know, just seems like such a, I don't know, almost tacky way to do it. And so the anti-sponsorship is a way of reminding people, I'm not taking sponsors. You're my sponsor as the person contributing on Patreon. And sorry, it's midnight here, so my brain is moving slow. But I want to do it in a humorous way. And at the same time, so many of those sponsorships are so scammy or just overdone that they're so easy to make fun of. You know, some have been hit and miss. Like I had one restaurant where the the water squirter was squirting on my hand, and so I made that the anti-sponsorship, but it didn't really. I don't think the joke really landed. It was almost like just an inside joke for myself, but I got a kick out of that. But last month was because Las Vegas is such a ripoff, and we can, as we're driving, if you remind me, we can talk about that too. About if you went to Las Vegas 2 years ago, it's gone downhill since then. By the way, the stream is not sponsored by Ozarka Water. What a name. But yeah, thank you very much, Black Kirk, for your super chat. And I'm always trying to figure out. I don't watch enough YouTube content because I'm busy making it, and so I start to run out of sponsors. I'm almost at that point, so I need to restock because I did Raid Shadow Legends, I did NordVPN, I did stupid thing where they bring the Blue Apron or whatever, where they bring the food ingredients to your house. And so like this month, I couldn't think of one, but I had just had a bad experience with my Las Vegas hotel room costing me twice as much as I planned. And so I'm done with Las Vegas for a while, unless there's something that comes up for work. But as far as my pit stop between LA and Salt Lake, I'm pivoting back to St. George or Mesquite or just driving straight through, because it just, you cannot find fast food for under $35. The In-N-Out's the only thing. It's gotten really bad. So thank you again, Black Kirk. Super chat from Nick Pastanix 278. Good to see you again, by the way. Hey Rob, what's the fastest you rip down the 110 Arroyo Seco? So real quick, where are we going next? Are we going to that new sidewalk, or are we going to what was that sidewalk at? And then, we could go by the airport, but I don't know what there's to show you there. Let's see, one of the previous things I searched for here was 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway is 30 minutes. $2 in tolls. Why don't we, if I'm going to do that, why don't we drop down and go 45? Well, except we're near the airport. All right, we'll go through the airport, and then we'll figure out from there if we're going to go see that new sidewalk. But you got to tell me on the chat here real quick, like, what am I showing you at the airport? Because all I think we're going to see is I'm going to drive by the terminal. It's not that different than airports anywhere else. Like, is there something unique? Like, even DIA, I could make a business case for that, because I could say, well, Denver's so huge and it's so far away. And, it takes a half an hour when you leave I-70 to get to the terminal. But George Bush, it just looks like an airport. Like, I don't understand. What am I showing you here? So make a business case for me and we could do that. The other would be the sidewalk. That might drive us through. Where's the construction on I-10? Somebody else mentioned too. I'll ask, unless somebody chats it here real quick, I'll ask Gemini. He's not a road guy, he's a road guy. The loop around the airport is under construction. It's a loop? Airport terminals are getting rebuilt. Okay, now we're getting to a business case. It's dark, but we'll have to see. Let's see. Hobbs Wade writes, I became a Patreon today. You're welcome. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It genuinely, like, I can't hit that point enough. And it's not that I'm trying to drum up business, although it does. But to make the point that this type of whatever it is here, I couldn't do it off of typical YouTube revenue, right? YouTube revenue, you got to post something every week and get like a hit viral video with hundreds of thousands of views every week to be able to if you think about it, it would be, I'd have to do 3 videos a month and have them all hit and be a couple 100,000 views a piece. I can't. Like, I'm not enough of an influencer that I can make a crappy video about, hey guys, here's what I did this week. You know, Hoovie's Garage. I went out and I bought a car, and then, oh, it's all broken. Oh no, the car wizard gave me a big bill. All right, see you next week. Like, I'm not that guy. You know, I have to, what you're coming for is the reporting, and the reporting, I have one video due a month and I barely get it done. You know, a lot of times the video comes out at 3 a.m. and I'm finishing it at like 11 p.m. and then I'm making the thumbnails between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Like, it's coming out about as fast as I can do it. And so Patreon allows me to take the month to do it, rather than trying to just come up with 3 very mediocre videos a month. So it means a lot. Thank you. All right. So we are going to go, I'm not going all the way to Galveston tonight, but maybe I'll check it out. But Galveston's a little far. How walkable is the airport and surrounding area? Well, we'll go look at the terminals and see where we're at that point. So I will put in my GPS here. Let's see. George Bush Airport. So, and then we'll add a stop, and we'll do the sidewalk thing last, and we'll do George Bush Intercontinental Airport. All right. That ought to kill some time. No, Krusty the Clown. All right. Let's find a topic to talk about and hit the road here. So let's see. Have you done a video on roadway engineering on site the Ship Channel Bridge on Beltway 8? I heard airport runways have really big pedestrian crossings. How considerate of that? I think the joke is you're talking about the runways. Don't they have some markings on them or something? Kind of look like an airplane runway. Almost looks like it has a crosswalk on it. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what we get done before either my equipment crashes out or whatever happens. But it's hard to end a stream. If you say, friends and things, why do you do a live stream for 3, 4, or 5 hours, or at this point going on 7? It's like, well, I've got 140 people who are watching, and I'm still occasionally getting a super chat. And the big thing is, somebody might come on with a comment on us a super chat. It's like, well, it's hard to pass that up. You know, that's pretty nice. You know. So, let's see if we can get out of this parking lot here. Oh, and Nick wanted to know, that's right, about the Arroyo Seco. What's the fastest I've ripped down that? So, the Arroyo Seco is, this is not the way to go. My best illegal move here. Boy, there's a lot of cowboy hats. I mean, it is Texas, and it is a, night at the bar, so who comes to party on a Thursday night though? But anyway, and people are still arriving at midnight, so they got a better nightlife than California. Everybody goes to bed at like 8. All right. My GPS did not put in my destination here, so that's interesting. All right. We'll go this way for a little while until I figure out what I'm doing. Let's see, can I put in voice? George Bush Airport. Okay, that worked. All right, airport. Okay. Oh, shoot. It didn't. Okay. I think now it's going. Well, this walk is more fun in a car. But it looks like they fixed up this road really nice. I'm quite happy with what they did here. I see a big box of a super chat here, so at a red light, or some place where it's safe, I'll check it out. Meantime, what's the fastest, Nick? What's the fastest I've ripped on the 110 Arroyo Seco? Honestly, probably about 80. I mean, the Honda Fit is really good going around corners. That if enthusiast drivers weren't so obsessed about horsepower, because the Honda's 118 horsepower, you know, it's not winning awards, but it's so darn light that it's actually kind of fun. And so, you know, being able to go up the mountain canyon roads and things, it's got its little VTEC. It can keep itself moving in a way that's fun, you know. Slamming the gas at every green light and going full throttle doesn't draw a lot of attention because it's not going real fast. But it feels fun. A buzzy little 4-cylinder takes off. So when I take a Honda Fit onto the Arroyo Seco with a 5-speed, it's just itching to have fun, to get in and zip the corners and just really go for it, you know. The Prius, no, I go the speed limit and just hug the right lane. This car is not fun. This car is not one that's itching to have you drive, you know. And so, you know, it keeps yelling at me because I do something wrong. But you know, I'd say the Prius is about as fun as a Camry, you know. So, but yeah, buzzing it. And the nice thing with LA is there's other people buzzing it too. You know, the last thing I want is to be the guy that the CHP motorcycle officer sees taking the oldest freeway west of the Mississippi at 80 miles an hour, and, you know, but so much of the traffic's, you know, so many Tesla Model 3s and Model Ys, and those corner pretty good too, from what I understand. They got their zippy with the instant torque and thing, and so those drivers they get picking up speed pretty fast, and so I you know, I can kind of hide in the crowd. That's why I think I like driving fast in the cities versus out in the country. Is when you're in the city, you draw attention to yourself. Or sorry, when you're in the country, you draw attention to yourself. You got to go to the speed limit when you're out in the country. You know, you're the only car. You're the one the cop's going to pick off. In the city, you just kind of you justify it to yourself. Well, I'm not really speeding all that much because, you know, I got to keep up with the flow of traffic because the cars in front of me and the cars behind me, they're going fast too, you know. So, and then you can feel justified ripping the corners and having some fun. So, and in California, people drive up the mountains pretty fast too. So that's what I've liked, is I like places where you can go fast and you're not really a hazard because everybody else is doing the same thing. I mentioned earlier when I was talking with Mike, New Orleans is a place where people go really fast, but it's a happy fast. Everybody seems to be having a good time. They're all doing the same thing. So you just kind of get in the crowd and go fast with them, and I like that, you know. But yeah, rural Texas is kind of an angry fast. It's I've got a Ram 1500 Classic on my bumper, and I'm trying to pass the semi, and I'm doing about 15 over the speed limit, which was 75 to begin with. But that Ram Classic, it's not fast enough for them, so I got to hurry and get past the semi and hook back over. And it's like, well, you know, that's an angry fast. That's not a fun fast, you know. Let's see if I can catch this before the light changes here. Let's see. Okay, so 1,500 from... So, Nick, thanks again for your super chat. Bricatect with another super chat. Good to see you again tonight. Writes your something about my videos, and then now the light turned green. Next red light, I'll read it. But yeah, we're heading over to... I'd say if you're just joining us, but I have a feeling at this point in the stream, odds are you've been hanging on for a long time. But in case you're new, we're driving over to the George Bush Airport, but Google Maps is saying something went wrong. So I'm headed in the general direction of the airport, and at some point when I see a freeway, I'll get back on Beltway 8. Which is funny. The typical nomenclature of tollways versus freeways, I always thought was a freeway is because it's free of tolls versus a tollway. but I learned that's wrong. It's free of traffic signals. It's a freeway. It's free flowing. You're not having driveways or any cross traffic or anything that's going to slow you down. Not, railroad crossings or anything. It is a freeway. Hence, what I swear I've heard people say in California, oh yeah, I took that toll freeway, which sounds like a joke, but that's true. It's a freeway that charges tolls. So we're going to head down to Beltway 8, the toll freeway, or tolled freeway, depending on how you structure your English, I suppose. But I'm going to pull over here and read your super chat. I just kept thinking I'd hit a long red light or something, but look for like a really good driveway where I can go in and back out. Maybe this Aldi here. Okay. Maybe I could just do something like this. Okay. So you wrote, Brickatect writes, your videos are a very big inspiration for a lot of people, and I greatly appreciate the quality over the quantity. I still remember when I showed you my fan thumbnails. I remember that. In fact, I think, wasn't that the same time my mic went down in Las Vegas like a year and a half ago? And you sent the email? I'm trying to remember. But I remember that fondly, and I thank you. Well, you're very welcome. I get it. Like, I was a kid who was nerding out about transportation. I remember a story. I grew up in a culture where everybody tried to get their Eagle Scout, and I had this crazy idea for an Eagle project of what if the freeway near my house, which then dropped out to become a highway, it had this center median, and I was like, well, what if we got like a truckload of gravel and spread it out, and it would look pretty. Like, very naive. I was 16, I had no idea the amount of material that would go into a project like that. But I had this vision of, we get, a few truckloads of gravel, maybe get them to somebody to donate it, and then we dump it and then use some rakes and kind of spread it out, and it would look pretty. Having no idea that the stuff on the side of freeways that looks like gravel are actually rocks about the size of your head. And they bury it about 4 feet deep. It's millions of tons of material, not just one truckload of pea gravel like you'd have in a playground. So I don't know. I'm this 16-year-old kid with an idea, so I called UDOT, and they sent me over to some community relations person. She called me back and she says, "Well, your heart's in the right place, but," and I thought, oh no. She's like, "We don't even let our adopt a highway people go out in the middle of the freeway, the median. That's just for insured work crews. But we appreciate you reaching out." But I thought, oh, wow, I've got a UDOT person on the phone. Now's my chance to ask some questions I've always wondered. And so I mentioned that freeway drops out and becomes just a regular highway with stoplights near my house. I thought, well, when are they going to make it a bridge with exits? And so I asked her, I said, when's it going to be a bridge? So now she's really confused because, to me, UDOT might as well be like 9 people and they all know everything about what's going on. I don't know, it's just some community relations person. And so I asked that, and she goes, a bridge, like for pedestrians, you can walk over. Like, oh no, for cars and with exits and everything. And she says, I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. So I can say I understand what, being an enthusiastic transportation person and having, and that's something that I've had some transportation people mention, that, the angle I've got going for me here is that transportation is so busy doing the job. It's public works. It's trying to be a good steward of the tax dollar and stretch as far as you can, that you get so busy doing the job that you don't have time to tell the story of it. And so traditionally, are we at a freeway already? There's like ramps. I can't read that street sign. Is that Kirkendall or something? Anyway, I don't know this part of town. It almost looks like the cross street goes underneath or something. But I'm waiting till we get to I-45, and then from there I'll follow the signs to the airport. We're almost there. Save me a toll booth. And plus, you got to see this wonderful FM 1960 road or whatever. And so it's kind of neat to feel like, you know, I'm able to do something that's useful to the transportation industry. Looks like Brian writes, all the roads in Texas look like highways. Yeah. Oh, you pronounced that name right. Okay, I just... Kukendall or something. Yeah, Kirkendall. Oh, yeah. However I pronounced it correctly the first time. But I'm used to living in California where it's all Spanish names and I'm trying to learn. But here's the thing. There's a whole bunch of anglicized Spanish names in California that even the joke, like even Mexicans don't call it San Pedro or San Pedro. It's San Pedro. You know, it's not Los Angeles, it's Los Angeles. It's not Los Feliz, it's Los Feliz. The one that sounds like it bounces back and forth it was always Moreno Valley, but I'm hearing more people say Moreno Valley. So it's just kind of fun to see the butchered Spanish. And then you go down to San Diego and you'll have like Avenida de las Linda or something, you know, Avenue of the Pretty. I don't know if that's actually really a thing, but here in Houston, I did see Avenida de las Americas, which is Avenue of the Americas, next to the convention center. So that was fun to see. So I'm used to seeing Spanish names, but Kirkendall, that sounds like a very, I don't know, it's like a Dutch or something that's very European with a lot of consonants in it. But I-45 express lane entrance, no, I'm not going to do that. See, when the GPS is broken, because Google's not working for me, I'm reliant on the signs. Now it's, okay, yeah, 1960, so we're still on Texas 1960 here. $7.99 haircuts. Even I am a little concerned about that. I don't think gosh, 10 years ago, I'm cheap, and even 10 years ago, I was paying $20 for my barber, back when I needed a barber. Now, one of the advantages if you ever go bald is you just get the beard trimmer out, and while you're at it, you put it on, you know, 1 millimeter or 0, and just hit your head at the same time you're shaving your beard. And so I haven't been to a barber in, I don't know, about 7 years. See on the left, there's a Luby's, which I think is a sit-down chain here in Texas. May have to try it. It's probably nothing super amazing. I imagine it's kind of like a Denny's or something. You know, unfortunately, what it always reminds me of is long ago, I think 1980s or something, there was a mass shooting at a Luby's, or like a hostage situation. And Luby's was such a weird name. It's not a chain that's out west, that I remember thinking, Luby's, what's a Luby's, you know? But and then I've associated them together, so now anytime I hear Luby's, I think mass shooting. And that's sad. You know, same way Waco, you know, most Americans don't think about good things that the city of Waco has. They think about the weird standoff that I don't even think was in Waco. I think it was outside of Waco, you know. Okay, so it said Interstate 45, right lanes. So how do 45 express lanes turn right? I mean, this looks like it's the right way to get on I-45. And then I'm looking for signs that say airport once I get on. So what we got going on here? Express lane, no, I don't want that. They've got their flashing barricades to let me know the express lane is closed. How do I get on the main lane? lanes. I guess I just had to keep driving. I noticed this thing here when I drove on I-45 the other day. It's kind of to the left. It's maybe a little harder to see, but it's like a crossover to get you. The express lanes are in the middle, so they built this huge structure on your left. Looks like it carries the traffic from entering the express lanes over and then drops them down in the middle where they go. So I should now have an entryway onto the freeway, I'm guessing. There's no sign, but it looks like a freeway entryway. So there's my little tiny sign. South 45. All right, here we go. Okay. So by request, by strong audience request, we'll go to George Bush Intercontinental Airport or whatever it's called. Once I see the sign for it. I think it's down closer to Beltway 8, so that's why I'm not seeing anything yet. But yeah, because of these frontage roads, every single Texas highway just kind of looks the same, you know, just that long strip of highway commercial that I got mixed feelings about. I don't know if it's good or bad. There's a homogeneity, I'm pronouncing the word wrong, but you know, a homogeneous nature about it. But at the same time, it's very functional. It makes the freeway kind of like a high-speed main street in a way. But I don't know. Like I say, I got... oh, I see a super chat popped up, but I shouldn't read it because I'm driving. But... let's just say if hypothetically my eye happened to skim it and it was from somebody who's chatted already tonight and maybe mentioned that, you know, they're a Model Y owner who maybe has hit 90 on some of the highways before. I'll read it properly when we get stopped here somewhere. I'm just looking for the sign for the airport. Okay, that's that same street, Cookendall. I guess we caught back up with the other end of it. Somewhere here, we're getting really close to Beltway 8. Somewhere here, there's got to be a sign that says, you know, George Bush Airport. You notice that car on the frontage road? I'm doing 70. Did you see him go by on the right there? That guy's cooking, man. He's got to be doing 80 on the frontage road. And he's still, okay, he's entering the freeway right ahead of us. If you look directly ahead, that guy's got to be doing 90 miles an hour because he's just vanishing. Man, to the balls to go that fast. I mean, what if you have somebody pull out of a driveway or something? You know, it's one thing to go 90 on the freeway. That's probably fine, but to go 90, you know, also past flashing blue and red lights is probably not great either. Well, let's see. I see a sign for the airport, but I also see a lot of cones. So maybe we'll find out whether the ramp to the airport here is still open. But I'm starting to think maybe it's closed. George Bush Intercontinental Airport. Okay, looks like the ramp to the... oh no, just the ramp to the side street's closed. Okay, we're good. All right, coming up here on the message board sign, it looks like the overhead sign. Looks like the ramp to the toll road and the ramp to the airport. Is that Beltway 8? It doesn't say, it doesn't have the toll shield for this east side. Is it only a toll road on the west side? Because I assumed the whole loop was a toll road, but see if you can catch it real quick. I know it's dark and not the best, but you notice the ones for westbound has a little purple shield, but the one on the left doesn't. Makes me almost think it's like the toll ends on this side, which is funny. If you've ever gone to Google Maps and you look at before they built the Grand Parkway, Beltway 8 for Houston looks a lot like E470 going around Denver. And if half of Beltway 8 is free and half is a toll road, then it also matches the Denver comparison of half of Denver is a freeway, 470 is C470, Colorado C470, which is a freeway, and on the east side, it's the toll roads. They'd be a mirror of each other. Hardy Toll Road. Oh, so I have to pay a toll to go into the airport? Isn't that the ramp to the airport? Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Don't drag race. Okay, that's good to know. They've got a campaign there. So I've got this thing, the Hardy Toll Road, but I don't know if that's the way to the airport. North Hardy Toll Road, but it doesn't say anything about airport, so I'm not going to want it. And hopefully I'm right. I'm trying to remember, Hardy Toll Road, that's the one that's parallel to I-45, I think. So I could be wrong, but I think I think I'm right to skip that. Aldine Westfield Road. I'm still not seeing anything that says airport. I would have thought I would have seen something that says airport by now. I've seen a lot of hotels, so I think we're near the airport. But I hope the toll road. You know what I'm thinking of? I think why I'm stressing out about the toll road. Dallas has a toll road that goes into DFW Airport. So I'm thinking of that, going, oh, shouldn't I be on the toll road? But still, there should be some kind of a sign that says something about. If I could read the chats, I'd have a better idea of what's going on. You guys you're probably screaming on the chat, telling me exactly what I need to be doing, but at 70 miles an hour, I shouldn't be reading the chat. So, but I'm not seeing anything that says anything about the toll, the airport. So it's got to be coming up here soon, right? I mean, you didn't just put in a. I mean, I've never seen an airport that didn't have a huge exit telling you, you know. I'm still seeing hotels, so I don't think I've ventured too far from the airport. But, all right, buddy, if you want in, you got a, oh, he's got his own lane. Never mind. I was going to say, you got a Trump on it, man. I'll let you in, but you know, you get a little concerned when I've driven this far down and I'm still no sign of an airport. I know to my left I'm not seeing any tall buildings, so that would, there we go. All right, George Bush Intercontinental, exit 1 mile. All right. Yeah, you know, Houston with all of its beltways, it's easy to criticize, one person to criticize, but in fairness, Atlanta only built one, and they wish they had more. You know, a lot of environmentally conscious people or people concerned about urbanism and sprawl criticize the endless sprawl, but but my argument is, well, unless you have land use restrictions that stop people from developing their land farther and farther out, and if all the development is built for a car, you have to come in and provide the car infrastructure to back it up. You know, I mean, people will compel you to add the car infrastructure if you don't. But that doesn't mean you have to keep building everything the same way we've been building it, you know. And so that's where, like I say, I get so excited about Houston, is because you could build something fairly dense from greenfield. I don't know if there's how much vacant land is left within the Houston city limits, but you could, yeah, you could say, I want to get creative and build something kind of tall. Oh, you guys have gotten to see my speedometer this whole time. It's tattling on me. Hopefully it's not focused on the dashboard and instead of trying to focus on the road here. I should pull over here somewhere and catch up on our chads before we get into the airport. Let me get pulled over here somewhere. The parking spot, third-party private parking lots. Ontario Airport, partly why I never fly anywhere, is because I'll look at the flight might be reasonable, but then again, looking at the parking, I go, well, Ontario doesn't have any private parking around it anymore. You know, we're about to enter the airport here. I don't know if there's anywhere to oh, gas station, that'll work. We'll pull over again and pretend we're getting gas. 339, what a ripoff, you know. All right, where's my phone? Let's get, or I'll look just here on the screen. Okay, so that comment was a big super chat from Nick, Pastanix again, who writes, good stuff. I hit 90 in my Model Y. Don't recommend trying to beat it. Haha, thanks for the live stream. And thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, let's see what airport comments we've got here. Somebody writes, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, I know, we're going to wrap up here pretty quick. Road guy Rob, come to San Jose for something. Which San Jose? The Bay Area one? I guess Bay Area Mike. Yeah, we could do that at some point here. Speeding tickets are in the mail. I hope not. Only 11 to the chat. The American Experience. The Welcome to Oklahoma sign is coming up soon. Hardy goes around the airport. Take that, JFK. That's the free exit to the airport further up. Okay, so by customer demand at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, but we're not. But it's a big airport. There's a lot of people still driving in, so it's not Ontario Airport that goes to bed. We still have our green here. All right, airplane taking off overhead. Beautiful sign, George Bush Intercontinental Airport. Which Bush is it named after? The good one. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Exit in 1 mile, rental car, general aviation. I like that they still have signs that are mostly MUTCD compliant, but they got a little flair to them. They got a little style, you know, which they can do because they're not using federal highway money to. My windshield just got all foggy or something. So they're not relying on MUTCD compliance, you know, to get their federal aid money. The airport's paying for their own stuff. No waiting on curbs. Use cell phone lots. Oh my gosh, that's one of my pet peeves. These smaller airports, where did I land? Was it Tulsa? And every spot against the curb, it's somebody there idling. And I just, you know, a family member came to pick me up, and my sister came to pick me up. And I probably embarrassed her because she had no place to stop on the curb because everybody was hogging the curb. So I am on the phone with her, and I wander out into the road to start walking down to where she's at. And I go, yeah, you know, at a real airport, people don't just sit and hog the curb, so you have to double park. You know, I was just being a total brat, you know. But I said it real loud so people could hear it in their cars. Salt Lake City, I had just gotten back from Boston, and people were, you know, East Coast people are pushy, especially people in Boston. And so I just marched up to people hogging the curb, and I would look them right in the eye, and I'd be like, immediate loading, unloading only. And then I'd point down the road, and one lady's like, oh, okay. She put it in drive and drove off. But I don't know, like, kind of thing is very East Coast and very pushy, but it's like, if you don't honk at people running red lights, if you don't holler at someone occasionally, you don't address the problem. And, you know, people feel like, oh, well, I'm not getting yelled at, so this must be fine. And I get it. If the curb is mostly empty and there's like 1 or 2 cars hogging the curb, who cares, you know? But if you're, okay, it says Terminal A is closed, so we won't go that way. because the other one just said Marriott Hotel, and I don't. Oh, Terminal B is closed. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna do Terminals C, D, and E first, and then I guess we go back and look at the other one. Hey, there's a little attenuator there, or crash barrier. Yeah, I'm starting to see now that I've seen at the conference, like the barrels. They go like you start to see them everywhere. You'll know more when I get this video out here in the next few weeks. But to the left is the airport. It's a big airport, as I'd expect Houston Airport to be. But yeah, if there's just a few people hogging the curb, then fine. You know, I'm not going to make an issue of it. But the curb was full. There was no room for the immediate loading and unloading that's supposed to happen. And that's why I got all bratty about it. And if you go to big airports, LAX, I'm sure Denver, Portland, others, you know, there's an airport employee there is yelling at people to tell them to use the cell phone lot, don't park on the curb, not because you're a bad person for parking on the curb, not because rules for the sake of rules. It's because people need, there's limited curb space and people need that curb to be able to, I just noticed that speed limit sign said 30 and then underneath it, little sign said 48 kilometers an hour. And I'm doing almost 48 miles an hour, so I better slow down. Hey you guys, we're getting great gas mileage right now. I'm getting 59. I guess all this driving slow around town and things is, oh, I know what it is. Houston is flat. So we haven't been going fast, and we haven't gone up a single hill all night. It's all been flat. That's why. Okay. This is where if I could read the chat, I'd take a poll. C, D, and E, which terminal, but I'm not sure what. So far, I'm not seeing any construction. This looks pretty normal. So we have to maybe go over and check Terminal A, but... All right, well, I'll get in the middle and just kind of see where we end up here. All right, departures or arrivals? I guess departures. So we're going up to the, so the other one looks like it goes down below. E, okay. This is pretty cool. This is, it's a little complicated, but this, you know, where some airports feel big, and like McCarran. This reminds me of the Harry Reid Airport in Las Vegas, where it feels big because it's a little convoluted to drive through, you know. I don't know which way I'm going. Ride app pickup. No, I'm not that. Oh, here we have some in-road LED lights. These are these work great because they get some attention. They're not as effective in a crosswalk at compliance as you'd hope, you know. So that's why you don't see them in every crosswalk. But I like the idea, you know, that these blink all the time, which I guess in an airport's fine. But that's interesting. I've never seen where it just goes to a hard left and then turns out. A hard left in Texas? No. But I've never, you know, I like them when they activate, where you push a button and then they blink. Exit 20. I wish I could read some of these chats. But, all right, so I think we're merging back in. Okay, Terminal A. Let's go over there and see if because somebody mentioned that there was construction to look at. I guess Terminal B is closed, so maybe over by Terminal A we could see some of what's going on. I think, see, it says change is coming to IAH, new terminal in the making. So that must be Terminal B. So let's go over by A and check that out. So Terminal A, looks like it's the far right lane here. So we're coming back out where those little flaggy things are. Where's the turnoff? Oh, it's not that. I don't know what time it is. 35. Okay, I gotta slow down a little bit. It's interesting, the speed limit sign was on the left and it wasn't very retro-reflective. Toyota has the thing that, the camera that reads the speed limit and keeps saying 20. Which is why car people freak out when they hear, oh, Congress is thinking about voting a law that would require speed control in the cars to force you to drive the speed limit. Okay, well, good idea or bad idea is another discussion, but let's just talk practical idea. If my car keeps picking up the speed limit sign and thinking it's 20, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many times it's wrong. Or I came off a freeway and turned in a neighborhood, but it didn't pick up any new signs, so it says the speed limit in the neighborhood is 65. You know, it's just, from a practical standpoint, not a good way to enforce, you know. But I think even at best, even if, I think it was California that was talking about doing that, the speed control thing, and the governor vetoed it, you know. He, like him or not, he's more, and you know, hear me out if this makes you angry if I say this. He's more of a moderate governor than his reputation suggests. Like, he is almost a soft Republican. There's a lot of very hard left ideas, for good or for bad, that come out of the legislature that he vetoes. Oh, look, there's a building on the left. I don't know if you could see it, but it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It says Marriott Hotel, but I think that's just the line. But it's like a flying saucer up on a podium. Looks very 1960s. So this must be the older part of the airport, because the other part, CD&E, felt kind of new. So B to the left is closed. Looks like I can't go that way. And there's a bunch of, I don't know what's going on there, a bunch of ramps that go somewhere. And A is just clogged. Well, this is fun. 1 o'clock in the morning, what are you doing? Well, I did a live stream that told me to go to the airport, and then the terminal was jammed. And after a few minutes in traffic, all the viewers signed off because they were tired of watching a traffic jam. That's great. To the left, I see a bunch of stuff for the new terminal. So it looks like there's plastic sheeting and aluminum panels they're screwing together. And, you know, the back of that truck, see the crash attenuator, the crash cushion there. That's another safety device. Not new, but it's something they put on the back of all these trucks. See if this one has one too. Where it's something that if you hit it, it like goes boing. I don't know if the guy should sit on it. Somebody hits it, it's not going to be great, but it helps protect both the car hitting the truck, but also the workers who may be working around the truck. Got some parking here to the left. Looks like, oh, there's more terminal construction there on the right. So that's cool. I wonder if they're going to work on, we'll do arrivals. We'll stay on the ground level this time. So that's Terminal B. Terminal A. Looks like maybe I should have gone up. Okay, so there's people pulled over there looking to wait for their person. And construction worker there. I was thinking it was an attendant who was telling people to keep moving, but I think it's a guy spotting for this and changing light bulbs or something. They're way up high. I always thought it'd be fun to go up in a bucket truck. I'm afraid of falling, but I'm not afraid of, come on, go. Zipper merge, come on. Go. Come on. I'm not going to let you in if you don't go. You're supposed to zipper every other car, like we do in California. Well, we're going slow enough. Let's read some chats here. Reminds me of the Sacramento airport. Should have a Formula One circuit on the airport terminals. Why not? If only the top 10% matter, you know. Airport was first built in 1968. Spirit Airlines, ew. I've thankfully never had the experience of okay, airport exit right lane. Let's get out of here. I've never had the misfortune. All right. Yeah, restricted area straight ahead is probably not a good design. Because that poor Corolla seemed to not know which way to go. Where are all those cars coming from? Oh, they have an additional loading area there, that's why. I've flown Frontier, and it wasn't great. My flight was 8 hours late. So I had two options. I was going up to Las Vegas we were surprising my mom for her birthday, so I went up and thought, well, I'll do a live stream up there and I'll pick up the car. We were buying a used Hertz rental car for my mom, Honda CR-V hybrid, first hybrid that the family owned. It was pretty cool. But partly why I ended up buying a hybrid, because I fell in love with the Honda one. But I had two choices to get up to Las Vegas to pick up the car I was buying. I could take Greyhound, or I could, take Frontier, and they were the same price. And I'm going, well, that's a no-brainer. Like, I was reading the reviews of Greyhound, and they go, they tell you no smoking weed on the bus, but there's a lot of weed on the bus. I just thought, it doesn't bode well for being the pathway to a good experience, right? And so, where's my hat? Where's my hat? There we go. So my head gets hot. Not used to having hair, so. We have a super chat here from JH Town 713. Writes, critical mass bike ride Friday night at Guadalupe Park. I'll get you a bike. Just say you'll make it. I'll find you in your vest, 7:15. We can talk roads. I'll tell you what. Write this number down. I'll read it twice. Get a pad of paper and then send me a text. And maybe I'll have to see. But maybe. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna give you a phone number. You can text me and we can figure this out. 909-296-6446. Again, that number, 909-296-6446. And to anybody watching this live stream later, sure, go ahead and text me too. Why not? I've given the number out. It's out. But I can't guarantee. I've got a helmet. I can't guarantee. But if you can get my hands on a bike and want to hang out, maybe that's something we can do. And we can kind of figure it out from there. But and if you're watching too and see this and you're going to be at the bike ride too, also text me. But just let me know you're different than this guy. So, but all right. Frontier, did they give you a box to sit in? No, they gave me a chair that was less comfortable than a bus seat. Whoa, that guy! I tell you, yeah, he wasn't going to hit, but the guy behind me got awful close. All right, some freedom, but also means I'm done reading text for now. So I gotta flip you back around here. All right. But yeah, I can't yet promise I'll make it, but let's text in the morning and see what I got going on tomorrow. Yeah, if the bike ride's at night, I'm suddenly 10 times more interested. So many of these 5Ks and bike rides and everything, they're like starting at 7 a.m. and I'm like, well, I'm out. I always thought I was a morning person because I tend to be I don't know, I'm not a real, I get argumentative, but at the end of the day, I'm not a real rebellious person. So they'd say, okay, early to bed, early to rise. That's what a responsible person's supposed to do. I go, okay, I get that, But in practice, and I think I learned it during grad school, I would go to school all morning and then I'd go do homework all afternoon, and then I'd go to work it was only a 30-hour job, but I was still putting in, say 6 hours. So I'd go to work after dinner at 6 p.m., work till midnight, go to bed at 2, and then be back to school by 9, because it's grad school, you just kind of suffer with not enough sleep. And then in the pandemic, it came back where I found, oh wow, I'm staying up till 2 and then getting up about 10. That's kind of my default, you know. So it got bad for a while. About a year and a half ago, I was editing videos till like 8 in the morning, and that was just, it was very bad for my mental health. I was getting all the work. It was awesome because after everybody goes to bed at midnight, there are no distractions. I could work till 8 a.m., get a full 8 hours of work done with 0 distractions, be really productive. As you can tell, I'm easily distractible, but yeah, I just, you know, you get to trying to work during the daytime. I'm a lot happier because the sun's out, you know, but I'm also can be like, oh, let's take a break, go get something to eat. I can't do that at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The only thing I can do is work. Somebody calls and you have an hour-long conversation in the middle of the day. Well, the sun's out, I'm happy, I'm chatting on the phone, but I'm not getting any work done, right? You know, so it's just, there's a lot of little things like that you know, lend itself to, you know, being a nighttime guy. So I kind of have tonight, but I'll probably work out about right tonight. So probably like 2 o'clock, it's like, I'm done, I'm going to bed. It's 2. That's it. No more staying up past 2. So we'll probably, since I promised, we'll go do that sidewalk thing, and then I'll call it a night. So we'll call it a night after that. I just got to figure out how to update my search history here. 5810. So they have this touch screen for Android Auto that's supposed to be way safer than touching your phone. But how is it any different than touching my phone? It's just as distracting. Oh, 20 minutes? Oh. All right, I promised. You did a super chat. We'll go look at your sidewalk. But then that's it. Then we got to call it a night, guys. Yeah, it's saying something went wrong. Well, we'll see if we can find it anyway. It puts what happens is Google Maps will put the little flag on the map, so at least I generally know where I'm going. But 20 minutes? Well, 1:22. Okay, all right. But then we will have to wrap it up shortly after that, because yeah, the poor East Coast people, if you're on the Eastern time zone, my hat's off to you, especially if you have work tomorrow. I'm sorry to be contributing to the delinquency of your day tomorrow. West Coast people, they're still having fun. It's only 11 o'clock. You know, the news is just coming on right now. You know, it's barely, you know, Tonight Show's not even on yet, you know. So for my West Coast viewers, how's it going? And then, yeah, Central and Mountain, it's getting a little late, so. Okay. So I've got to take the toll road. We'll be burning up another $1.35 in tolls, but, you know, what else is a toll pass for, right? Okay, we're stopped. Quick, check the chat. You heard him, ladies. That's the number to text. Oh, we got a super chat from RC Maniac again. Thanks. The sidewalk is a sight to be seen. Hundreds of crash posts on both sides. Oh, that's true. You did mention there's a lot of crash posts. So it's not just a sidewalk. Okay. Well, $5 on your super chat there, you more than paid for the toll and the gas. So it's a good deal. And then the question I need to run into is I had lunch today, but I never got around to having dinner because we started at 5 and I was prepping before that. So in fact, I had lunch probably about 3. So this is the dilemma as you get older. Now, when I was 25 years old, it was obvious. I'm done with work and it's late. We're going to go get something to eat. Back then, I could go get, a big burrito from, a place called Rancheritos. But you know what those places are like, the genuine Mexican places that give you like big portions cheap and the food's pretty good. And they're open all night. So I'd go get like a big California burrito with beef and potato and all kinds of yummy grease and eggs and everything, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I could immediately go to bed, sleep like a baby. But then I get into my 30s and I go like, I have just colossal heartburn, so I start to question doing that. And then my late 30s, I start choking. So I start waking up choking over and over again from reflux. And is that a problem you have? My hat goes off to you. And now I've got the problem that I try to be really careful. I try not to eat for many hours before I go to bed, so I'll probably just go to bed hungry tonight. And I just have a glass of water before bed. And I wake up choking on the water. Congratulations, welcome to my 40s. So it's a problem. I had one of those things where they put a camera down your throat to see what was going on, make sure I have a hiatal hernia, which I guess like a third of the country have that, And boy, that's a big chunk of concrete missing to my left there. The ramp I need, I think is closed, so we're gonna have to get creative here. Are they gonna force me onto the toll road that goes where I don't want to go? Because that's a real bummer if they have I hope they waive the tolls if they're going to force me onto but there's huge chunks of concrete missing, so I respect the closure here. If you could see on the left side of your screen, that's a good 2-foot drop into those holes there. But yeah, no, acid reflux is no fun, so that's my dilemma tonight, is I'm feeling really snacky, but I think I'm going to regret it if I get something to eat, especially what options are open at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's not going to be good in terms, I mean, it might be delicious, but it's not going to be good in terms of heartburn and acid reflux and everything, So let's see. I shouldn't be checking text while I drive. Oh, we got a big super chat. I can't read your name because we're moving, but I see the dollar amount, and it's a go get a nice meal amount. So thank you. I will read your message here as soon as I get stopped at this red light, and also figure out which way I'm going here. I think I can get on the 8 if I go straight across. Okay, don't change. It's from Liebringer. Not like library, but like L-Y. Thanks for showing us around town tonight. Oh, you're very welcome. It doesn't take a ton of arm twisting to say, you want to go for a drive? Even a long walk. I like the other live streams as well, because they're just long walks going to look at things. So. But I think it's fitting that a Houston live stream is one where we're driving around in a car for most of it, because everything's so spread out, But it does show me that this is a viable way of being able to do, a super chat where something that, it makes me think, if we could do this where I keep the phone plugged in, maybe I should do a super chat where I drive the entire route. It would be several days. I'd probably do it this summer. But what if I drove the entire route of California high-speed rail? I get a map and I figure it all out. There's probably a more high-tech way to do that. And we get out of the car occasionally, but we go drive the entire route of where the train's going to go over like 20 hours or something, looking at all of it and seeing what's been built and what hasn't. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I gotta put this back because we're on the freeway again. But you're very welcome, Liebringer, and I appreciate your super chat. It's very kind of you. Okay, so we're on the frontage road for Beltway 8. It still feels very weird to be going 50 miles an hour on a frontage road, but that's the way they're designed. One story I've wanted for a while, and I actually found the source, but I just got busy and never got back to it, is these message signs that have public safety campaigns, like the one back there. You remember how they used to be really creative and clever, use your blinker, not the force, Luke, or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what some of them were. The best social media is your turn signal or something. I don't remember, but they would have these real clever messages. And then Federal Highway Administration came back and kind of said, well, those can be kind of confusing. Maybe you shouldn't do it. And it got covered in the media, all the clickbait car magazines and things covered it as, oh, the government says you can't have funny message signs anymore. And the signs mostly went away. But it didn't take into account the nuance of it of, well, states make the decision. It wasn't okay, we're back to a tollway again. States ultimately make the decision as to whether or not they want to have funny message signs or not. They decided to do it, and they're the ones who decided to stop. It was just advisement from Federal Highway saying you probably shouldn't. And that came from some research where the research authors who were willing to talk to me. I feel bad. We got busy and never scheduled a time. That was like 2 years ago. But the research authors did some study to find that a lot of times drivers didn't understand the message. And so it was maybe slightly more dangerous because if you have a message sign that says, use your blinker, the original social media or something, the driver is staring at that and they're trying to figure it out. And so they did a survey of how many people understood the message. And a lot of times the comprehension was quite poor. And so I think that research contributed to the new edict from Federal Highway, their recommendation to states of keep it simple. These variable message signs, as much fun as it is to do a safety campaign that's clever, you still can do a safety campaign, but just put up there, wear your seatbelt. Don't forget to wear your seatbelt. Something that's really easy to understand. Don't drive high. I've seen that in California. Don't drink and drive, that kind of thing. In fact, don't drive or rage, drive safe, report incidents too, and there's a phone number. Definitely don't put a website up because then it makes people want to go to the website, For traffic conditions, go to textdot.com or whatever. Like that's probably not a great idea. But the idea is try to keep them serious so people take them seriously. If those variable message signs have jokes on them all the time, and then you put up something that say, turn around, don't drown, they might go, oh, that's pretty funny, and then they drive right into the puddle, And so the research on that, I just thought that was kind of interesting. And so I was, like I said, I was all set to do that story, but then I think that's when I had a flood of videos of ones from Carmel, Indiana. So I was busy editing those, and I'm like, oh, I'll get back to that later, and I never did. So I need to reach out to those guys. I wish I remember what states the authors were in, because if I could meet them in person, that's always a better interview than Zoom, but I'm not opposed to doing Zoom. There's a new thing called, I think, Zencaster. I haven't tried it. It costs money, but it does a local recording from the person's webcam on their computer and then uploads that file with the higher quality audio and the higher quality video to a server where I can pick it up later, so that way I can have a higher quality interview with them. And so something like that might be worth trying. But okay, we've still got how much farther to go on this toll road? It's 12 minutes. So I think we're about halfway. So Waterworks Boulevard. Is that right next to the Short Line Railroad? No, it's the east side of Houston. I know nothing about. I haven't spent any time over here, but I know you get close to Baytown and all the stuff that's, it's funny, when I was looking for a hotel, because the first hotel I checked into when I was here for the conference, I was focused on wanting to be as close to the convention center drive-wise as I could. So I was just inside just outside the 610 Ring Road, and the problem I was running into was what am I trying to say? Sorry, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I appreciate your patience with me trying to form my words here. My brain can do one thing at a time, and driving is taking priority, as it should. But it was a Best Western, but it was one of the, in fact, I've stayed at 2 Best Westerns on this trip, and both were a little negative. So one really wasn't the hotel's fault. I always book through a third party because trying to save money, stretch that, the cheaper the hotel can be while still being a place I feel, safe. The more days I can be out filming, right? And I booked kind of last minute because especially on the drive out here, I didn't know where I was going to stop. So I made it to Deming, New Mexico, and there was a Best Western that was priced quite cheaply. I think it was like $56 plus tax or something. So an old motel, but it had good reviews. So I book it in a third party. I go in to check in, and there's all kinds of computer issues, and the third party wasn't coming through, so they had to fight to get it. The woman working there fought to get it through, and then she said something weird about, oh, well, you booked a smoking room. Non-smoking room is going to be $15 more. So I argued with her for a long time about that because the third party didn't say anything about a smoking room. I'm questioning New Mexico. I'm going, I didn't even know smoking in hotel rooms was still a thing, And then a lot of fog here. Is that coming in on the camera? You see fog like that, I'm used to California. I go, oh, it's smoke. Something must be on fire. Once you go up to the Central Valley, they get fog. They got socked in for the whole month of January. So I agree to pay the $15 because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning at that point. And then the third party won't pay the hotel. They took the money from me, but they won't pull the money out and pay the hotel. And any self-respecting hotel like a Hampton Inn would just check me in anyway. That's between them and the third party, But this being a little hotel owned by a company based in India where the time zones meant that she couldn't get help from the owners and it was just a big mess. She wouldn't check me in so we're on the phone for an hour with the third party. Finally got the third party to cancel my non-refundable thing, which I need to go on my credit card and make sure they actually canceled that. And then I paid the $90, which the room totally wasn't worth that, but and just paid the hotel directly and called it a night so I could go to bed. And so that was the Best Western. When I got to Houston, it was another Best Western. These are all independently owned. But what I'm learning is the franchise agreement with Best Western is not tight, like, say, a Courtyard by Marriott, where it's very strict. I would stay in a Courtyard by Marriott every single night if I could afford it, but I only stay there if I can get a deal, get it under $100. Usually they run about 130 to 150, and that's, I don't want to pay that. But another Best Western, about $70 a night, not too bad, plus tax. So and the commute wasn't too bad from, like, say, the 610 Belt Road into Houston on I-69 to the convention center. And the room was decent, but I noticed, like, the ice machine was broken. The pool was broken. Not that I was going to use it anyway. When I got to my room, the air conditioner was broken. I actually took the air conditioner temporarily apart, found the temperature sensor, and I would wrap a hot towel around it, like a hot washcloth around it, to get it to kick on. My remote control for my TV was broken. Just lots of little broken things, But the price was cheap, so I wasn't going to complain too loudly, But I just a little disappointed. So I changed hotels, and this hotel's nicer. But I'm also noticing a lot of things, when you find the deals on these third-party booking sites, are like, wow, this was a $200 room marked down to $76 a night. And then you walk through and you're like, oh, that's broken and that's broken. And I was excited. This one, in the South, it's hard to find a hotel with a hot tub. I was like, a hot tub, all right. And then I went, broken. So, do you guys have a business center? I needed to, print out some notes I was working on for a story. No, we don't have a business center. At least it wasn't broken. We're coming up 6 minutes away from the address that I got in the super chat of the new sidewalk that I can be one of the first people to walk on with you. But also, what's more exciting than that is that there's a bunch of, I guess, barriers or bollards. We'll see when we get there. That go on for like a mile, and so that might be interesting to check out. Plus, you get to drive on Beltway 8. I always heard about Beltway 8. I've in college had a lot of out-of-state people who came to my university. I went to Brigham Young University. Today, I have a very mixed opinion of the university, as I stayed way too long, and my take on religion's a little more complicated and nuanced than it was back then, but that's another story for another night. But because it's the Mormon college, you get Mormons from all over America coming to Provo, Utah to go to school. And so a lot of them are from Houston, and I talk roads with people and where they were from and stuff, and they'd always talk very positively about Beltway 8. And I remember thinking to myself, back then it was cash tolling, and I remember thinking, well, I just on principle won't drive on a toll road, so I'll never have the privilege of driving on Beltway 8. And here we are tonight, now that I've got a sticker I can put on my windshield, and it just starts gobbling up my bank account directly. I go like, well, whatever. It's fast food's $15 and tolls are $3 here, $3, So I pay it. We're going up high. I'm wondering if we're crossing some type of waterway. I see a bunch of trees off to the side, but I don't know. But I know in Houston you don't go up a slight hill for no reason. So that's why I'm wondering if the expansion joints are making kind of a click, almost like we're going over bridge columns. So anyway, 3 minutes away from a sidewalk with so many bollards, and it's so cool that we got two super chats on it to help cover the cost to go out there. And we got more super chats here. I'll check as soon as I'm not on a toll freeway, as they say. So now I got to figure out 58 East Sam Houston Parkway. So it's probably along the frontage road here somewhere. So I'm going to get off at this next exit. I think we're getting really close. So this is Wallisville Road, which I think I do remember from the super chat. That sounds right. And if that Hampton or Holiday Inn Express was my hotel, we'd be done for the night here in a minute. But unfortunately, I've got to go all the way across Houston back over to the other side of town because I'm staying on the west side. So there was one hotel that was priced very well in the Baytown area. It's like a Best Western Plus. I've noticed there's kind of like that newer franchise agreement, like the Holiday Inn Expresses, Best Western Pluses, Courtyards by Marriott's, that all tend to be very high quality. I've never had a bad experience with a Best Western Plus versus a Best Western, but they're priced a bit higher. So most of the time, my $100 ceiling cuts them all out, unless I go way outside of town. But it just looked, I know Houston's a big city, and when you're starting to go outside of town that far. All right, so it should be somewhere along here. I'm gonna pull off and do two things. We're gonna check the chats, and I want to properly put into the oh, Chick-fil-A's closed for some reason. How about that? The shop's at Stone Park. So first I'm going to put it properly into the GPS, this address, even if I have to put it in Waze instead. Because for some reason Google Maps keeps crashing out on me. 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway. All right. So I'm going to go to Waze. We'll flip this around because the frontage road's a little bit boring there. Put my lights on so you can hear me, and of course, my hair. All right. I mean, who am I kidding, right? But still, I see myself in reflection, and okay, 5810, 5810 East Sam Houston Parkway, 1/10 of a mile. It's showing it, or basically like right here. So is it up by the stores, or is it, because it's showing I'm really close. I see a big sidewalk, but you mentioned there was a bunch of barriers, so that's why I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat. We'll come back to the super chat here in just a second. You should do driving games. You're already there. Just get on Wallisville. LOL. Stay in the parking lot. Sidewalk is in front of Subway. Okay, thank you. And then the super chat was, I went to a lovely hole-in-the-wall Mexican place tonight on my way home from work. Carne asada, chimi with rice, refried beans. Is that here? And that's a super chat from Brickatech. Is that here in Houston? And are they open late? That's the problem. Usually the places open late aren't necessarily all that great. Okay, so we're looking for in front of Subway, Wallisville Road. So was that the cross street going this way? I'll try to get to the bottom of the super chat here so you all can guide me here, or bottom of the chat window. So I'm not sure which one's Wallisville in part. Maybe if I get this thing where I can zoom in. What street is that? Okay, Wallisville Road. So it's over this way. All right. We'll go this way and check it out. Subway. I used to love Subway, as many of us did 15 years ago. But then about 15 years ago, I stopped, where I couldn't eat bread anymore, and so I stopped going. And then shortly after that, I kept hearing things about like, oh, the bread's made out of gym mats or something. And, I don't know. But what really concerned me is they had the chicken breast, and the chicken breast sounded really good. And so I'd get the chicken breast sandwich. But occasionally, sometimes the chicken breast would taste great, and then occasionally it tastes like hot dogs. I'm going, chicken breast shouldn't taste like hot dogs. And so it must be a really cheap meat, Okay, so here's Wallisville. Here's Subway. Okay, all right. So let me flip the camera around so you can see. So I think is it for a bike lane, or is that for the sidewalk? But see all of those bollards there. There's a lot. Okay, I'm seeing it. Maybe we should even get out and take a look at it. Except then I think I'm going to Vape City. We got to go get our vapes, guys. Let's see how far these bollards go. I think he said it was about a mile. So they got I noticed they notch them out in the bottom so the water can drain through. And then, yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, now there's none for going over the bridge here, but I mean, I like it. I mean, that makes you feel real protected as a pedestrian walking on it. We'll turn back around and back over by Subway and walk on it here. And it looks like on the other side of the street, they've got them over there as well. I'll make a U-turn here. I just wanted to see how far down they go. Well, good for Texas. I mean, it's exciting to see a state. My graduate advisor, I think, was a Texas A&M student back in maybe the late 1990s. And he talked about how in his traffic signal design class, he would add his ADA ramps for handicap. And even the professor's like, well, why are you bothering with that? Nobody's going to use those. Nobody drives, or everybody drives. Nobody walks, you know. And, you know, he's a Canadian, so he's like, well, oh man, that's a lot of yard signs there. Is that in front of a church? Okay, I gotta look at this. What is going on here? Okay, there's a ridiculous amount of signs. But what kind of a business is this? This says Harris County Public Library. So is there a law in Texas that you can put your sign up in front of the library? Good gravy. Goodness gracious. That's a lot. Oh, early voting location. No, wait. You're in Texas, you're allowed to put up a sign at a polling place? Goodness gracious. The law's usually the other way around. You're not allowed to campaign within like 100 feet of a polling place. What on earth? Okay, well, I'm in Texas, I guess. There's your late night food. No, I'm not going to go to a Waffle House. If I could eat a waffle, so again, it goes back to digesting wheat. If I could eat a waffle, man, a waffle from Waffle House would definitely hit the spot, man. Gravy, or not gravy, syrup and butter. Gravy and butter. I like my waffles with gravy. But an omelet just doesn't sound right this time of night. I'm craving carbs. All right, so we're gonna hop out real quick and take a look at this thing here. I'll leave my lights on. Okay, so we got to get this thing free. All right, how much did the phone charge up while we were doing this? 28%, so not much. The sign can campaign, but not the person. Late night Buc-ee's. No, I'm not going to go. Oh, Brigitech with the super chat. I go to Waffle House for the chicken hash brown bowl with gravy. That does sound good. I just can't eat like half of that. If they had like a gluten-free batter, California snob. Oh, is it gluten-free? I love everything. I hate having to be the type to. Okay, hold on. I gotta flip this thing up here just a second. It feels wrong. It feels like I'm breaking it. Okay. So I push the button to turn it on. Okay. Is it on? I don't know what it's doing. Okay, can I put this thing in the thing? It's flipping around. It's angry at me. Okay. All right. And then I push the button and it magically levels out. Yeah, and then I turn my car off so somebody doesn't steal it. That's the problem with these push-button cars, especially a push-button hybrid car, is that I keep forgetting to turn my car off. You know, I never had that problem with the stick shift Honda. I'd always put it in gear, pull the brake, and then this car, I get confused because there's a button to put it in park and there's a button to turn it off, and I get them mixed up, and then I hit one and think I've hit the other. And all right. I want to leave the parking lights on if I can, so it looks intentional. Okay. I just don't want it to look like I have abandoned the car. All right. So the car's happy. It's got its lights on. So if we look at the shopping center here, we can take a look here. There might be a Buc-ee's on the way to his hotel. I think Buc-ee's is clear on the other side, guys. Like, if it wasn't 1 o'clock in the morning, I feel dumb enough already. Some guy wearing an orange vest, walking around, looking at, I mean, a cop stops me, I mean, and telling the truth, I'm going to sound like I'm on drugs, you know? But that is a good looking, you know, I mean, that'd give you some protection from the, was it 45-mile-an-hour road or something? And so I was thinking you were talking the frontage road. I didn't see it, but this, you know, it's pretty good. How sturdy are these? Are they actually? Yeah, so a car would knock them off, but so I don't know how much protection it gives you, but it makes me feel good anyway. I just, you know what I think it is? I think more I think about this, I don't know if this is even for pedestrian protection, because I mean, look how much I can wiggle it, right? Like it's, boy, this is Houston. It's just wet from humidity. But so a car is going to go right through that. I think it's because you got a concrete road and a concrete sidewalk, and then you got this like concrete thing in the middle, and you want to make it clear to a driver, this is a thing that's going to mess your car up. Don't try to drive over it, you know, or if you're just nighttime and you're having trouble seeing it, you don't want somebody driving up on it and having a problem. So they put these things on here. I know Las Vegas, you see these, there's a term for them. They're like K71s or something. It's like their product number, but they're not going to look good here in probably about a year. The Valencia bike lane story in San Francisco, they would put these to protect the bike lane, and the bike lane was only a few months old, and they were just thrashed. I think these are yellow, so they may be a different number than the K71s or whatever they were, but I've seen these also in Las Vegas where there's the beginning of like a narrow median next to a left turn lane. And so they put that just so people don't drive over it and mess up their, you know, suspension. So this is probably a good thing here. It's just, but I don't think, you know, if a car isn't paying attention, they're just going to go right through that. That's, you know, I think it's helpful for, but are these one of these famous it's raining in Houston, so everything goes in the gut in the ditch? I think bayou or whatever. I forget what the term is for them, but so Scott writes they need actual strong metal ones for actual protection. But then the problem is you create a rigid object, right? So you're trying to, in our effort to protect a pedestrian, you don't want to kill a motorist, right? So, you know, I like signposts, probably not this one, but a lot of signposts along high-speed roads actually have a breakaway joint at the bottom, because you want the signpost to bust off in a way that it goes flying rather than bending over and becoming a projectile that gets jammed into the windshield of their car. But you know, so that's the sort of thing that they try to think about. And so if you make a big, you know, if each one of these is a bollard that would wreck the car and make it come to an immediate abrupt stop, you kill the driver. You know, you protected the pedestrian, but you killed the driver. And it's not one for one, like, well, okay, finally the pedestrian gets looked after. Odds are the time the driver hits it is when there's not a pedestrian there, right? You know, middle of the night or something. And so you just end up killing a driver for no reason. So if there were pedestrians there all the time, like if you think about Las Vegas Boulevard, maybe those are built where they would sacrifice the driver because there's always a pedestrian there. But here, where, you know, there's sometimes a pedestrian and sometimes not, I don't know if that's a fair trade-off to kill the driver. So I'm not sure. A lot of things they have to think about. Those look kind of like U-line warehouse column protectors. I wonder why a sideway isn't grade separated from the road curb. Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's for water. So, you know, remember we saw that big ditch there and everything's cut where the water can go straight through. So my guess is when it just absolutely pours, when it's absolutely pouring rain, they want to have a way to, there is not a closed system to take the drainage. Let's see, Las Vegas Boulevard is all concrete barriers. Yeah, well, Las Vegas Boulevard, like I said, there's always pedestrians there. So Okay, so now I got to figure out, okay, I think I push the button to stop the motor, and then I think I can then take this off without it getting mad at me. And then I can flip it. Well, let me put you guys back up here. And let's see. That is why the sidewalk is not on a curb. Yeah, I'm guessing, is it a water issue that they need the water to be able to flow into the channel? Because I think there's just issues. Like even Southern California, I saw, okay, I got that turned, or I think it's off. Why is it not turning off? Okay, now it's off. Even Southern California, I remember seeing neighborhood drains that would just blow my mind, because Southern California can get much harder rainfall than I was accustomed to, you know, in Utah growing up. And so the storm drains were huge. I have a hard time believing Mattress Firm is still open. Check this out as we back up here. I remember there was an internet meme going around for a while about Mattress Firm. There's so many of them, it's just a front for money laundering or whatever. But the open sign you see here on the left, is the open sign is still on. And I'm like, I'm skeptical about that. Who needs to buy a mattress at 1 o'clock in the morning? But the vape store having their open sign up, but like okay, Nail and Spa place has a closed sign. Little Caesars has their lights on, but it's closed, you know. All right, so we need to get back to, but yeah, no, I appreciate the super chats and the suggestion, because it is kind of neat to see these new sidewalks, and we got to walk on it. Maybe we were some of the first people to do it, like you said. So, and like I say, that's how the system gets built out. You know, maybe it's a sidewalk to nowhere today, but in 20 years, it's part of a huge sidewalk. And, you know, it's that principle of the best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The second best time to plant a tree is today, you know. And so maybe we should have built the sidewalk network out decades ago, because we'd have it now, but might as well build it now. You know, now is better than before. So let's see on the map here as I head back to the hotel. Buc-ee's is well out past Katy. I don't think, if it was only 10 p.m. I'd do it, but I'm not. I think we gotta, next 15 minutes, wrap it up. It'll be midnight on the West Coast, and then that'll be a wrap for me. So 1:42, we'll say 2 o'clock, we'll pull the plug here. You just passed the best, I shouldn't be reading text, but I saw that. You just passed the best food in Houston. Well, what is it? But I'll probably stop one more time on the way home and check the text one more time. Okay, we're coming up on the 10 freeway here, 10 West. All right, we'll take that back to my hotel here. And I'll cut out, just so I don't dox myself. Not that, I mean, you guys are all right, but just so I dox myself, I'm going to cut out early. I'm not going to carry you all the way to my parking space, you know. So just knowing I'm staying west of Houston is enough. But yeah, I mean, I can say I wish it was earlier, where I could, go out to Buc-ee's. That'd be a lot of fun. If, like I say, if it was on the way, but I got to go past my hotel, past Beltway 8, past Grand Parkway. I mean, it's like way out there. I remember it was like before I got to Grand Parkway, you know, and so I'm like, I don't. And then I got to drive back, and we'll save Buc-ee's for another live stream. They're gonna do more. It's too bad the story in San Antonio didn't work out, because I originally thought, well, you know, like a week later, if I'm in San Antonio working on that story, I'd do another live from San Antonio. got their whole river walk and everything. That's pretty cool. But that story, you know, that story's kind of killed. So I don't think that's going to work out this trip. But okay, switching from Beltway 8 back to the land of the free, Interstate 10, where it's not going to keep tagging me with tolls here. So, and then I think I take that pretty much the rest of the way back. So, well, we could say we drove half of Beltway 8 on a live stream, so that's pretty good. Maybe sometime we'll drive like all of the Grand Parkway, but not tonight. The trouble is I do that. I pay the tolls and just drive the whole thing, except I would imagine it gets kind of boring after a while because you just keep seeing the same thing over and over. There is, I guess, it was on the news about there's a neighborhood where they had built the neighborhood onto the Grand Parkway, and with the idea that eventually the frontage road will keep going to the next major street, so people, when they leave the neighborhood, can take the frontage road, you know, rather than having to get on the Grand Parkway. But the frontage road isn't built yet, and so all these people went out and bought houses in the last year, and then didn't realize. I don't know what they were thinking, but they're like, I thought people in our neighborhood could drive it for free, you know. And so they drive on the Grand Parkway and pay by plate, get a bunch of bills from. Whataburger is open late. No, I shouldn't. But they can't keep getting a bunch of tagged with a bunch of tolls, you know, from. And so that was the question as they were going through. Is they're like, well, you mean in order to access our neighborhood and go anywhere outside our neighborhood, even to the grocery store, we have to pay a toll? And basically the news checked into it, I think it's KHOU, and the answer was, yeah, you do. You bought a house on a tollway. And so I think that whatever city was up there, or if it was Harris County, or I don't remember, but the news had talked to somebody and said they were going to talk to the adjoining property owners to see if they could accelerate getting the frontage roads built out so that people would have a free option. Because I understand that frustration, but I mean, wouldn't you? I don't know. It seems like you'd think that stuff through before you buy a house in a brand new neighborhood, you know. But all right, so we're on the 10 freeway here, coming up on Federal Road, whatever that is. But I think the US 90 freeway is the next one coming up, and then we'll come across the north side of downtown again. Excuse me. I felt bad earlier in the stream, yawning a lot, but at this point I don't really care. I'm happy to yawn. I don't think I'll have insomnia tonight. I think we did enough running around that. Yeah, a lot of cities empty out where they feel pretty lonely at night. Houston is maybe just a little small, being a little smaller than LA, you know, I don't know, half the size or whatever, that it does kind of feel dead at night, where there isn't a lot, where, another Lubies, where LA, there's still quite a bit of traffic on the freeway in LA any time of the night. I did notice I had one night I was out getting some work done and filming some stuff at night, and I was filming in the San Fernando Valley as it approached dawn, and the roads were pretty dead. They were a little more crowded than this, but not much, till 5:30. And at 5:30, it's like a switch turns on, and there's just a flood of traffic that comes down the hill from Santa Clarita into the San Fernando Valley. Almost like a tsunami wave. You can watch it happen, and it's moving, but it starts getting pretty heavy. And and that just seems to be sort of the magic time when the early bird commuters start making their way in. The other thing that seemed like kind of a nightmare about those who have to commute into Los Angeles but can't afford to live there is going by about 3:34 in the morning. How many pickup trucks are parked in the Home Depot parking lot at like 4:45? These are people who wake up at 3 from their, and they're probably contractors that may be a very nice house, and they drive in from the Inland Empire where they can afford to have a family, and they set their alarm for 3, and they can be tired thinking about it. They crawl into their pickup truck and they drive to Home Depot along with like 12 other people in pickup trucks, so that when Home Depot opens at like the crack of 7 or whatever, they can grab their supplies and be on the job at 8. And I forget how early Home Depot opens, and not have any traffic. And I go, I mean, it works, right? They still kind of get a full night's sleep. It's just the last hour or 2 is in their pickup truck. But what a rough life that a lot of people have to live. And that's where, if I were to get on my soapbox and preach, it really comes down to the
hazard reported ahead. C is for careful.
I don't know if you heard that, but that was Waze, and yes, I've set my Waze to Cookie Monster, so from Sesame Street. So he was letting me know that C is for careful, and there's the hazard that was reported. If you provide some zoning flexibility, people can live closer to their job. You know, I think Houston would have all the same problems that Los Angeles has, but I think a lot more people are able to live closer to their job, because even if they're not affording a ranch-style house on a quarter-acre lot, you know, which is sort of the California dream, maybe they're in a skinnier house that's smaller and tighter, you know, but being able to do that's actually possible, where if you and so you can live closer to your job, where if all you allow is you have downtown and then right next to it's a bunch of ranch style houses that are set in amber forever and ever, and the land can't change, then you have to commute out. You got to live far away. And so, like I say, as big as Houston is, I think it'd be a whole lot worse if Houston had strict zoning like LA. And I would love to see an alternate universe where the entire state of California didn't have zoning and people could actually live closer to their job. I think it'd be good for traffic and affordability. But I keep seeing these Whataburgers, and I'm just all of a sudden I'm craving some kind of snack. I really shouldn't eat this late. I'll eat in the morning. But it is making me snacky to see them. They're open, you know, Whataburger's open 24 hours. But yeah, let's see, what freeway are we coming up on next? We're actually on the map cutting across a grid. So this looks like a section of freeway where, when they built it, dove through an existing city. It's not greenfield at all. So we must be getting close enough. I see some high-rise in the distance, but again, it's Houston. High-rise doesn't necessarily mean I'm close to downtown. It could very well just mean that I'm near other high-rises, you know. I don't really know. But yeah, I'm starting to run out of topics. I'm gonna cheat and peek at the chat. Old reliable Whataburger, and that's downtown. Okay, so we are getting close. You know, Houston is the typical cities take the shape of the geography around them, right? Like Miami You got the Everglades to the west and the Atlantic to the east. So you have this sort of strip. So Miami's like 3 miles wide and 100 miles long, you know. Salt Lake City's that same way. You've got mountains to the east and other mountains or lakes to the west, and so it becomes like a long strip. You ever travel through Salt Lake City east to west, you go, oh, what a nice quaint little mountain town, you know. But if you travel north to south, you're like, holy crap, this is like a baby Los Angeles, you know. So I forget some of these mega cities like Houston, you can kind of drive from one end to the other, but because it's 31 miles to Buc-ee's, no, I would, guys. 31 miles isn't that far, but no, guys, it was either the sidewalk or it was Buc-ee's, and we chose the sidewalk. But it's tempting when it's that close, but I don't want to go 31 miles tonight. Plus, I'd end up getting some food, and then I'd have indigestion. Okay, so that is downtown Houston there. So being a ball shape, the city can spread out evenly north to south, east to west. So no, it doesn't get abnormally long in any one direction. LA stretches out because it hits mountains and things like that, but and oceans and stuff like that. It's still massive, but it you know, I wouldn't exactly call LA a ball shape. It gets stretchy, but say Buc-ee's is more important than sleep. I know, but we do still have 100 people, but that's plus I don't know how does Buc-ee's feel about me coming in live streaming in their store. They might throw us out. a lot of, I know if I went in a Walmart live streaming, I would definitely get thrown out. And the worst thing is I don't want them to trespass me, because then I can never go to a Walmart again, you know. So, but all right, what freeway am I on? The 10. Houston looks pretty good at night. It's a good looking skyline. It definitely screams big city, like it should. There's certain cities that just punch well below their weight in terms of skyline. And what comes to mind is Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix is pretty sad for a skyline. I don't know what, they developed late or what, but its downtown core isn't really much of a core, you know. It's a little disappointing. And Salt Lake City isn't great either. The skyline, Salt Lake City doesn't really have any towers much above 30 stories. So it's already a squatty skyline, but also it also kind of developed late, I think. And so the era of the big skyscrapers of the 60s had kind of come and gone, you know. And so I think in the 60s there was only one skyscraper, and it was the one the Mormon church built. And Phoenix is probably similar. And so when the growth came later, my guess is if you need, you know, like 100,000 square feet of office space, you don't build a high-rise downtown Phoenix. You build it out in Scottsdale in a giant complex that's 4 stories tall, you know. Is this part of the highway project already happening here? Somebody mentioned I-10 was under construction, so there's definitely something going on here. So this might be that construction zone we were chatting in the chat earlier about. Texas sure likes double deck, you know. Yeah, this is. I really think this might be part of that big interchange with 45. Maybe they're building out. Like I say, I don't know the projects that well, and so follow along on the chat. Somebody would probably know, but this is kind of reminding me of 35 Next, where it's almost like 2 layers. You know, boy, I wish they hadn't declined that interview. That would have been so the bee's knees, man, to cover 35. Next, but Yeah, though Texas definitely. Oh, looks like I got a super chat, but if I read it, I'll drift out of my lane. So I'll pull over on a frontage road here in a second, and I'll read it. There's more high rise to the left, just out of frame, but that's the no zoning. Oh shoot, exit. Yeah, shouldn't have done that. Oh well. All right, coming off on the frontage road here, and I'll take a look at the super chat you wrote here so I can make sure I don't miss it. All right, so you wrote part of Phoenix I-10 West was going to have elevated LR. Was that light rail or an elevated level? I know my research for Phoenix without freeways, somebody wrote that's the Galleria second skyline, but super chat from Brickitect here. Phoenix I-10 West. Oh, can I get that ramp? Boy, that's a short jump. Okay, we're back at it. They wanted to build a big skyway, but it would be, a lot of times elevated viaducts, they're only like, 15, 20 feet off the ground. And so they're dark. There's not any sunlight getting underneath them. They just feel really sketchy. Like nobody wants to hang out under a viaduct, And so I think the Phoenix ones, they were going to go up like 4 stories or something. So sunlight would come under there and actually be a park. And I think that might have worked. You get the viaduct high enough. But the problem is, how do you get the traffic off the viaduct down to the city level? So they had this like curly Q ramp thing where you didn't just do a full circle to go to the ground. I think you would do like 2 loops to go all the way down to the ground, and then they would tangle the on and off ramps together in such a way that they called it a helicoil interchange. And so they made a model of it to advertise, and the newspaper editor, Eugene Polium, who owned the newspaper, his wife saw a picture of it, and she said, "Oh my gosh, that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen." And so she convinced her husband to be against it. So he published editorials where he put pictures of it in the paper and spoke very negatively about it. And it killed the project, And maybe for the best, because I think that's the sort of thing that in the 1960s probably looked good on paper, but in practice, you build something like that, and it turns out uglier in person, and there's a lot of crime, and the property values go down, and I don't know. I'm just thinking that Phoenix, they did instead where they went underneath. They built a giant. They put the freeway down in a trench, and then just built a bridge that didn't stop. It was bridge after bridge after bridge after bridge after bridge. And then that made a deck, and then they built a park on top of that deck, called it the Deck Park Tunnel. And I think that ended up being a better thing than the helicoil. But there was a part of me, alternate history, I kind of wish they had done that and built the Deck Park Tunnel, just because I think the helicoil interchange, just because I think it would have been fun to see what would have become of it, But I am impressed 87 people are still tuned in this late. On the East Coast, it's now 3 in the morning. And that's just nuts. So I think I'm about wrap up here in just about a minute or so, or two, because I'm getting relatively close to my hotel, but it was a lot of fun to have everybody joining in tonight. Never done, and like I say, if I can roll in a car, be sitting in a nice air conditioned car where I can plug the phone in and charge it and everything, we can keep a live stream going a lot. But there's also a fun dry run, if, like I say, later this summer we go follow the whole California high-speed rail from San Francisco down to LA. I think that would be a lot of fun. It would probably take us several days. It's 8 a.m. in the UK. Well, unfortunately, as people wake up, I do need to find a safe way to have, maybe a text-to-speech or something, read your texts out loud. Because if I'm doing a follow the California high-speed rail, I really shouldn't be glancing at the screen. Like I've really tried hard tonight to not do that because it's dangerous. I feel bad if somebody got hurt, but I'm also getting tired, and my inhibition is slipping with my sleepiness. So I thought I'm about to wrap up here and call it a night, but if I had a way where even just the super chats, I could read them out loud, then I don't know. I know how to do stuff like that with a computer, but how do you do something like that mobile on a phone? I don't know. But to have some way to read the chats out loud, so we could continue to have a conversation without me having to keep pulling over and stopping, because I'm imagining following California high-speed rail, even at full speed, where we're not on the freeway and we're following it, it's probably a good 8 or 9 hour drive. But we're going to stop. We're going to stop and jump out and look at things, and to do that, it's yeah. I got to try to remember what exits my hotel. But anyway, yeah, thanks for hanging on tonight. Thanks for all the super chats. Those go a long way, in addition to your contributions on Patreon, which ultimately fund the trip. This does go a long way to also helping fund some of the hotel I need for the next few days to write, film, and there's something else. I was gonna say edit, but I could do that at home. But come a long way with trying to get a story put together to showcase something in Texas that I'd like to show you. But and so, as always, I appreciate your support, and try to think of anything profound left to say other than drive safely, take a deep breath when you have road rage, and don't doom scroll too much. We're living through history, and there's a lot to be concerned about, both abroad and at home. But we'll get through it, and people in history always do, and it'll all be good. So, but I saw a chat here. Your channel helps a lot with my mental health. Well, it helps me with my mental health. I have a family history of generalized anxiety disorder, and as I've gotten older, it's gotten better because I've learned to let things go. I got really upset when I got 2 declines from TxDOT, and I think in my mind I convinced myself that it was executives within TxDOT said no YouTubers, and put their foot down and shut me down or whatever. But genuinely, I think part of it was just the luck. It just didn't work out, and it was just a coincidence, and that's okay, and to let it go. It doesn't mean my whole trip was a waste. I had a great time at the conference. TxDOT sent me some manuals. It's going to be more work. I may be here an extra day or 2 longer than I planned. It may mean that the San Antonio story scrubbed, but we'll still get something out of it. It'll be fine. If you have anxiety, take a deep breath through your nose, and then hold it in for 4 seconds, and let it out. And just do that. Go around and around. Deep breath for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Hold it for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Let it out for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Just go around and around. You know why that works? Because anxiety disorder. Anxiety is a good thing. Anxiety is your body telling you there's a problem. We better address this problem. You're sitting in your happy little corner of the jungle, and all of a sudden there's a big cat. The big cat's hungry. It wants to eat you, or at least play with you, and it means your death. So anxiety kicks in. Boom! It's giving you all the adrenaline and worry and panic and shutting down parts of your brain and everything you need to survive that big cat. But once you've survived the big cat, you're going to take a deep breath through your nose. You're not going to do that while you're getting chased by the big cat. You're going to breathe like this as you're running away. But at a certain point, the cat's dead or ran off, you're up in a tree, you're safe. And you take a deep breath through your nose. And the part of your brain that controls all this stuff is not smart, but it does know that. And it goes, he just took a deep breath through your nose. In fact, he's taking lots of deep breaths through his nose. That must mean he's safe. And it's like a computer program. It starts shutting down the anxiety. So that's anxiety. Anxiety is good. Anxiety disorder is, instead of you sitting in a jungle and all of a sudden being chased by a big cat, you're sitting in a restaurant, you just finished your meal, and for no apparent reason, you feel all these feelings. And what's worse is your smart part of your brain starts trying to imagine, so you start saying, I don't like to go to that restaurant. It makes me anxious. Like I don't know, you make up dumb stories as to why you can't do things. I don't ride in elevators because every time I do, I have a panic attack, right? And so a lot of it is over time, if you can take a deep breath through your nose, and just hold it in, slowly let it out. It does a pretty good job of shutting the anxiety disorder down. It's so simple. These are the things I wish they taught in school. We're really good at teaching ourselves how to use our brain in terms of data and thinking and analysis, but we're really bad at teaching the part of our brain of emotional regulation. I got written up in school in kindergarten because I cried at recess, and they just said, controls emotions, poor, for the day. But they didn't do anything to teach us that, And so I'm going, I think a lot of the problems in our world go away if we could help people learn to manage their emotions, not because it's their fault, but just because the brains are complicated. They evolved over millions of years. We only live in part of our brain. A lot of our brain is out of our control, And this is all stuff I learned over the years. I never had the privilege of making myself go to therapy, but I listened to a lot of podcasts and things like that with therapists, and there's a lot of really simple things that can help out. So, but if getting in and talking about roads is a calming thing for you and for others, I'm happy to be part of it. The world, we're going to be fine in the long run. Even people who lived through, Europe in the 1940s, most people survived it. It was uncomfortable, miserable. A lot of people didn't survive it, but we've already had some practice. 1 million Americans didn't survive COVID, but you're here. You made it, and I'm here. We went through a huge story in American history, as big as, it's almost like the flu epidemic of 1918, and we made it. We made it through, And so more history is going to happen. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. And there's a lot of good things that do happen. We miss out on it, but, like right now, there's somebody it might be the wrong time of day, but there's somebody in Bangladesh who never would have had the chance to go to college. And he or she's pulling out a cheap smartphone with a crappy internet connection and surfing Wikipedia right now. And that person in our lifetimes is going to do something that changes the world. That's amazing. It doesn't get attention. You're not going to have a doom scroll article that's, clickbait isn't going to lend itself to reminding us that this person in Bangladesh may cure cancer in 20 years, right? Because as a savant kid, he read Wikipedia every day because something he never would have had access to, right? So we miss out on all the good stuff that's happening in the world, that even when we're concerned about things that go on in American government, American democracy, as we should be, we're concerned about it, right? It's not complacency. It's not like it's happening in the background and nobody's talking it. It's out in the open, and there's a lot of people of both political parties who have a lot of unease about some of the stuff that's happened, you know. And so we've got a lot of friends. We're talking about it. It's not going to just suddenly quietly disappear, you know. Not to get political, but, you know, Minnesota won. You know, I have friends who live in Minnesota. And it was wonderful to see the good side of Christianity. You know, we all got all the media coverage as kind of the people who maybe aren't doing the best at living their Christianity. It's a status symbol, but mostly they follow a political ideology that oftentimes is in opposition to the teachings of Christianity. But there's a lot of good people. You know, I saw churches out there trying to make sure that if, you know, a person who was detained were let loose on a cold street with inadequate clothing, they could scoop them up in a warm van and make sure they didn't freeze, you know. That's a wonderful thing. My friend, his Mormon ward would get a text from somebody who's Hispanic, who may be an illegal immigrant in the other ward, and go shopping for them and bring them groceries to their groceries, so they didn't have to their front porch, so they didn't have to go out, you know. And so there's a lot of people who care and are kind, and so don't let the scrolling, especially I do it too late. Reddit's the worst. Don't let the pessimism of Reddit totally spill out into your life and just completely make you lose faith in everything. There's a hell of a lot of good in this world. By the way, see to the left here where the line ends and there's like a curb. Somebody commented earlier tonight about that. Why is there a curb for the left turn bay for no reason? I tend to agree. I think that's not a real helpful addition. I'm not sure the rationale why the city of Houston puts that there, but don't let the doom scrolling make you totally doomed. It's, yeah, there's problems in the world, but really what's happening right now, okay, I put my media hat on for a minute. Media broke. Media, when I took a comms class decades ago, like 2003, we were talking about the role of being a gatekeeper. And as the gatekeeper of media, it was our responsibility to give the audience what they want or to give them what they need. And that was the type of gatekeeping philosophy and questioning newsrooms had. And so there was an attempt to try to be professional. It backfired. It created a right-wing movement that felt like their voice was being gate-kept out. And I think it was because a lot of the newsrooms were in New York. They were trying to be middle of the road, but they were middle of the road for New York, you know. And so there were probably some, you know, right-wing rural viewpoints that got, you know, that led to the rise of Fox News. But the big thing was the feed, the Facebook feed, the Twitter feed, the Google News feed that isn't news. And so between the total collapse of news, there aren't really many newsrooms left anymore. There's a bunch of little newsrooms that are just barely clinging on, you know, to the little bit of advertising revenue they can get, or the few subscribers who pay for the print edition of the paper or whatever. And so what happens is they push out whatever gets clicks now. And so it's really cheaply made, now probably AI generated content that's frankly not very good. And you know, but it's like even my videos, I would dream of a world, and I guess with patrons paying for 2/3 of it, I probably could do this, but I dream, sorry, what the heck is that? Is that what speaking of problems in the world, do you see that sign up here? Not the Splash Laundry, I have no problem with that. The Bitcoin nail bar. Bitcoin nail bar. What the? That is just, That is so dumb. That is really dumb. Bitcoin nail bar. So I would love to title a video like, let's go inside a traffic signal, you know. But instead I have to come up, I go around and around and around with testing 3 different titles and then something dumb like, why a Raspberry Pi can't be a traffic light. Well, guess what? The difference between that and the clickbait title versus just a straightforward title is the difference between the video making like $600 versus making $1,600, right? Like, yeah, that's a big difference. Like, you know, over its lifespan, over several months, you know, you're talking an extra $1,000 on the title, you know. Well, that's true of every organization now. So they're going to put out the most to get you to click things in the feed, make that ad revenue. They're going to put out some of the most, you know, salacious, shocking things to get you have a panic attack. Because if the news article, the headline and the thumbnail make you feel fear, make you feel panic, your body will compel you to click on it in the same way the growl of a tiger will make you turn your head. Your survival is at stake. And it's really unethical, but it's what everybody has to do now. And even I do it a little bit. And the problem is we're breaking people like you. You know, you're already a person whose ancestors were more sensitive to alarm. You know, it's what kept you and your ancestors alive. You know, there was somebody in your family tree far enough back who was there with their brother, and your ancestor was more anxiety driven and the other person wasn't. And when the big cat showed up, you ran up the tree, your ancestor ran up the tree and panicked, and the other one went, kitty, and walked over and didn't get to pass on his genes, you know. And the media landscape we have now is taking advantage of that. It's coming and saying, hey, since you're susceptible to being anxious, boy, we're going to really dig in on that, you know. And so they do, and it's breaking everybody. You know, the best thing that happened for me is doing back-to-back in a course of like 6 months, a story in San Francisco and a story in rural Tennessee, and literally the hills where FEMA agents got shot at by like MAGA people, because I realized the idea that people who are left wing and right wing are like, well, it was to the point where you had politicians calling for a national divorce, as if the things that divide us today are going to divide us forever. You know, that we won't shuffle and change sides in the next 20 years. You know, but no, I tell you, you could take the people in Tennessee and the people in San Francisco, switch places, get them accustomed to it for 3 weeks, and you'll find that they're not all that different. People are basically the same everywhere, and that helps reduce a lot of my fear, you know. And so, you know, take a deep breath and know that we'll be all right. It's fun. Let's see, fun bonus. It's pretty well established that advertising is massively overvalued. It works, but not enough to justify how much is paid for it. Yeah, one of the things I get a kick out of, and I got to wrap up here because I'm getting real close and I don't want to dox myself, but one of the things that I get a kick out of with advertising is all these ad consultants and things, they're like, well, we don't want to just tell people that the Tide soap, laundry soap is better. We want them to have an experience, feel like they're part of the Tide family. And I'm like, Jenny, I don't want to be part of the Tide family. I just want soap. Like, but they push the buttons. Like, you know, I think today's clickbait probably did start on Madison Avenue with advertising, because they've been trying to push buttons forever. Like, are there little background things subconsciously where they can almost hack us like robots to buy their do their bidding and buy their product, you know. And because there are things that, you know, subconsciously do make us respond to something, but you just have to be constantly vigilant and realize that, you know, there's a saying, this is back when there was journalism, there was a saying amongst the Society of Professional Journalists, their motto is, well, it's tell the truth and minimize harm, but the saying amongst journalists was trust, but verify. So if a source tells you something, it's always good to, like, I'll do this with somebody will claim something, is I'll just Google it real quick and see if I can find some newspaper article or something, just backing up what they said. Not because I don't trust the source, but because I just want to make sure it's accurate, because sometimes even the most truthful person, you know, will embellish. I'm sure I embellished some things tonight, but super chat from Scott Wallace. Thank you very much. Says, thanks for the extra long stream, Rob. Enjoy the rest of your trip and sleep well. You're appreciated. Well, you're welcome. I appreciate you and each of you joining in tonight. It's fun to go on a stream for 9 hours, be well past all of our bedtimes now, including the West Coast, and still have 102 people. You know, that's pretty remarkable. If it was Friday night, I'd probably go to Buc-ee's, but it's a Thursday night, so I'm gonna call it a night here in just a sec. But yeah, and so with clickbait, a Reddit post or whatever, don't immediately see someone say, well, X, Y, and Z happened, therefore all hope is lost. We are Nazi Germany. It's like, well, it's bad, but is all hope lost? No, because in Nazi Germany, like 75% of the people were cheering it on. Here in this country, it's a little complicated. It's like a third cheer it on, a third aren't sure what to think about it, and a third are horrified, right? That's a much healthier, you know, much healthier trade-off than it was Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany didn't have textbooks to warn about Nazi Germany. We do, right? And things also get complicated too. You know, it's, you know, so this is good. Like a rule of thumb I've been doing lately is if I see something in the news that makes me panic, I tell myself, okay, let's keep an eye on this for 3 days. And let's see what happens in the next 3 days. And if it keeps building up and getting bigger and bigger, like a good example was Venezuela, right? I panicked. I had friends texting me going, oh my gosh, this is another Iraq war. He started another war. And I go, well, okay, yeah, this is not great to go in. I mean, nobody likes Maduro. I don't like the guy, but it's a little troubling to just kind of have a bunch of American soldiers kidnap the leader of a country, right? But okay, that's interesting. I don't know what to make of this. But then to have, is this Westheimer? It is, okay. But to have a bunch of us immediately jump to the conclusion that it's another invasion like Iraq turned out to be not what happened. I give myself 3 days. I realized, oh, it went in a totally different direction than I, anticipated. I'm going to end the live stream here in the Whataburger parking lot, and then I'm going to get a snack. I shouldn't. It's ill-advised, but I'm going to get one. But by giving it 3 days, and say, okay, panic in 3 days. Don't panic yet, So, all right. Well, on that, somebody said, dude's still alive. Yeah, nobody's more surprised than me. So, but this is where it ends, the Whataburger parking lot. So, on that happy note, let me just check, make sure I didn't, I've not had to deal with the mess that's going on in the U.S. these days, but the current government here, I just straight up stopped watching TV, stress levels down. Yeah, I mean, there's always been problems with stuff. It's just called history. I'm not going to say that the era we're living in is great, but, we're not also total victims to it. Like there's things we'll be able to do to make a difference. And no one ideology has all the answers. You know, good ideas are good ideas, and I'm willing to take them wherever they come. But good ideas are also going to minimize hurting other people, and they're going to be trying to think about helping rather than hurting. And so it's something I like to keep in mind. So just like transportation, right? You know, the goal is not to pick the bicyclist or the car. It's to try to minimize deaths, period. So, and if I talk another 20 seconds, I'll be able to end it at exactly 9.5 hours and feeling mildly OCD. Somebody wrote Aztec. What's an Aztec? It's either a long gone society or it's a long gone Pontiac. One of the two. But all right, well, you folks have where's my end button? You folks have a good night, and let's do this again sometime soon. Take care.